Honorable Vice President of India. And of course, I would like to extend a warm welcome to the Honorable Union Minister of Education, the Honorable Chairman of the University Grants Commission, and the Honorable Chancellor of OP Jindal Global University. We may begin the program with you.
We are live, sir.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all of you who have logged in from different parts of the world. I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you to the 3-day World University Summit being hosted by OP Jindal Global University in partnership with the Association of Commonwealth Universities, the Association of Indian Universities, the Global EdTech Organization Coursera, the International Cooperation Group of Brazilian Universities, the Star Scholars Network, and the Indian EdTech organization UpGrad. I would like to begin by expressing my deep gratitude and profound appreciation to Shri M. Venkaiah Naidu, Honorable Vice President of India, and Shri Dharmendra Pradhan, Honorable Union Minister of Education, India, for taking the time out of their precious schedule to inaugurate the summit. I believe and understand that the Parliament is in session, and I'm grateful to both of them for taking time out to be part of this important summit. My heartfelt gratitude is also to Professor D.P. Singh, Chairman of the University Grants Commission, for his encouragement and support to all our endeavors. I'm also grateful to Mr. Naveen Jindal, our founding Chancellor and benefactor of OP Jindal Global University, for gracing us with their distinguished presence. The World University Summit has been conceptualized. The World University Summit has been conceptualized by OP Jindal Global University with the vision to create a global platform for universities in India and around the world to come together to help shape the universities of the future. Today, at a time when social, political, technological, and economic shifts across the world have been affected by a pandemic, the entire world is faced with the pivotal challenge of reimagining the role of universities and education than ever before. We need to reimagine the universities of the future to strengthen their vision and commitment towards institutional resilience, social responsibility, and community impact. Therefore, given the aim to create a truly global perspective, I am humbled to share with you that this summit has brought together over 150 thought leaders from 25 different countries and 6 continents of the world to discuss the universities of the future and their role in building institutional resilience, social responsibility, and community impact. We are in the presence of institutional leaders from over 100 universities, including vice chancellors, provosts, presidents, and rectors of universities around the world, as well as India. Over 30 thematic sessions have been carefully choreographed to ensure that we deliberate on the most important issues of the time. This includes 3 keynote lectures, 2 special dialogues, and 2 distinguished public lectures as well. To ensure a holistic perspective, we will also have leaders from global organizations such as the World Bank, the Association of American Universities and Colleges, American Association of Community Colleges, the Times Higher Education Rankings Organization, the QS Rankings Organizations, the International Association of Universities, and the Worldwide Fund. Our fervent hope is that in due course, the World University Summit develops its global impact like the World Economic Forum, and I dare say Sonipat becomes the Davos as far as the future of higher education and universities are concerned. I am sure we will all come together to find our collective consciousness and reimagine the universities of the future and strengthen our role as actors of social change. Thank you for being with us, and I truly look forward to having all of you across these 3 days. Namaste. Let me now take this pleasure to invite Mr. Naveen Jindal, the founding chancellor of OP Jindal Global University, to deliver the chancellor's address. Mr. Jindal is a crusader for the Indian national flag, an advocate of women and child rights, a philanthropist, a parliamentarian, a politician, a successful industrialist, and a sportsman par excellence. While Mr. Jindal is a 2-time member of parliament from the Kurukshetra Lok Sabha constituency in Haryana, he is also the chairman and managing director of the Jindal Steel and Power Limited. He is also the founding chancellor and benefactor of OP Jindal Global University. Over to you, Mr. Jindal.
Thank you very much, Professor Rajkumar. Honorable Vice President of India, Shri Venkaiah Naiduji, Shri Dharmendra Pradhanji, Honorable Union Minister of Education, Professor D.P. Singh, Chairman, University Grants Commission, Professor Sridhar Patnaik, Registrar, OP Jindal Global University, other distinguished university leaders from India and overseas, faculty and dear students. Wish you all a very good morning. It gives me immense pleasure to be here today in presence of such esteemed and distinguished leaders of higher education from across the world. Over a decade ago, I had a vision to contribute to the building of our nation, to honor the memory of my father, Shri O.P. Jindal. I wanted to create an institution which gives the students of India an opportunity to world-class education. You may call it destiny, but this is when I met Professor Rajkumar, whose strong faith in the same vision and commitment to make it a reality is what has today become OP Jindal Global University. My father committed his life to the development of our nation, furthering the mission of social change through education, philanthropy, and economic development. OP Jindal Global University was born to carry forward his legacy. JGU had modest beginnings with 100 students and 1 school in 2009. Day by day and brick by brick, in just 12 years, we have grown to nearly 8,000 students and 12 schools. JGU engaged with esteemed academics from around the world to create a teaching capacity of global repute and created academic and career opportunities for students to secure their future and fulfill their aspirations. We always wanted to ensure that we gave our students access to the best of experts from around the world, exposure to a very diverse student pool, flexibility of a multidisciplinary environment, and advance the study of social sciences, arts, and humanities in India. At the same time, we also wanted to ensure that we built a research-intensive institution which can contribute to the larger good of the community. From the beginning, we have always focused on creating experiential learning for our students, reinventing pedagogy, contemporizing our teaching learning methodologies, providing meaningful research opportunities to our faculty and students, creating opportunities of community engagement for social impact, and building a world-class institution in India. Therefore, it fills me with great pride to say that today all our collective efforts have culminated in JGU becoming a multidisciplinary university that has been recognized as an institution of eminence by the Ministry of Education, Government of India, and as India's #1 private university as per the QS World University Rankings. I would sincerely like to commend the Vice Chancellor and the entire team of faculty and students at JGU for having relentlessly worked hard across all these years to realize the vision of creating an institution as a tribute to my father. Jindal Global University has given to its students a truly global and diverse experience while increasing the global footprint of Indian higher education. Friends, unfortunately, the outbreak of the COVID pandemic since early 2020 has presented us with one of the most unprecedented crises of our times. While higher education institutions have felt the responsibility of putting together their intellectual capital to redefine the future of the world, they have also been challenged by the constraints of nationwide lockdowns. At JGU, we wanted to ensure that we fulfill our commitment to our students and responded very quickly to resume classes online in less than a week of the lockdown extension being announced. In 2020, over 20,000 online classes were conducted. All the efforts culminated in JGU being awarded the E-Learning Excellence Award for academic digitization from the coveted QS iGauge for e-learning excellence, which was a further testament of our efforts. Today, as we are on the path of recovery from the current crisis, this summit this week could not have come at a more apt time to discuss the future of universities. To see this congregation of over 150 thought leaders from across 6 continents and 25 countries in a span of just 3 days is extraordinary. The remarkable choice of themes of discussion will only amplify the overall outcome of the summit. Therefore, I would like to conclude by saying that I look forward to 3 days of intellectual deliberations, as such discussions are very pertinent, since it is important that even for a localized challenge that we face, we must strive for global solutions. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chancellor, for those thought-provoking comments and reflections. Let me now have the pleasure to invite Professor D.P. Singh, the Chairman of the University Grants Commission, to deliver the Chairman's address. Professor Singh has about over 35 years of professional experience in different aspects of educational planning and administration, institution building, teaching and training, research and development, international cooperation. He has also served in various capacities in different institutions, including as Director of the National Assessment and Accreditation Council, Vice Chancellor of 3 universities, the Banaras Hindu University, Dr. Hari Singh Gaur University, and Devi Ahilya University. Professor Singh joined the University Grants Commission as Chairman in 2018 and has been one of the most engaged institutional leaders of India. I now invite Professor Singh to deliver his address.
Namaste. Honorable Vice President of India, Shri M. Venkaiah Naidu ji, Honorable Shiksha Mantri, Shri Dharmendra Pradhan ji, Honorable Chancellor, Shri Naveen Jindal ji, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor G. Professor C. Rajkumar ji, Registrar Professor Patnaik ji, all the faculty members, officials, and students of UP Jindal University, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor and privilege for me to address this august gathering at this World University Summit organized by OP Jindal Global University in partnership with several organizations on a very imperative theme. We are fortunate to have the distinguished presence of Honorable Vice President and Honorable Shiksha Mantri to guide us today, who started their political career as student leaders and always keep the interest of students and education system topmost in their minds. Friends, today the Indian education system is witnessing manifold challenges. One such challenge is emerging from COVID-19 pandemic. Another one is how to realize the vision and guiding philosophy of our National Education Policy 2020. Yet another major challenge is to fulfill the aspirations of young generation of New India. One of the themes of this summit is building institutional resilience. The resilience of modern universities has never been tested as thoroughly as during the current COVID-19 pandemic. University Grants Commission has tried to address critical issues in the Indian context such as access, equity, GR, and quality of technology-driven value-based higher education. Institutions have tried to leverage the potential of technology, ranging from integrated digital learning platforms, online
I believe there is an interruption, and I'm sure the chairman will be joining us very shortly. With the permission of the Honorable Vice President of India, may I now invite the Honorable Union Education Minister to deliver his address, and after that we may have the Chairman of the UGC's address.
Namaskar. Honorable Vice President of India, Sri Venkaiah Naidu ji, Professor D.P. Singh, Chairman University Grants Commission, Mr. Naveen Jindal, Chancellor O.P. Jindal Global University, Professor C. Rajakumar, Founding Vice Chancellor, Professor Sridhar Patnaik, Registrar, other distinguished university leaders from India and overseas faculty, and dear students. A very good morning to all of you. It gives me great pleasure to be here today at the World University Summit organized by OP Jindal Global University. As universities across the world overcome the challenge of ongoing pandemic to ensure academic continuity, this summit on the theme Universities of the Future, Building Institutional Resilience, Social Responsibility and Community Impact is indeed timely. I believe that we have a congregation today of over 150 thought leaders, including vice chancellors, presidents, rectors and provosts from over 100 universities across 25 countries. I want to congratulate the organizer for managing a gathering of this scale. Friends, India has a long history of higher education. The higher education system we have inherited after independence was designed and established during the colonial times. India today has a population of about 1.38 billion people, generating unparalleled demographic dividends. Our realities today, therefore, are starkly different from that of 70 years ago. In today's age of globalization and liberalization, we must reform the education sector and ensure that we achieve goals that are aligned with the development and growth of nation, with its diverse and complex landscape. I'm delighted to share with you that as India reimagined the transformation of its education landscape to adapt to these times, we witnessed a new education policy in 2020 that has yielded a new imagination for the Indian higher education. It yet again outlines the vision that the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi has envisaged, the evolution of what he terms as Atmanirbhar Bharat. Prime Minister Modi has repeatedly mentioned that India has a moral obligation to not only produce a responsible citizen, but also a global citizen, a Vishwamanav. The four pillars of new education policy make it adequately clear that the quality, equity, accessibility, and affordability are the foundation on which a new India will emerge. Indian in its core with an international outlook, the NEP seeks innovation and research that will have direct impact on our society and global community. And that our future institutions should have synergy and seamless integration with global norms that will turn our human resource into human capital. With the concept of multidisciplinary education and research university, MERU, our youth can explore their talent and pursue higher education to maximize the gain based on congruence between liking and aptitude. The silos have been broken, options have multiplied, and windows of opportunities have opened. A holistic, multidisciplinary education in local, regional languages with aim to develop all capacities of human beings, intellectual, aesthetic, social, physical, emotional, and moral in an integrated manner. No one should suffer due to language limitations or regional linguistic constraints. There will be an emphasis on the study of arts in development of well-rounded students and the required balance of scientific temper, vocational field, professional fields, liberal arts, and soft skills. Even premier engineering institutions such as the IITs will move towards a more holistic and multidisciplinary education with inclusion of more arts and humanities. Students of arts and humanities will learn more science, and both categories of students will have vocational subjects and soft skills. Establishment of National Research Foundation will be instrumental in creating a conducive environment and boost the culture of research and innovation in the country. Already, an elaborate budget of 50,000 crore has been earmarked for the next 5 years in this domain. An academic bank of credit shall be established, which would digitally store the academic credits earned from various recognized higher education institutions, so that the degrees from a higher education institution can be awarded taking into account credit earned. This will help our education system integrate with established global practice and will also enable larger number of international students to study in India and allow greater mobility to students from India to visit, study, transfer credits, or carry out research at institutions abroad and vice versa. We have to promote India as a global study destination, providing premium education at affordable cost. High-performing Indian universities will be encouraged to set up campuses in other countries. Similarly, top universities globally will be facilitated to operate in India. Research, teaching, collaboration, and faculty-student exchanges with high-quality foreign institutions will be enabled. Our brand will be study in India, stay in India. Integration of skill with education is a significant domain of emphasis as well, wherein an ocean of opportunities lie unexplored. Synergizing education with skill development will open new avenues of socio-economic empowerment. Skill is a dynamic domain where participants need to be updated, upgraded, upskill, and reskill to stay relevant and efficient. Higher education institutions should aim to fill the gap between academia and industry with a more pragmatic and vocational training, enhancing the employability quotient of the subject. With the COVID-19 pandemic, we have ushered in an era of digital learning. The mode of pedagogy is going to stay, giving way to hybrid method of learning and knowledge dissemination. Our future planning, therefore, needs to fill a digital divide that currently prevails. With the advent of National Education Technology Forum, we will have the requisite technological boost to upgrade our pedagogy and learning outcomes. It will act as a force multiplier. Universities of the future must abide with the moral obligation of delivering on UN Sustainable Development Goals 2030. Higher education institutions should identify their institutional social responsibility to empower the society they are part of. Knowledge is power, and dissemination of knowledge to society is empowerment of the nation. Education is not the mere accumulation of facts or knowledge, but the ability to teach the human mind to think. Future education reforms will be based on the premises of making switch to how to think. New age technologies will influence the learning outcomes and capacity building of all stakeholders, students, teachers, and institutions. The mantra of capacity building to nation building is the key to all our future endeavors. Education, and particularly higher education, has been a critical component of bringing changes in society. India's quest to improve the living standards of our masses goes directly the route of world-class higher education institutions and skilling and equipping the population. We must use this summit as a platform to find our collective consciousness to reimagine the future universities. I hope the outcomes provide some recommendation on what the global and Indian higher education landscape should look like. I congratulate the organizer once again, particularly my friend Navin Jindal and Professor Rajkumar, the professor of universities, and their teams, and wish the summit all success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Education. We can, of course, see that he has had a distinguished political career, and as a president of the Student Union in Talcher College in Orissa. I also want to mention that having served different positions in BJP, he was elected to the 14th Lok Sabha and was also elected to the Rajya Sabha twice from Bihar and Madhya Pradesh. In 2014, he became the Minister of State Independent Charge in the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. In 2019, he was appointed the Minister of Petroleum and Natural Gas and the Minister of Steel. And most recently, he was appointed as the Minister of Education. I had the privilege to meet him just a few days ago, and he was kind enough to accept our invitation and join us at very short notice. Thank you very much, Honorable Union Minister of Education. Now we have with us the Chairman of the University Grants Commission, whose speech was briefly interrupted. Now I invite you to deliver your speech, Professor Singh.
I'm so sorry for this technical glitch, but Honorable Shiksha Mantri ji has spoken, and he has talked elaboratively, comprehensively about the national policy on education. Under the dynamic leadership of our Honorable Shiksha Mantri ji, the University Grants Commission, the AICT, and all the organizations are working hard for implementing the vision of the NEP 2020, which is actually the focus is on that our learners should be connected to our roots, our Indian traditions, our culture, but at the same time, we have to develop them as the global citizens. And this is a tall target given by our Honorable Prime Minister of India, and we are working hard that how the global citizens be developed. At the same time, they should be connected with the roots of the India, Indianness, Indian culture, Indian traditions, Indian languages, etc., etc. And now implementation plan we are drawing, and it will be launched soon. And number of activities are being undertaken by different organizations. Honorable Shiksha Mantri ji is taking reviews from time and again, and soon we will have the elaborative, comprehensive implementation plan in front of the educational institutions. And every education institution has to strive hard to develop themselves as the multidisciplinary institution, to provide holistic education, to have quality higher education, but at the same time focusing on the values, human values and professional ethics, concern for the environment, And also, as Honorable Shiksha Mantri ji has mentioned, that it is aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals. So we have to fulfill those also. Our NEP is having pillars like affordability, access, equity, quality, and accountability. So we have to fulfill them. I once again congratulate the organizers for organizing such a World Summit on a very important theme. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman of the University Grants Commission, for your speech. Now we come to the most important part of this morning's inauguration. I have great pleasure in inviting the Honorable Vice President of India, Sri M. Venkaiah Naidu, to deliver the inaugural address. As student leader, a vociferous orator, Sri Naidu became actively involved in political and social activities at a relatively young age. He has held very important positions, including being the president of the Bharatiya Janata Party in Andhra Pradesh, the national president of BJP, and the Union Cabinet Minister for Rural Development. In 2017, he was appointed as the Vice President of India. We are indeed honored to have his presence. A few years ago, we were also particularly delighted that he accepted our invitation to deliver the convocation address. And today, he's amidst us to deliver the inaugural address as the chief guest of the World University Summit. I invite Honorable Vice President of India to deliver his address.
Thank you. Namaskar, Sri Dharmendra Pradhan ji, Honorable Union Minister, Professor D.P. Singh, Chairman, University Grants Commission, Sri Navin Jindal, Founding Chancellor, O.P. Jindal Global University, Professor C. Rajkumar, Founder Vice Chancellor, O.P. Jindal Global University, Professor Dabir Sridhar Patnaik, Registrar of O.P. Jindal Global University, Vice Chancellors, Professors, and my dear students who are all watching this program and joining this program, distinguished guests, and others watching the program online. My dear sisters and brothers, it's with great pleasure that I attend this World University Summit organized by the O.P. Jindal Global University, India. In particular, I am delighted to acknowledge the presence of several educational leaders from across the world who are going to deliberate and discuss some of the pressing issues facing higher education today as we embark on our journey towards the path of recovery from the current pandemic. Education is very critical to laying a robust foundation for any nation in ensuring its economic and social prosperity. It not only develops the knowledge and skills of students, but also plays an important role in molding responsible citizens. Within the spectrum of education, higher education especially marks a very critical last mile stride that nurtures the competitive talent of a country, which in turn drives the economy of the nation, because in future, it's going to be knowledge economy. Beyond their primary role of teaching and learning, higher education institutions are also centers of knowledge and rich intellectual capital, which through their impact-driven research contribute significantly to the cause of nation building. Education, as we know, constitutes the bedrock of economic progress, which enables us to chart the path of prosperity through useful application of knowledge. As the largest democracy of the world, the development of India is not only important to us as a nation, but also has a bearing on the world around us. Given our large population of over 1 billion, we face a complex demand in education, which is not only marked by large student numbers and the rural-urban geographic divide, but also by the unique diversity which is to be found in our country. While our numbers and diversity are our strength, they are also bring upon us the challenge of equity of access to education. Equally important is the need to address the balance of quantity and equality of education to reap the benefits of the huge demographic dividend of our country. With these objectives in mind, the government has brought a new education policy. I compliment the people who worked on new education policy led by Professor Kasturi Rangan. The aim is to build world-class education system while keeping pace with the demands of changing times and the needs of the society. It is really a wonderfully drafted national education policy, which has been discussed across the country. There is a broad consensus. I am happy about it. With our rich history of Vedas and Upanishads, we must strive to become a landmark knowledge capital of the world, or Viswa Guru once again. To give knowledge to others. We don't want to boss over others, but we want to give knowledge to others. That has been our tradition. The ongoing COVID-19 pandemic has disrupted the normal course of life, impacting every sector, including education. An estimated 1.2 billion children have been pushed out of this classroom as schools shut down all across the world due to COVID-19. The full measure of the educational, psychological, social, and economic impact this has had on our society is yet to be properly evaluated, but it can be summed up in a single word as devastating. Countries are aiming to come up with various innovations to address this unprecedented challenge posed by the pandemic. In India, e-learning platforms such as Diksha and Swayam are playing an important role in online learning, along with the Swayam Prabha, a group of 32 direct-to-home DTH channels devoted to the telecast of educational programs round the clock. Yet, the virtualization of education is not easy and comes with its own set of challenges. As we are aware, in India, not everyone has access to the internet, a computer, and other digital infrastructure. Even if the infrastructure issues are resolved, can we ever substitute the classroom teaching experience with an online class? The teaching not only simply content delivery. We must understand the interaction between the teacher and the student. One has to go beyond the content to understand the assumptions, theory, and the implications of the content. Also, the classroom alone does not represent the school. I am of the opinion the student should spend half of the time in classroom, remain half in the field. The latest study also indicates a dangerous trend of myopic developing among the children if you continuously watch the net, attach to the phone. It will create eyesight problems. That is what the experts are saying. So they are suggesting that in between the online class, the students must go out and spend time with the nature. Sports and extracurricular activities along with arts and crafts also form an integral part of holistic education. Clearly, virtual education cannot be substituted for conventional classroom teaching and learning. Therefore, in the near future, we need to explore the possibility of a hybrid teaching model by combining the best practice of offline and online education to get the optimum learning outcomes, a model which the learner and the teacher would find both interactive and interesting. It should provide students with a knowledge that base that prepares them to learn independently and creatively. Through proactive critical thinking, learners should be molded into leaders in their chosen fields so that eventually they evolve into drivers of social change. The COVID-19 pandemic pushed us to innovate faster than ever before, and these innovations in the discipline of education can help us build a more equitable system of teaching and learning. However, we need to constantly improve and upgrade the online academic ecosystem. The increased use of artificial intelligence in education technology could bring it closer to real life learning experience. You must focus on that. I hope this conference will focus enough on this aspect. We should also utilize this opportunity to provide learner-centered education to every child. I believe that with artificial intelligence and big data, we can build user-friendly tools that can enrich the teaching, learning experience significantly. Furthermore, we should explore the possibility of using online education tools in skill training and adult education. This is also equally important. If used effectively, this may enhance the skills and employability of our huge youth population. To make online educational tools effective, there is a need to train all stakeholders and ensure availability of technology and related resources by bridging the digital divide. Only then digital education can become truly inclusive and accessible. Technology also provides immense possibilities for educational cooperation among academics, universities, and countries. We must learn from each other's experience. We must follow best practices. One can be situated in a small suburb in Canada and learn yoga from a teacher based in rural Haryana. Collaborative research, joint classes, and student projects are several options already being pursued at some levels. This process can be fast-tracked with the active involvement of the industry. There has to be industry-academic collaboration for the betterment of the nation. This is already there in certain Western countries. Here in India also, we must focus more on that. The current pandemic has made us realize that no polity in the world is fully prepared against the unknown threats of the future. There is no single way of handling such a crisis. Crisis management at a global scale requires many-pronged, multicultural, collective approach, warranting the cooperation of all. Moreover, countries can no longer afford to think about their context alone. As the saying goes, no one is safe until everyone is safe. Frequent global dialogues, deliberations, and conversations in a virtual mode are urgently needed in these testing times. As the world stands poised on the threshold of recovery from the current crisis, India also is moving forward and trying to come out of this, and there are signs of recovery also in different aspects. I must appreciate the role of universities in research, in vaccination and related fields. Humanity owes much to thousands of faculty members, research scholars, students who have spent countless days and nights working silently without any expectation of the immediate recognition or reward to bring out useful research for the benefit of the world. As we talk about the importance of the future, let us not forget our past and present. The world at large is grappling with issues such as climate change, deep-rooted poverty in certain areas, widespread inequality, deforestation, pollution, and many other socio-economic problems. My dear friends, I would like to focus on this. The universities and the faculty and the students, they must become thought leaders on these issues mentioned, on these challenges mentioned, and come out with ideas, discuss issues, socio-economic, political issues, discuss, and then throw ideas so that the governments across the globe, they will follow whatever is suited to them, needed to them, and useful to them. So I urge upon the universities to focus on becoming thought leaders. The universities must also throw up good economists, good academicians, good politicians. They, people with character, caliber, capacity, and conduct, they must emerge from universities. The issue becomes even more challenging, and one notes the systematic Occurrences of these events impacting certain regions and sections of the world population in a serious manner. The issues that I mentioned, climate, poverty, inequality. Sustainable development seems to be the only answer to these challenges faced by the world today, and this is where universities can play a major role. Universities need to embed sustainability as an underlying mission across all activities they pursue in various fields. As a cradle of learning, universities hold immeasurable possibilities to provide global exposure and bring in diverse perspectives under one roof. With restricted physical movement of students and faculty across the borders, universities should adopt ways of internationalization at home. This would entail the internationalization of the curriculum and the promotion of global citizenship. At the same time, Indian universities can also use the opportunity to sensitize the world to the richness of ancient Indian culture, knowledge systems that seek to promote sustainability, ways of production and consumption. Today, we no longer live in a world where one can base educational progress on a unidirectional, single discipline-based knowledge system. Many universities have already begun to promote multidisciplinary and multi-methodology approaches. More importantly, what is needed is a collaborative academic effort to create sustainable and scalable solutions to the challenges around us. It is not only essential that we reimagine and transform the future of universities, but that we do it as a collective effort among higher education leaders across the world. I would like to commend Jindal University for being among the pioneers of change and bringing together over 150 thought leaders from across 25 plus countries over these 3 days to drive innovation in higher education, especially at a time like this when we need some serious deliberations. Today's conference brings together senior leaders of institutions, academic networks from all over the world on one single platform in discussions based on over 30 themes, I'm told, in just 3 days, which we can imagine to be a heart-melting pot of great ideas and innovations. I would like to compliment the Jindal Global University, its founder, Chancellor, Sri Naveen Jindal, Professor Rajkumar, and all concerned for taking initiative in organizing this. I also would like to congratulate the Jindal University for being ranked amongst the top 700 universities globally and the #1 private university in India. Public-private partnership is the way forward. Government alone cannot do everything. We have enough experience in this. So you must rope in public-private partnership. A lot of well-meaning people, industrialists, they must come forward to help the cause of education. Because education is a mission. We must do it with passion for the sake of the nation. This has to be understood by one and all. And I'm happy Sri Naveen Jindal and his family has come forward to establish the university and strengthen this university. I hope that many more, of course, some have already joined. I call upon the industrialists in the country, well-meaning philanthropists to come forward, join the education sector, improve the facilities, and strengthen the future leadership of the country. That is the need of the hour. I'm sure that the next 3 days will result in some wonderful transformative ideas. And I look forward to hearing these views of innovation and reimagination for the future of our nation and also global higher education from leading academics and higher educational change makers from around the world, giving us a truly global perspective. My dear friends, I wish you all the success. God bless you. Thank you very much. Namaskar. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for a fascinating and thoroughly inspiring tour de force on the future of universities, and also your threadbare analysis and reflections on the kind of issues that universities in India and around the world ought to focus. I'm deeply grateful to you for providing this comprehensive introduction, in many ways a charter for the World University Summit that we will take into account as we deliberate on the future sessions. With that, I have great pleasure in inviting my colleague, Professor Dabiru Sridhar Patnaik, to propose a vote of thanks.
Thank you very much, Vice Chancellor Professor Rajkumar. Good morning, everyone. It is indeed my privilege to propose a vote of thanks on this special and momentous occasion. We are honored to have with us this morning Shri M. Venkaiah Naidu ji, the Honorable Vice President of India. We sincerely thank the Honorable Vice President of India for accepting the invitation to be the chief guest and deliver the inaugural address. Sir, we are delighted to listen to your inspirational and thought-provoking inaugural address. You have emphasized upon the significant role higher education institutions could play in molding leaders of the future and thus contributing to nation building. We could not have listened to a better personality who always believed in India's abilities in becoming a global knowledge superpower, as we just heard. Your inspirational address has set the agenda for the deliberations over the course of the next 3 days. We are grateful to Shri Dharmendra Pradhanji, the Honorable Minister of Education, Government of India, for accepting our invite to be the guest of honor and for addressing the summit. Sir, your presence is a clear affirmation of your commitment to the progressive need for higher education reforms in consonance with the National Education Policy 2020. It was truly an enriching and an inspiring address. We also take this opportunity to sincerely thank the Chairman of the University Grants Commission, Professor D.P. Singh, for gracing the occasion. With your leadership in higher education, you have been of constant support and encouragement to the O.P. Jindal Global University. We sincerely thank our Honorable Chancellor, Shri Naveen Jindalji, for his dynamic and visionary leadership of the university that has today acquired a well-deserving reputation globally. JGU, as we call it, stands as a testament to values espoused by Shri O.P. Jindal, who always believed that education, access, and opportunities could change the world and that students go on to become change makers, a cause that is always championed by the Chancellor, and it resonates so very well with the thought-provoking addresses by the Honorable Vice President of India and the Honorable Minister of Education this morning. I take this opportunity to wholeheartedly thank our distinguished Vice Chancellor, Professor Rajkumar, for his singular dedication and commitment in steering the university's efforts towards achieving academic excellence, and for convening this summit on a theme that resonates with the current day realities and challenges brought in by the pandemic. I take this opportunity to thank all our distinguished participants, our national and international knowledge partners, for their belief in our vision and collaborating with us in organizing the summit. We wholeheartedly acknowledge the efforts of Team JGU. Thank you, esteemed dignitaries. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much. This program is ended, and the Honorable Vice President of India will be departing from the presence of the inaugural session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Raj. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much to the Honorable Education Minister. Thank you very much to the Honorable Chairman of the University Grants Commission. And thank you to our Honorable Chancellor, Mr. Jindal, for his presence. We will be starting the next session. Dr. Shashi Tharoor will be delivering a distinguished public lecture in 9 minutes from now. And I look forward to seeing all of your presence for that lecture. We will take a short break and we'll be back in 9 minutes at 10:30 a.m. Indian Standard Time to listen to Dr. Shashi Tharoor's distinguished public lecture. Thank you.
It's all a bit touch and go these days. But anyway, I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay, great. A very good morning to all of you. Good afternoon and good evening to others who are watching around the world. We have great pleasure in welcoming Dr. Shashi Tharoor, Member of Parliament, Lok Sabha, who is going to be delivering the distinguished public lecture. Dr. Tharoor does not need much of an introduction. Born in London in 1956, Dr. Tharoor was educated in India and the United States, completing a PhD in 1978 at the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy. While there, he received the Robert Stewart Prize for Best Student and also helped found and served as the first editor of the Fletcher Forum of International Affairs, a journal now in its 39th year. Dr. Tharoor was also awarded an honorary D.Litt by the University of Pugay and a doctorate honoris causa in history by the University of Bucharest. In 1998, the World Economic Forum in Davos named him a global leader of tomorrow. He is also a recipient of several awards that includes a Commonwealth Writers' Prize and the Pravasi Bharatiya Samman, India's highest honor for overseas nationals. He has been a long-time friend of OP Jindal Global University, a great source of inspiration for me personally, and he was one of the first persons I discussed the idea of OP Jindal Global University as a young student at Harvard in the year 1999. With those words, I invite Dr. Shashi Tharoor to deliver the distinguished public lecture.
Thank you very much, Raj. It's a pleasure to join this distinguished gathering for the first day of OP Jindal Global University's conference on the theme of universities of the future, which I find absolutely compelling. I might add, by the way, that your introduction of me is somewhat anchored in the past. It's a measure of how long we've been speaking at Jindal events. That Fletcher Forum is now in its 45th year, so you will need more updating. I'm sure we're all in agreement that given these extraordinary times we live in, the theme of this conference is not just timely, but one that is of critical importance to the future of our society and therefore well worth deliberating on in your conference. So congratulations, Raj and Jindal, on doing this. The widespread transmission of the COVID-19 virus and the corresponding impact of the ongoing pandemic has spared no segment of our communities over the last few months. I'm sure many of us have had extensive conversations on the devastating impact on the health and well-being of our societies, on the economic turbulence that is currently being weathered with varying degrees of success by our professional classes, and equally the question of what comes after the current storm passes, and pass it will, but one day we don't know when. What the post-COVID world will look like is one that has already gained prime importance, at least judging by my own experience, where I've spent a good part of the last year and a half reflecting on and speaking about this subject. Now, I know I don't need to explain to a gathering of experienced and distinguished educators worldwide that the present pandemic has also posed a series of existential questions and formidable challenges for universities across the world. Even as more of our planet gets vaccinated, I think it's fair to recognize that the current set of complexities our universities are grappling with marks a watershed moment in their common histories, and what decisions you all take will mark a definitive moment for the future of our universities. As a member of Parliament for Thiruvananthapuram, which is home to a number of premier universities in the state of Kerala, and as a former minister in the Ministry of Human Resource Development, now relabeled more accurately as the Ministry of Education, the impact of the current pandemic on our universities and the student community has not, for me, been an abstract or theoretical exercise, but rather one whose painful realities are one that my office and I have actively had to contend with. Throughout the course of the lockdown last year, for example, I personally received emails in the tens of thousands from anguished and concerned students on a number of overwhelming challenges they've been confronted by, ranging from the uncertainty of the administration of critical examinations, what this would mean for our students at the height of healthcare crisis, lockdown-related movement restrictions between their homes and exam centers, exacerbated by the lack of clarity on postponements, a general reluctance to hold online examinations, calls from doctoral students who have not been able to undertake the necessary research and fieldwork to successfully submit a competitive and compelling dissertation, or whose research grants have been unconscionably delayed, urgent pleas from students in technical subjects who are unable to undertake internships and accrue the practical experience that are a mandatory aspect of their courses, to the challenges faced by students on the wrong side of the digital divide as classes begin to go online. And of course, a large volume of cases of students who have previously been pursuing programs overseas, but were caught in the geopolitical torments of closed borders, restrictive immigration laws, and limited international air connectivity. Now, we know that not all that ails our universities and our student communities is a byproduct of the pandemic alone. But there's no denying that existing problems, the global trend in slashing state support for universities, reduced allocations for research and innovation, and the quality of output being produced, the over-bureaucratization of academia and the over-regulation of our campuses in India, and of course the growing threats to the freedom of academic expression, all of these are likely to spike considerably in the post-COVID world if we are not able to find fitting answers to these very questions today. At the heart of the matter lies the challenge. What policy should be pursued to preserve democratic access to the best higher education and to match individual talent to intellectual aspirations as well as societal needs? Universities are coping with various demands of students for impressive qualifications, of employers for usable skills, of the economy for innovation. But most universities are still set up in the classic mode, to operate in the realm of values and culture, to be concerned more about political issues and market conditions, to be, in short, the ivory towers so disdained by hard-headed employers. Now, for most families in India, these utilitarian concerns are realities that we are particularly familiar with. Perhaps more so because the fact is that in our country, our educational system has historically served as a beacon of hope in a tumultuous world for millions, even if arguably the system in itself has not yet become our greatest glory. It's of course imperative to remember our humble beginnings on the eve of Indian independence. Britain's crippling and debilitating colonial rule left us with only 16% literacy, barely 30 universities, and about 700 colleges with an enrollment of just 4 lakh students. While India struggled for the next 5 decades as the poorest, most illiterate, most malnourished, and least gender-sensitive country in the world, with over half the world's illiterate adults and 40% of the world's out-of-school children residing in India, the trajectory of our progress to our present state is remarkable. Jawaharlal Nehru's vision and efforts to systematically build up a very large system of education and create a large pool of men and women equipped with robust scientific and technological capabilities, sensitive humanist and philosophical thought, and profound creativity, we started an education revolution and revival. The initial catechism in our education policy were 2 E's, expansion and equity. Expansion in the number of institutions and equitable access to them for those who had previously been denied educational opportunities because of their caste, their gender, their region, their religion. In the process, we did not always focus enough on a 3rd E, excellence. There were shining exceptions. Today, Americans speak of our IITs with the same reverence they used to accord to an MIT. And one day, I hope Jindal will be spoken of the same way. The image of India has changed from that of a backward developing country to a sophisticated land that produces engineers, doctors, and computer experts. The old stereotype of Indians was that of snake charmers and sadhus. Now all Indians are seen as software gurus and computer geeks. Now in 2021, when I recall my days as a young graduate, more than 4.5 decades ago, I think of how few were the options available to us in our college days, the 60s, early 70s, as compared to the plethora of opportunities presented to graduating youngsters nowadays. Wider options to study, wider employment opportunities to prepare ourselves for. Evolution means that India must keep up with the world. The IITs have now launched certificate programs in artificial intelligence and machine learning. One has set up a center for artificial intelligence. At its very foundation, Nehruji called IITs India's future in the making. And now young professionals from these institutions are indeed making global history. But we still have a long way to go with that 4th E of employability to meet the forces of markets, the demands of research, the pursuit of usable knowledge, and the imperative of building an equitable society. We are suffering from a systemic problem of skill mismatch between qualifications and jobs undertaken. I remember reading with horror about the Madhya Pradesh Police Department in 2016 advertising 14,000 constable posts. 9 lakh candidates applied for these 14,000 jobs. Among them were nearly 10,000 engineering graduates, a dozen PhD holders, almost 2 lakh graduates, 15,000 postgraduates. The minimum qualification for this post was just a higher secondary education. There are similar anecdotes for every menial job advertised by the railways, the state and central governments, the public sector enterprises. Why? Because we are releasing graduates into an ecosystem that does not know how to settle them. They settle for a constable post as an alternative to frying pakoras, as some who ought to know better have advised them to do. Therefore, even as I speak to you as someone who has benefited from a liberal education, right from my schooling through to my time in university, I do recognize that there's naturally a desire in India to make higher education more utilitarian, to link it to the needs of what we hope will once again be a rapidly growing economy in a globalizing world. This is an argument that I understand and empathize with, particularly in a society reeling from the impact of the pandemic, as we seek to explore all avenues to make up for the devastating economic losses and a more hostile job market. We have the highest unemployment ever recorded in our country today, while we also need to bolster our preparedness to weather such turbulence in the future. After all, as I'm sure many will be quick to point out, a university graduate now employed as a salaried professional is likely to have been better off during the pandemic than, say, an artist or an actor or a commentator on 19th century poetry. And while this is a fair concern, I empathize with it, I partly counter it by arguing that what our higher education system liberally aspires to do, or to rephrase what liberal education generally aspires to do, is to essentially equip you for any job that you might get. As I've often pointed out in addressing some of our engineering institutions, we produce 5 lakh engineers a year in India, 500,000, and 66% of them end up in jobs that don't require an engineering degree, either because their degree is not relevant to the jobs that are available, or because the quality of the education they've had is not good enough for pure engineering jobs. To put it plainly to my mind, if our universities abandoned the pursuit of liberal arts for more technical and utilitarian needs in the post-COVID world, this would not hold our graduates in good stead. The principal challenge that would be prompted by universities discarding the liberal arts for more technical and utilitarian objectives is that it will leave our countries with a generation of graduates who are trained to look at the problems of the world through absolute and non-negotiable principles. This works, this doesn't work, this switch turns off, this switch turns on. There's only one way of doing things and no other. If our graduates are rooted in the idea that there's only one way to think and work, they are likely to apply that habit of mind and thought to their understanding of the world, of human beings, of politics, of ideology, where only one worldview is true and right, everyone else is wrong, where only one worldview is patriotic and everything else is anti-national. That doesn't work. As I've often pointed out, the human mind is like a parachute. It functions best when it's open. You don't want to jump off a plane with a parachute that will remain closed. And similarly, you don't want to produce graduates who enter the post-COVID world with a closed mind. Our traditional utilitarian approach in India has been to shove facts into the students from school and college onwards, make them memorize stuff which they then regurgitate in the examinations. Today, rather than a well-filled mind, what we really need is a well-formed mind. You can get the facts off the internet if you like, but we need individuals who are able to react to unfamiliar facts and information, to discover new information, know how to understand it, how to fit it into a pattern, how to understand the problems and dilemmas that information poses, how to approach solutions for these problems. And I say this because an Oxford Martin School study recently predicted that 30% of the jobs in the world by 2030 will be jobs that do not exist today. How can you educate young people for jobs that don't exist? By teaching them not what to think, but how to think, so they can make the new understandable, bring the distant near, make the unfamiliar into something they can handle. A well-formed mind benefits far more from an appreciation of history or a knowledge of literature or a study of the way in which real human beings behave, rather than the world of certitudes that our technical education provides for. So my submission to this distinguished gathering is that the future of our universities, indeed of our higher education system, lies in striking a careful balance between the utilitarian needs that our technical education is required to provide and the broader liberal aspects that will help our graduates expand their horizons and cultivate their intellectual sensibilities. In order for us to make this balance, however, there's a need to be cautious of a more recent trend among policymakers to try and make liberal arts and humanities education more relevant, almost as if they were trying to reduce this branch of education into an exercise of producing more effective white-collar workers rather than producing deep-rooted thinkers. Equally, as we've seen in recent years, there is a very real threat of transforming liberal arts for more insidious purposes, to convert history, for example, into an instrument to legitimize a more Hindutva-aligned version of the past, or similarly to transform political science, or as some would say, entire political science, into lessons on chauvinistic nationalism, or even transforming an obsolete English literature into, quote, communicative global language skills for prospective call center employees. Such exercises will not culminate in an expansion of the intellect, but on the contrary, would constitute a travesty of our higher education system by failing to leave any room for the imaginative, the ruminative, the philosophical, and the theoretical. This also requires us to focus on the importance of the freedom of academic expression and to ensure a sacrosanct separation of powers and influence between our campus spaces and forces that would like to bend our higher education for ulterior gain. These are dangers that have been highlighted by the famous Hindi scholar Purvanand, who in his own collection of essays under the title The Idea of a University has warned against the growing assault on academic spaces by right-wing forces in our country that are determined to establish an exclusionary and linear worldview and entrench narrow-minded chauvinistic dogmas on our campuses. His is an argument I believe is well worth engaging with in the context of understanding the future of universities. The truth is that in the globalized world that we live in today, in the diverse democracy that we are and must preserve and protect, our students are increasingly likely to be surrounded by others who do not necessarily subscribe to their point of view and may not share the same sets of beliefs and convictions, or even the same set of cultural practices, culinary preferences, or customs that they affirm. In our own country, we've seen how the rejection of liberal cosmopolitanism has resulted in an increasingly fractured society, where many of those in leadership positions today are unable to look beyond our differences and regard our diversity as a problem that must be contained. There is a growing deficit of individuals who are able to look at people of other religions, other races, other languages, and actually recognize that ultimately we actually do share the same dreams, the same fears, and the same hopes. Sadly, too many are incapable of broadening their minds in a way that understands the myriad manifestations of the human condition, while at the same time appreciating the universality of human names and aspirations. In producing the graduates among them, our universities, sadly, have failed us. It is vital that our universities must therefore be courageous enough to remain as free and open spaces where dissent and multiple worldviews are welcome and cherished for their complexity and diversity, and which ensures that in our rambunctious, chaotic, and magnificent democracy, spaces and channels are kept open. The future of our universities must be rooted in developing a generation of leaders that is more ready to deal with a national and global order, a world where multiple realities can coexist, where alternative worldviews and convictions have to be encouraged and negotiated with, and where students are taught to look beyond themselves and their immediate surroundings to the reality of interdependence and peaceful coexistence. I would therefore suggest, as you consider the future of universities, that in tomorrow's post-COVID India, we should try to see the very idea of the university not as a fixed list of immutable characteristics, but in the British educationist Robert Anderson's words, as a set of tensions permanently present but resolved differently according to time and place. These tensions include those between teaching and research, between autonomy and accountability, between intellectual integrity and socioeconomic relevance. But they also feature legitimate debates in our country about benchmarking Indian universities against the international scholarly community, about their role in shaping our national identity and defending national culture. The idea of the university must reconcile the tensions between the inevitable connection of public universities with the state and private ones with the most powerful and richest corporations, versus the need to maintain critical distance from both. Between reproducing the existing social, economic, and occupational structure against expanding it from below by promoting the marginalized and excluded through affirmative action to ensure social mobility. Between serving the economy versus providing a space free from immediate utilitarian pressures dictated by the job market. Above all, there is the chronic and perhaps permanent tension between universities as places devised to discourage open and critical attitudes against society's expectation that universities will impart useful qualifications and employable skills in the service of India's future. Evidently, in resolving these crucial tensions, a balance must be struck that seeks the impossible to reconcile seemingly incompatible objectives with ethos of commitment to a better future for India. We must be far-sighted enough to recognize that at its core, in a democratic society, our universities must evolve into spaces where an ideal version of democracy itself is allowed to thrive. In other words, our universities must become the staging ground for experiments in developing the most principled version of our democratic ethos, and by extension, a microcosm of what our democratic society one day could be. We cannot, of course, reach these ideals if we do not actively strive to ensure that our campuses are inclusive and representative. After all, no democratic model can sustain itself if it does not carve out spaces for all voices, no matter how big or small, to be heard. This is not just what we try to rectify through instruments like affirmative action and need-based scholarship programs. I know you have a few at Jindal. These are undoubtedly important, but a commitment to really taking stock of the barriers to access and inclusion that permeate all levels of our society. To use one example that I briefly touched on, as classes rapidly go online in the COVID era, we as a country have not sufficiently addressed a deep and pervasive digital divide that many families have to contend with. We live in a world brought to us by Facebook, Google, and Twitter, but we also live in a world where over 3.7 billion individuals do not have access to the internet, including 1 billion children for whom it will not be possible to either work remotely or learn at home. According to UNESCO globally, only just over half the households, 55%, have an internet connection. In the developed world, 87% are connected, but that's 47% in developing nations and just 19% in the least developed countries. These stark realities, along with other barriers like infrastructure deficiencies, basic access to electricity, reliable Wi-Fi, teachers equipped to use digital curriculums, have resulted in insuperable barriers for our weak and marginalized. There was a sobering and tragic event in my own state. A class 10 student in Kerala, hailing from a Dalit family, a young girl who was a class topper and under any other circumstances would have been set for a bright future, instead committed suicide. Why? Because as classes leapt online, her family, where the sole breadwinner was her father, a daily wage worker, was unable to afford a smartphone or even repair their TV sets, which would have allowed this girl to follow the classes necessary to continue her education. This is the reality of the India we live in. Realities that educationists cannot afford to forget while we sit here protected by our privilege and discussing what a university means to all of us. But it doesn't have to be this way. Our current resort to online education also overlooks the great value of campus interactions for students across social classes and regional or religious divides, and the comradeship that arises from shared experience and shared learning across these divides. Some have argued that after the initial arduous period of adaptation, online education will become the new norm, that the university campus as we know it will become obsolete. I do not agree. So much of what we learn at university comes from outside the classroom, from friendship, discourse, the discovery of new interests through clubs and associations. A physical campus space is intrinsic to all this. And above all, the university campus can be a place where people of different backgrounds can be brought together, where the social barriers of class and caste are left behind, and where instead young Indians are given the tools to lead an empowered life. A space that is confident enough to look at its wealth of differences as a strength and not so insecure as to look at it as a weakness that must be rooted out. A space where the administration is attuned to the aspirations of the students, the next generation of India's leaders, and where these young minds, the engines of our democratic and pluralist society, are not subsumed only by personal ambition or the commercial rat race, but are invested in the success of those around them. If we manage to do all of this, we can develop an idea of a university that remains open, inclusive, and representative, an idea which will become the engine of India as we discuss the future. If we can manage to do this, I'm confident that the India of the post-COVID world will be carried forward by a generation of leaders that will be able to take our country to new heights. I believe it can be done. And you, as you discuss the universities of the future, are the ones who can help us all to do it. Thank you for giving me a hearing. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tharoor, for that fascinating tour de force on the challenges associated with the universities of the future and some of the more contextual implications of COVID and how it's going to affect the future. I am conscious of the fact that we have little time for a Q&A session. A number of questions have come in. I want to begin by a question that many of us are concerned about, which is that having studied both in India and abroad, one of the things that many developing countries, including India, faces is the inability to attract the finest minds to academia. How do we create opportunities for young scholars or young graduates across disciplines to choose academia over other possible professions? And that has been one of the biggest challenges that India and other developing countries face, which is quite different from some of the finest institutions around the world.
I agree entirely with you that it's a genuine challenge. I've noticed this, that amongst my own peers, for example, very, very few of the bright students went into academics, and of those who did, I would say that they stuck out as exceptions to a general rule where if you got good marks, you went for a well-paying job in universities and schools never paid well enough. Now, obviously, pay is part of the answer. The financial basis of education in our country has to be improved to a level where teaching can be a remunerative and attractive profession. Paradoxically, those who spend significantly on their education feel impelled to earn that back in the salaries they draw. And therefore, the best educated minds are going out of the education space, which seems illogical, but that is the social reality. And I think, therefore, increasing salaries is an extremely important factor. The second is a little more intangible, but it's what I would call the glamour quotient, which is missing. When I think of the traditional place of the guru in Hindu culture, in ancient Indian culture, the reverence with which the teacher was regarded, that has fallen down a long way in modern India. Certainly the 20th century India, where I went to school and college, that kind of reverence was largely absent in the attitude of students and family and their families, the teachers. In fact, in schools, teachers were often seen as people you could pay a little extra to give tuition to your child for. In colleges, they were by and large seen as those who didn't make it into more rewarding professions in terms of salaries and money, like the IIHEd or whatever. And that respect has gone down. So one definite approach would be to try and promote, shall we say, a greater public recognition and admiration for teachers. I tried to encourage this when I was minister. I talked a television channel into giving an award, but the exercise lasted just 1 year. No one tuned into watching that award ceremony. Even the National Award for Teachers, which is given by the President of India, no less, gets very, very little publicity and traction. My friend Sunny Varki in the UAE announced an incredibly generous World Teachers Award for the best teacher in the world each year, the basis of nominations received, and gave away, if I remember right, $1 million. That might even be low. It may be a higher figure than that every year. Again, there was some publicity for the initial award. I haven't seen much for later. In fact, an Indian teacher in a village in Maharashtra won that $1 million. And an incredibly generous man, he shared that prize with the 5 other finalists from around the world. But I mean, this kind of thing attracts a lot of media attention briefly. Does it enhance the attractiveness of the profession? Not sure, because obviously if you have a few million teachers in India, how many of them are going to get that $1 million prize to aspire to? We need to do something in our society, in every state, ideally in every town, to place teachers on a higher pedestal and give them a kind of recognition that would make the profession more attractive. So these are two ideas, but I recognize that they don't solve the problem overnight.
Thank you very much, Shi. There's another question, and I think there are several questions surrounding it. As we focus on the development of a knowledge economy, there is very strong emphasis on engineering, sciences, and technology, including issues surrounding, innovation. How do we address the fear of the neglect of humanities and social sciences in the larger context of education system? While the national education policy does talk about it, from the standpoint of institutional policy and institutional ecosystem, how do we ensure that the humanities and social sciences are not lost in this race when it comes to educational opportunities?
But frankly, that was what the thrust of my speech was. It was an exhortation to respect the valuable role that liberal education plays in our society and why it is so important in our society, especially given the current trends in our society, to preserve that. So I don't want to repeat the arguments since I've made them at length in this talk, and those who missed them, as the questioners may have done, can go back and watch it on YouTube. I would congratulate you at Jindal for starting a School of Liberal Arts. I think that was very important to do, especially since you started off as a professional university focusing on legal studies. The importance of being able to balance one set of considerations with the other, of balancing the professional skills, the utilitarian skills, the scientific, engineering, and technical skills, legal skills, and so on the one hand, with the need for a broad-minded humanistic education that liberal education provides, is, to my mind, indispensable for the survival of our society. I have even suggested in a couple of speeches that every engineering student must compulsorily be obliged to take a couple of humanities courses. And indeed, one could argue that every liberal arts student should take a foundational course in science so that they are exposed to some of the classic basics of scientific thinking. We need really well-rounded minds in our society if we're going to survive as a viable, functioning, modern and progressive India. And that's why I would insist on doing both.
All right, we have the last question for you. This is regarding the issue of research, particularly evidence-based research for policy making. To what extent universities need to focus on that at a time when a significant part of public policy making is not necessarily based on evidence? What should universities do so that they can inform public policy making in India and other parts of the world?
That's an excellent point, Raj, because one of the things that surprised many people in India when when Indians started taking notice of the World University rankings by reputable international bodies was the extraordinary amount of importance they gave to research and then to citations of published research. The percentage, if I remember correctly, in the Times Higher Education is 30% of the weightage is for research and another 30% for citations, which means that unless you are research-oriented, you are never going to figure in those rankings. And in India, there was a bit of a cultural problem there because for many, many years, perhaps a British legacy, our universities were mainly teaching institutions where little research was done, and research was done in other institutions where no teaching was done. And so there simply wasn't the kind of thing that today is the hallmark of a highly rated international university. So the first answer is to give priority to it, and that is to make sure that every university insists upon a significant research component, particularly in its postgraduate studies and degrees, but also in many cases, why not in the final year of your bachelor's as well, insist on some sort of research project or research or mini thesis. The other thing is, of course, resources, which we can't underestimate. We are a country that has 17% of the world's brains, and we produce only 2.7% of the world's research output. Why is that, you could argue? Because we put so little money into research. Amongst the major economies, I think our share of GDP going into research is well below 1%. I think it's 0.76 the last time I checked. Whereas many governments, including my own in UPA, I'll admit, had pledged that we would spend 2% on research, which we're simply not doing. So I think it becomes extremely important to put more money into research because research costs money. And very often, some of our better research-minded brains are fleeing abroad because that's where the money is. And of course, with money comes facilities, particularly in the sciences, where you need, sophisticated equipment, labs, and so on. So the two things I would urge is more importance in every institution, make it compulsory, and more resources. On the resource front, one of the things, and right now I don't have the exact numbers off the top of my head, I used to rattle them off when I was minister, but one of the striking things about India, unlike the OECD countries, is how reliant we are on government funding for research. In the OECD countries, government barely gives 10 or 15%, or maybe even less than that, of the total amount of money devoted in the academic world to research. The bulk of it actually comes from the private sector. Whereas in India, the private sector gives a very modest contribution, I think 2 or 3% rather than 75% in the OECD countries. And we rely overwhelmingly on the government to give more than 80% of all the research funds. I think that's wrong. First of all, governments are becoming leaner, understandably. Secondly, the tax base of governments is getting more limited. Indeed, tax policies are often reducing tax intake. And you're looking at a situation where the ability of governments to finance research is getting more and more straightened and squeezed. So the obligation, the imperative is very much for the private sector to step up to the plate. Many of them can have advantages, particularly in the sciences and engineering, by financing research for products that one day they could manufacture and sell. So it's actually a win-win for them. But I think we need to see much more involvement of private sector funding in the research space in India. Thank you very much, Raj. It's been a pleasure addressing this very interesting gathering. And I look forward to seeing the results of your conference when so many others will have shared their thoughts on the future of universities.
Thank you very much, and deeply appreciate your presence. And thank you for a fascinating lecture and also your comments and responses to the questions. Thank you very much, Dr. Tharoor.
Thank you, Raj.
We will be beginning the next thematic session in 5 minutes from now on a road to equity university support system to promote diversity and inclusion in higher education. See you shortly.
John, your virtual background is stunning. Is that a new building?
It's about 10 years old now, but yeah, it is a fantastic building.
Wow.
It's our Institute of Molecular
We're live,
Science.
sir. If you could please start.
Excellent. We are live.
Right.
Go ahead,
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm happy to chair the first session after the high dignitary has spoken, and it's a very inspiring start of the conference. We have 4 excellent panelists. Alan Chan, the Provost of the Chinese University of Hong Kong, is with us. John Dewar, the Vice Chancellor and President of La Trobe University in Australia. Laura Lyons, the Associate Vice Chancellor on Academic Affairs of the University of Hawaii, and Lisa Sargent, the Vice Chancellor of the University of New South Wales. And the topic of the first session is the road to equity, support systems for diversity and inclusion. As we all know, the indispensable functions of university striving for excellence is the creation for sustainable support system to ensure equal representation, access to quality education for all, to reimagine the mission to encompass diversity, inclusion, and equity as core values. And this holds especially true now, as humanity is facing the challenges like no time in the past. The pandemic has forced universities to rethink and redefine education and reposition themselves in a post-pandemic world. But also we should stress that redefining higher education, digitalization, online teaching have started long before COVID. So the rapidly changing higher education landscape did exist, and somehow COVID itself became an accelerator of processes that we already have in hand. In addition to representation, university also must take the responsibility of rectifying inequalities in society by adopting inclusive policies and practices, focusing on sustainable reform. These policies must address various barriers to access to quality education, such as financial constraints, race, caste, language, cultural barriers, and special needs. Let me mention a book which was recently published by Michael Sandel called The Tyranny of Merit, which coincidentally Shashi Tharoor commented during the Jaipur Literature Festival back in February. And the debate between meritocracy and inclusiveness was very much elucidated in that book. Universities have to focus on merits. So we take the best candidates, we produce the best students, got the best final grades, they go to some of the best jobs, but over-focus on meritocracy, Michael Sandel argued in the book, in fact created an elite which sometimes has been distanced and somehow detached from the societal need of equity, representation, and common good for all. So in that sense, my first question to the panelists will be, how do we reconcile diversity with inclusion? How do we ensure that by taking action to address diversity, we do not make some groups marginalized, rather truly included? How do universities pursue both diversity and inclusion, and how can they be more effective in addressing and balance without leading to diversity fatigue? On that, I would like to give the floor to Alan Chan first. So please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Desmond. That's a very good question. I think in principle, at a very broad conceptual level, excellence, merit, and equality shouldn't be mutually exclusive. And precisely because we want to promote excellence, we want to do more to ensure that there is no inequity. And that's precisely the reason why universities are very active in promoting diversity and inclusion. But of course, it's easier said than done. And I'm so grateful for this opportunity to compare notes and see how other universities are addressing this very important issue. I'm following instruction and keeping my responses very short.
Yes, thank you very much, Alan. So let me then again move to John Dewar for your response to that challenge of reconciliation between diversity and inclusion. Please, John.
Thanks, Veselin, and welcome everyone. Look, as a starting point, I think I'd agree with Alan that inclusion or diversity on the one hand and excellence and merit on the other needn't be mutually exclusive. I've always been inspired by the Arizona State University mantra that we define ourselves not by whom we exclude, but by whom we include. And I think there's a really important role for institutional leadership here to define excellence and merit in a different way, or to shift its definition from those traditional understandings to showing how leadership in inclusion and diversity can actually be a hallmark of an outstanding institution. I also think that they're mutually reinforcing. I'm Vice Chancellor of or President of a university that serves some very diverse communities in regional Victoria in Australia. And we see it as an important part of our duty to reflect the communities around us and to tackle some of the evident disadvantage in our communities. Now, if we didn't do that, I don't think we would be serving our public communities properly. So in an area, for example, where we've got very low participation rates in higher education, we see it as our primary obligation is to increase participation rates, particularly from disadvantaged groups. So I think there's enormous scope to redefine inclusion and diversity as really one of the headline characteristics of a great university.
Thank you very much, John. I'm following the alphabetical order of the family names of our speaker. So that's why the next is Laura Lyons from University of Hawaii. Please, Laura.
Hey, thank you. I actually just had a new title as of Friday, so I'm the interim vice provost of academic excellence. And we define,
congratulations.
Thank you. We define academic excellence to a large degree around issues of diversity, equity, and inclusion. So I think in the certainly in the U.S. context, education has long been a critical aspect of social mobility. And so consequently, access to education is a necessary part of social justice. It's also the case, right, that you can't easily invite people in if they don't recognize themselves. And you invite people in part not simply to have different people there, but because different people come with different kinds of experiences, and they will begin to ask different kinds of questions that bring into focus their life experiences, their cultures, their orientations. As we bring in new people to the university, they bring with them new questions, and that opens up different fields of inquiry and knowledge. And I bring this up because I think it's important that when we talk about diversity and inclusion, that we are not just talking about who sits in the seats or who stands at the front of the classroom or who is the financial aid director, but we're also talking about the curriculum and the kinds of student services we provide. All of those things need to be thought about together in order to come to terms with what it means to be a diverse institution. The University of Hawaii at Manoa is often ranked as singularly the most diverse institution in the United States of higher education in any case. And I have to say that for those of us who did not grow up in Hawaii, there is almost no training on the continent that would provide you with anything like the kind of diversity that you encounter there. We have, we sit on ceded land, which was land that belonged to the last reigning monarch of Hawaii. And that ongoing question of Native Hawaiians politically is something that informs our institution to a large degree. In similar ways, that would be the case for institutions on the continental U.S. with regard to Native Americans there, American Indians. So we really have to think about diversity also in a historical and contextual way. It doesn't look the same at every institution, but really has to reflect the historical circumstances of that institution.
Oh, absolutely. You're very correct. We have somehow diversity in locations, geographical and historical. Somehow within that context, we have to address what you just mentioned, Laura, the idea of having all-inclusive in our higher education system, and also to support diversity and inclusion at the same time in the same way, which is a challenge, but our institutions strive to also do that. Thank you also for connecting, which probably in your time zone is a very deep into the night time. We are going back to Australia now with the Vice Chancellor of the University of New South Wales, Professor Sargent. Please, your time.
Thanks for that. I'm the Deputy Vice Chancellor EDI, and I share that role with Eileen Baldry. And so that's part of our innovation around equity, diversity and inclusion at UNSW. So I'm pleased to talk a little bit more about that when we talk about practices. I do see it as a systems perspective as well. So building on my colleagues' views, I think that I come to you today from Gadigal land, and I acknowledge that this is an Indigenous country, and I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, and to all First Nations people who are a part of this conference as well. So for me, part of inclusion is acknowledging that past, as Laura splendidly discussed, but also acknowledging the hope of the future too, for me, is very important. So I see it from a systems perspective, and I think when I think about diversity and inclusion, I think both about staff and students. I certainly think about how our university can best reflect our society and what that means for the reality of those social groups or those diversity groups. But importantly then, how do we build a culture, a vibrancy and an opportunity for people really to have great outcomes and meet their kind of full potential, both for academics and for students. So for me, this is a very holistic perspective and very important to the social mission of the university and the UN SDGs as well as we move towards 2030. So I think it's a great opportunity for us to be talking about this, because I think the whole pandemic has revealed a set of new ways of thinking about diversity and inclusion, how in a hybrid context we create inclusive classrooms, for example. How do we create opportunities for parents who are homeschooling and working, make that work? And I think it's absolutely exposed the fallacy of the ideal worker. So in the university context, we have to think fundamentally differently about that and what that means for our community. So there are a couple of my reflections, and again, like Alan, I'll keep it short. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Sargent. I'm going back to Professor Chan with kind of the follow-up question here to somehow exemplify how your institution really create those support systems. So how do you engage, for example, the student union, the faculty, the administration, everybody else on campus? How do you create the space? Maybe also, because you are very brief in the first question, you may want to add which exactly groups in Hong Kong are important in your role as a creator of that inclusiveness and equity. Please, Professor Chan.
Thank you. Diversity and inclusion actually has been a part of the university's ethos from the very beginning. We were founded in 1963. Diversity and inclusion actually is encapsulated, if you like, in our university motto, which celebrates the values of openness, empathy, respect, and inclusivity. Last year, we started a process of formulating a new strategic plan. So we thought it would be an opportune time to really highlight the importance of diversity and inclusion as a key component of the university's vision and mission. In the past, various committees such as those against discrimination, sexual harassment, we also have a separate committee on coordinating all the services for special needs students. All these committees have student representation, but we thought it would be good to group them together under one main umbrella. And in that context, we formulated a university-wide diversity and inclusion policy with a dedicated diversity and inclusion office. I actually chair the steering committee for that, and we want to make sure that the university leadership is fully behind this initiative, including all our deans and also the college masters. We have a pretty well-established residential college system. We want to make sure not only that we can remove barriers, not only that we can enhance accessibility, not only that there is complete compliance, but we think that it is actually more important to emphasize education and research on the value of diversity and inclusion. Quite a bit of that is actually aligned with the SDGs, the Sustainability Development Goals. I think at CUHK, we are particularly concerned that the underprivileged, in our student population, about 25% come from what we call grassroots families. And we want to make sure that there is accessibility to high quality education, regardless of financial circumstances. I would be happy to talk a little bit more in specific terms about some of the programs, but I really would like to hear from my colleagues, you know, what is happening at the other institutions as well.
This is an excellent model, Professor Chan, and let me also say that it's quite similar to what in our university, Jindal Global University, we also see as a comprehensive structure of committees that do take very serious care of issues of inclusion, of diversity, of balances. And I think your comprehensive model is very much shared with our own inclusion policies at Jindal. Let me move to John Dewar, exactly with the request to kind of exemplify in a more practical sense what policies, what structures do you have, and bridging together diversity, inclusion, and equity in your field.
Thank you. Well, maybe I could begin just by painting a quick picture of my university so that you have an idea of the context. We're partly a metropolitan university situated in the northern suburbs of Melbourne, and we're partly a regional university with 4 campuses spread across regional Victoria. So we're a hybrid, and we're very unusual in that respect. But it means that we see challenges of disadvantage and how to bridge that disadvantage in very different ways, whether it's in an urban or a regional context. But what I'll try and do is just summarize some of the things we've done that might be of interest. I won't go over the things that I suspect are pretty common across universities, but things that we're working on that might single us out. I should, again, as part of the preface, let me just say that we have a very high proportion of students who are the first members of their family to come to university, particularly in the regional areas where there has historically been such a low participation in higher education. We have a very high proportion of women. Well over 60% of our undergraduate students, for example, would be women. And we have a very high proportion of students who are from disadvantaged or low socioeconomic status background. So we have significant achievement under our belt, although I think a lot of that just reflects the communities we serve. And I'm in a way, I'm proud of the fact that we do reflect those communities, but it's not because we haven't, worked hard to try and make it happen. You mentioned the Sustainable Development Goals. All of this contributed to our ranking this year in the Times Higher Impact ranking at number 4 in the world, number 4 globally, and number 1 in the world for gender equity, which we were very proud of. So what are we doing? Well, in terms of clearly, pathways and admissions are a very big part of how you shape your student body. And again, particularly in regional Victoria, and I'll keep mentioning that because we think the challenges there are greatest. We found that we have to work in close partnership with other educational institutions to create those pathways and articulations into university. And that's mostly because the students lack either the formal qualifications or the aspiration to come on to study at university level. So we have a vocational training organisation in Australia called TAFE, Tertiary and Further Education, which focuses on vocational education and training. But we have very productive relationships with a number of different TAFE institutes scattered throughout regional Victoria, with whom we've constructed these articulation pathways so that students who might not be confident that they can complete a full university degree can start by doing, let's say, a 1-year diploma with a TAFE, but we've designed it in such a way that if they subsequently want to go on and complete a university qualification with us, that they can carry the credit with them from the diploma into the degree. So that's one example of how we've really tried to tailor the pathways into the institution to address where the students find themselves socially and culturally, as it were. And that's been very successful. We've increased the number of students who use their TAFE credits to articulate into university from about 6% to about 30%. So it's made a huge, huge difference. Other things we've done is we've changed the way in which we define merit for the purposes of excellence, going back to Alan's point earlier on, and to your, Vaslin, your reference to Michael Sandel. There's a lot of interest in Australia in alternatives to formal school leaving scores. And I think the pandemic has accelerated this. So, for example, a number of universities had already developed alternative entry pathways for students that would often look at a much broader range of evidence about their capability to study successfully at university than just their school leaving score, or ATAR, as we call it here in Australia. But there's a lot of interest now in what are called learner profiles. So it's really a collection of information that tells you a lot about a student's potential to study successfully at university, that could be used as an alternative to those school leaver scores. We're very actively involved in exploring the potential of learner profiles as an alternative pathway for entry. We've introduced our own alternative entry pathways based on community leadership, school leadership, or successful completion of micro-credentials. We are very interested in finding alternative ways in which students can prove that they have what it takes to succeed at university. So I don't want to dominate the conversation, but those are some of the things that we've done at the entry point, but I can talk later about other things we've done to ensure that the university, once the students are in, is an inclusive and supportive environment.
Thank you very much. I didn't interrupt exactly because all of these suggestions are, I would call it brilliant, ways to bring flexibility in what we have been doing. In fact, the challenge is demand changes, and the best ways somehow to use the best practices from each of our institutions and to think whether they're applicable, can we do better, how to bring that flexibility in time of crisis as we see. My next question will be about COVID-19 and the direct implication of that. And I know that Professor Lyons already talked a lot about that. So if you want to move on from exemplifying how your institution dealt with, which you already mentioned before, to kind of the next stage to discuss the digital divide, the online teaching, the way to, reconcile diversity with the technological challenges we are facing. You're most welcome to do so. Please go ahead.
Okay. Well, I think as with many other institutions, one of the things that we saw with the pandemic is that it really made visible the digital divide. And it really taught us the way that all of these things that we think about in relation to diversity, equity, and inclusion, race, class, gender, ability, sexuality, etc., are also shot through with issues of class and geographical location. So especially for an island community where we, are built on and have communities on mountains, there isn't uniform accessibility to the internet. And that really affected a number of our students. We also have students from very diverse kinds of cultural settings, many of which value and live in circumstances that require multi-generational families. So the idea even that you could have space in your home in which to do a Zoom class already presumes a certain level of space, and it already presumes a certain kind of nuclear family setup that lots of students did not have. And so those are some of the kinds of things that we had to deal with. We were very fortunate that we have a hybrid vice president in charge of institutional technology who serves both the system and Manoa, and he created some really great lending programs for laptops, hotspots, etc. Then we also opened up parking lots and libraries and other spaces so students could, even if they couldn't go to class at the university, they could come to the university to have a place in which to Zoom from, because in many cases that wasn't a possibility. So those are some of the things that we found. We also found, frankly, that there were also linguistic issues that come up, because especially for the Pacific Island families that attend our university, the rates of COVID infection were quite high, as were the mortality issues. And it was a number of the faculty in Pacific Island studies, in Pacific literatures and languages, who worked with the State Department of Health to create, the messages that would be culturally significant to those groups, to help them understand how the infections were spreading, what to do to stop infection. So I think on the one hand, right, there's the issue of the divide, and that's going to stay with us, and we're going to have to contend with that, I think, going forward. And on the other hand, I think we also have to think about the ways in which the unique kinds of knowledge that we have in the university can also help. And that isn't just always the obvious things like medicine, technology, etc. It's also the cultural terrain that we need people educated in to help us solve these really significant problems.
Thank you very much. It's really, again, an excellent model to follow. Let me just briefly mention that we in UP Jindal also took very seriously this digital divide, hybrid education, the new classroom, and it probably will stay for a while and maybe forever. The new classroom will not be just physical. It will also include connecting from everywhere, and that we are very much prepared technologically, but also, again, back to the COVID problem. The medical capacity which our campus also provides for all, including the administration, including for the technical assistance personnel, is there. So they feel safe, they feel very included into the common effort to overcome the challenge of the pandemic. Thank you very much, Professor Lance. I'm going now again back to Australia with Professor Sargent. And how did you deal with the pandemics over the last 8? By the way, Sydney was the place I visited last before the pandemics. I was there in January, just before everything was shut down, and I very much enjoyed that trip, which probably will be my last one for some time to go. So your time, Professor Sargent.
It is for some time to come. We're in our 4th week of lockdown in Sydney, and it's real and felt for us at the moment. So, we had round 1 of this about this time last year, and we're in round 2 as we roll out the vaccinations. So, I think for us, it's still very real, and in terms of the challenges that we're facing with our students, and also I think with staff. I don't think we should underestimate the digital divide for staff. I think some have really been challenged by that very quick move to online, to using Slido, Zoom, Teams, whatever other technologies that we've proposed. So I think that there's a huge piece here around digital literacy, not just for students but also for staff. Mm-hmm. And how we help staff get there is a really important piece going forward. And I think critical, as you rightly point out, Veselin, in terms of the ongoing nature of online and hybrid modes of delivery. So how we handled it was, very consistent, I think, with much of what was already said. I guess in terms of distinctiveness, we paid really close attention in our EDI processes. So any decisions that we were making, we put an EDI lens on those decisions. So who's privileged by this decision? Who's harmed by this decision? What will that do in terms of our council or university KPIs, and thinking about what does that mean for the number of senior women we have in the university, or the number of Indigenous students. We didn't want to leave anybody behind. So how did we make sure that we had those networks, resources and supports in place? So I think having that lens over our decisions helped us, and we did that right from council down. And I think that it gave us pause and reflection about some of the choices that we were thinking about. This was particularly, not completely closing down the campus, but having the campus open for people who needed it open, who needed a safe place to come. So who may have been experiencing family violence, who may have been experiencing domestic violence, or perhaps just home was a very homophobic environment. So how did we create supports and resources for those staff and students to feel safe? We spent quite a bit of time actually thinking about how did we want to be coming out of this? And so we really set up a range of kind of very quick, rapid working groups that worked in a very agile way around buildings, around workforce, around students, and thinking also about the kind of resources that we would need from 2021 plus. And so that led to, quite significant and substantial changes across the institution. And I think this is quite common across certainly the Asia Pac, which is changes to faculties' shapes and sizes, reprioritisation of emphasis on EDI. So how do we accelerate access for low socioeconomic students, regional and remote students into university? It accelerated, I think, other options around our disability inclusion plan. So how did we make sure that we had universal design going forward? in all that we do, and that means online as well as our physical presence. And so these were some of the, I think, really key things that we started to think about, and particularly how we cascaded that through the university. So we have an EDI board. Within each faculty, there's an EDI committee. And so there was an infrastructure there that really facilitated that support and engagement, and quick kind of feedback loops where we thought there were going to be issues and problems.
Excellent. And I guess everybody cooperated with that. We also found that it's important to have the policies on place, but also the cooperation of the students, of the faculty, of the administration, of everybody came in time of COVID very useful, because one thing which Jindal also did was to offer students that are graduating the opportunity to come back and to work. We offer 100 research assistantship, teaching assistantships. So students who might otherwise face difficulties to find jobs in this COVID pandemic situation, they could be hired back in the university, and many of them actually took that chance. My question now goes to Professor Chan in Hong Kong. How did your university deal with the pandemic? Well, I know Hong Kong is probably one of the most technologically advanced places in the world, so you might have not exactly the challenge of digital divide, but and obviously the Hong Kong was also a success story in dealing with the pandemics generally. But is there any issues of online teaching, of students' responses that you would like to share? Please go ahead.
Thank you. Our experience actually is quite similar to what Lisa has suggested earlier. I mean, thankfully, we have been investing in enhancing our capacity for virtual teaching and learning for quite some years. So we could switch to almost 100% to online within a very short period of time. About 2 weeks, we moved about 10,000 classes or classroom activities from physical to online or hybrid. We did have to invest very quickly in making sure that our students with special educational needs are not left behind, and that included taking care of especially the visually impaired students, especially students with, and also students with hearing disabilities. But what is interesting is that from the students' perspective, from our surveys, we are seeing actually greater interaction in the online classrooms. All of a sudden, there are more questions, there are more chats. I mean, we have breakout chat rooms and so on. But what is equally challenging, as Lisa has mentioned earlier, is that we need to very quickly bring some of our faculty up to speed. I mean, of course, you can always do a video recording, but in order to optimize learning outcomes, we really have to exploit the many opportunities now afforded by the latest educational technologies. When I talk to my faculty members, I would confess that I myself, unlike our students who are digital natives, I would describe myself as, at best, a digital refugee. Which means the university has to very quickly put in the resources, bring in the necessary expertise in order to equip many of our colleagues with at least the tools to achieve the same level, the same kind of learning outcomes that they want to achieve. And I thought that is a really good learning experience that would last, I think, beyond the current difficult situation. I mean, we've been talking about flipped classrooms for quite some time now. So in the post-pandemic world, probably this will continue, and hopefully we have learned from this experience and will be able to really optimize the kinds of technologies that are now available.
Thank you very much, Professor Chan. Let me also add another question here about what we can call international diversity, or how do universities in time of COVID, but also generally deal with the demand for internationalization. As we all know, the best universities share their best practices with the global academic community, and they thrive to excellence exactly through many exchanges, student exchanges, semesters abroad, full years abroad, joint degrees, double degrees. And all of those, well, most of those were affected because of the pandemic. Students who planned to go abroad for a semester or a year couldn't do that. And they could do it within the limits of the hybrid education. We all understand that. Actually, Shashi Tharoor talked earlier about well, maybe for us, for the teachers, it's easier because our task is to teach, but for students, the life is not only in the classroom. They enjoy all the clubs and society and sport festivals and evening festivals and all of the rest. So their interaction, physical interaction in campus during the student's life is extremely important for building their future job careers and networks and capacities. So in a sense, how did the pandemic affect the internationalization of the higher education? If you can also address that. And this is almost my last question. I will turn to some questions from the audience after that. Professor Dewar, your time.
All right. Well, obviously, it made all of the traditional internationalization activities much more difficult, if not impossible. So yes, you're right. It's forced us to look at other ways of doing it. For one thing, although we've all in Australia anyway experienced a drop in the number of international students entering the country, a lot of students have continued to study online. Now, obviously, that's not a fully Australian experience if they're studying from China or from India. But we have, I think, had to rethink how we maintain the engagement and support of those students. And I think that will leave some sort of permanent legacy behind as universities rethink what the online experience for international students offshore could be like, what it looks like. My own view is that the reason students choose Australia is because they want to come to Australia, ultimately, because of all the things that we have to offer. But there may be some for whom moving country and taking that big plunge is not possible. So there may be some interesting things to emerge longer term from that. Otherwise, for students who are in Australia and who are looking for an international experience, you're right. We've had to experiment really with different forms of internationalization at home. So we do have some deep partnerships with universities in other parts of the world, like most universities will, and we've tried to use those to continue to promote our joint degrees, for example, or to provide sort of international experiences, but through cohorts of students from coming together from different institutions. But it's much harder than it was before. There is a review going on in Australia of the international student strategy, and it'll be very interesting to see what emerges from that. But I'm still optimistic that the demand from Australian students to have international experiences will continue to grow, perhaps particularly after the pandemic when everyone will be desperate to get out, but also that demand to come to Australia will come back eventually once people are allowed to re-enter the borders. And I'll just say one thing. There is some evidence for this, that I think there is now a new appreciation of the personal stake that international students have in traveling to study. I think Australian students are now much more aware of the personal sacrifice and the bravery of international students to leave home, leave family, come to a strange country and study in a different language. I think our own Australian students really now have a deeper appreciation of that. And I think a much deeper appreciation of just how much international students bring to a campus, possibly because they're not here in so many numbers and we miss them. But I think a lot of communities in Australia now value that a lot more.
Absolutely. I hope there will be also some kind of a global recognition that students need to really attend physically other campuses. And I hope that with the progress in vaccination and more young people getting vaccinated, authorities will recognize that and will allow access to their countries first. Again, I see so far a little bit of a lack of understanding in various governments, and students particularly cannot travel for purely bureaucratic restrictions. And some, for example, demand the vaccination to be only local. They don't accept a vaccination of the same type made in another country. So hopefully the global medical community and global governance will facilitate the process of exchanges rather than to remain kind of a hyper-protective in their national specific requests to accept students from abroad. But we, as we go, we need to be ready for either form of allowing students for exchanges and double degree and joint degree. It's not an easy process, exactly because we are very much dependent on what the authorities will tell us when can our students travel abroad and so on. Laura Lyons, how things look from Hawaii in terms of, I know many students would like to go to Hawaii for exchanges. So when will that be possible? I will ask you directly. Thank you.
Well, we do have international students. We did welcome international students this past year, although clearly not as many. We, like other countries, have a government that has had pretty significant restrictions on accepting of international students. And, last summer at about this time, we were waiting on what was going to be the final guidance from the Department of Homeland Security. It turned out that international students had to take a face-to-face class, and we had very few. So we were very fortunate that President Lasner, who's the president of the system, but also the CEO for UH Manoa, agreed that we could offer a free class to all international students who were in need of a face-to-face class. And I was fortunate enough to co-teach the undergraduate version of that class. There were a lot of athletes, international athletes in that class. And it was, I think, a really fascinating thing to experience the pandemic through people who came to another country and were living through it in another country, and frankly at a very significant political time in that country, right, because of the election in the fall. And so having their perspective was really wonderful. The other professor who taught with me teaches classics, and I think he did a lot to try and get his students in his other classes to learn a bit about the perspective of our international students on the pandemic, on what it meant to come to a new place at this time, the kind of vulnerabilities that they felt. I mean, really, this time last year, we were looking at students having to choose, international students having to choose between their education, their health, and the potential for deportation if they couldn't get the right mix of classes. I think when we talk about internationalization too, we should also think about the faculty, right? Because that is another part of the diversification of the institution, of the university. So I think another population we haven't always paid as much attention to are the faculty who have family living in other countries. In Hawaii, it's also the case that there are generational connections through immigration and the original waves of immigration to Hawaii to China to Japan to the Philippines, et cetera, and they're long-standing. And so those concerns for family in those countries also have an effect on what people are able to take in, what they're able to do, where their energies are going during a time of a pandemic. And I think trying to help faculty and students going forward with that sense of kind of a split attention sometimes to what is happening here and then what is happening where a significant number of one's beloveds are is something we really need to pay a bit more attention to, and that would also be true for staff. To Lisa's point. Thanks.
Yes, thank you very much for mentioning this kind of vulnerabilities within general vulnerability because of the pandemics. In fact, there is a question from Lavanya Malani in my list. Can we also mention how the universities can make the field more inclusive to persons from oppressed castes, races, LGBTQA plus individuals? I can add also the people with disabilities, and not only students, but as you mentioned, also faculties. So in a sense, the list is long, and the pandemic made us think much deeper and in a much more holistic manner about vulnerabilities that could be exaggerated during the time of pandemics. And as you rightly pointed, faculty also have to face that. Maybe on one sense, no travel means more focus on the local needs and do the revising the curriculum and teaching, but long term, that inability to go to conferences and to meet the colleagues all over the world might have also a negative effect.
Also, I could just say something quick.
Yes.
It's also young faculty members, especially, who are having to take care of children learning from home and toddlers, and also other faculty who are taking care of elderly family members at the same time as they're trying to have meetings and Zoom their class, et cetera. I mean, there were a number of, and again, I would say that's also true for staff. There's a number of challenges across the board that that the pandemic has made, I think, hopefully more visible to us.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Professor Sargent, up to you. You want to address the internationalization of the additional vulnerable groups? What else are we missing so far from our discussion? Go ahead.
Oh, look, I think it's great that we've got that question from one of the participants around vulnerabilities and around the groups, because it gets to intersectionality, but it also gets to, I think, the broader social movements that have been shaping what's been happening on campuses and the opportunities to have, frank conversations about that. So the Black Lives Matter movement, the way in which, zero tolerance for sexual harassment and assault. So I think there are a set of things here that are also on the frontier, so particularly online and that kind of how do we create inclusive communities online. So where are the inclusion allies? Where are those that support our LGBTQI plus colleagues and students? How do we create those communities? At UNSW, we have champions, diversity champions across those social groups, so that we as staff and students can respond to emergent needs. And I think that's been a really an important part of this. I do think with internationalisation, we've also had to think carefully about the types of supports and resources we've had for our students in China, for example. So we've created study lounges, study hubs, spaces where they can connect both with alumni, but also with each other. So we've been working hard on building those connections for our students and really trying to focus on, again, those kind of social supports and emotional support as well. Similarly, we have a number of faculty, and my home faculty is the business school, and 70% of our staff are international. So they've had those challenges of, being separated from family, because it was Chinese, it was New Year when this all came about. Part of some families had their children still in China and they were here. So there were really quite challenging environments. I do think that that internationalisation will certainly come back. We probably had a third of our international students still in Australia. I do think that we worked very quickly on financial hardship bursaries, food security for our international students. So we did a range of activities, including working with local government and state government for housing for those students as well. So there was a range of things that we put in place to support and sustain those student groups. I think the other thing that I'd like to mention is we moved very quickly to having our dedicated VPN so that there was good quality technology supporting all that we did. And I guess finally, one of the final thing is that around immigration. And so the opportunity to post-university degree come and work in Australia, I think that's going to be one of the important components to this post-pandemic is those students who have perhaps started overseas, have done the majority of their degree remotely, have opportunities to come and work, finish their degree, but also work in Australia.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Sargent. We have only 4 minutes left and it will be a final round for your final message to the audience. But I will throw one more question here, which I think can be summarized in your final quick, brief summary. Do the policies and processes for diversity and inclusion for hybrid or online classrooms and experiences vary from those when we were in a physical campus experience? Question was from Aditya Anup. Okay, your final quick summary, Professor Alan Chan from Chinese University of Hong Kong.
Let me start with a couple of footnotes to our earlier discussion. We spearheaded a virtual student exchange program under the auspices of APRU, and UNSW is a member, of course, and that has proven to be very successful. In addition to curricular learning, this program also incorporates cultural immersion as well as social networking, and I think it has considerable potential even in the post-pandemic world. Another footnote I might add is that we certainly also seeing a lot of difficulties from our younger colleagues, faculty members. And so we have decided to extend the tenure clock, which I think that's the least we can do. That's the least we can do. I think for CUHK going forward, we want to focus on the general idea of embracing diversity and managing differences. Hong Kong, as you know, has gone through a period of social unrest, and it is particularly important for the university to really cultivate the kind of inclusivity to enable the university to do what it is meant to do, and that is to enable different conceptions of the good life to equally flourish in a peaceful and safe environment. So we are actually—
Thank you very much, Alan. Excellent
on this topic.
Wonderful. John Dewar, your final word today.
Yeah, very quickly. When it comes to diversity and inclusion, to do it successfully, it has to be thoroughly embedded in the university's planning, its targets, how it holds itself accountable. It really has to run right down the spine of the organization to be successful. That would be my opinion, my advice.
Absolutely. Very crucial. Laura Lance, your final message to our global audience today.
Yeah, I would agree with what John says. And I guess I would add for us in the University of Hawaii, we are really, contending within a serious way because of the budget fallout from the pandemic with what it is that the state needs. And then also what it means to be the University of Hawaii, of a particular place with a very specific history and a kind of responsibilities that places on us in relation to forwarding justice. And those are not easy things. So,
Professor Sargent, very briefly, 10 seconds, one word.
I'll give him more.
Look, diversity and inclusion creates purpose, and it really does bring, I think, the entire ecosystem of a university together and the broader community. And I think that's a stronger and better society.
Thank you so much. I hand you over to the Vice Chancellor, Rajkumar. My pleasure to be together with you.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much. What a fascinating panel. Little did I imagine that in 1 hour, so much of interesting perspectives could be brought in. I'm grateful to Alan, Lisa, Laura, and John for your time. We've had wonderful discussions, and the audience have also been participating in it. So thank you once again. Thank you, Vaseline, for chairing and moderating the session. We are well on time. We have a 15-minute break before we begin the second thematic session on treading a new path for first-generation learners, stories from the world. Thank you to all of you for being part of the World University Summit.
At dawn, as the ochre rays of the sun dye the emerald landscape of the campus of OP Jindal Global University in gold, and the campus basks in the glory of lights and sounds, another morning appears to be suspended in time. A celestial experience plays out as every microcosm of life on campus comes alive. As the bird song spreads joy in nature, the squirrels get on with their liveliness and gambol through tree trunks and branches. The leaves of myriad trees display a painter's palette of green shades, rustling in tune with the soft breeze as the peacocks spread their plumage. Welcome to OP Jindal Global University. In perfect harmony, unseen avian and other visitors go about their circadian duties. In these idyllic surroundings, 6,500 students begin their day in quest of knowledge and wisdom. The corridors begin to beat to the tempo of rushed feet and the sounds of classrooms. Paper rustles, pen scribbles, keyboard pound as the hours go by. A place where one dreams big, aiming to make history. A place that inspires, makes one inspire others, and also get inspired by others. This is the exceptional and inimitable educational experience at India's global university. Spread over the 80-acre campus, the university has 10 interdisciplinary schools, where 6,500 students and 730 full-time faculty members engage in the pursuit of excellence. Each day marks the beginning of a new idea, a new vision, and a new story. Each day ends with a sense of fulfillment in everyone. Watching over India's best and brightest students is the tallest flagpole displaying the Indian tricolour, a culmination of the efforts of the founding Chancellor and benefactor of JGU, Mr. Naveen Jindal, which empowered private individuals and institutions to hoist the Indian national flag in pride. It is a gentle reminder of our goals, aspirations, values, duties, and responsibilities. On the edge of the national capital region of Delhi, in the city of Sonipat, in the serene Jagdishpur village, you will easily forget the proximity of a bustling city, thanks to the verdant landscape, arable fields, and lush vegetation. Amidst this genius of nature, JGU stands resplendent. JGU's architecture merges finally into these pristine surroundings, where its uniquely designed academic block stands testimony to the institution's vision, creativity, and intellect. So as to facilitate technology-aided and experiential learning, the academic block houses state-of-the-art classrooms, faculty offices, conference rooms, modern design labs and studios, which assist in imparting world-class education. JGU promotes equal opportunity and inclusive education. It has welcomed differently abled people, and the campus has been designed to ensure their ease of use as per international standards. JGU's state-of-the-art global library offers a panoply of resources curated to facilitate the learning and research of student and faculty. In addition to the print resources, 80% of the library's resources are in electronic form and are accessible from within the campus as well as remotely 24/7. The Global Library offers flexi spaces and the right ambience for study and learning. We believe in creating a broadening and holistic learning experience to students, one not restricted to classrooms. After an intellectually strenuous day, students make their way to sports arenas abundant in amenities, including an 8-lane swimming pool, badminton courts, table tennis centre, cricket ground and practice pitches, lawn tennis courts, football grounds, volleyball ground, basketball courts, recreational and fitness centres, well-resourced gymnasium, and a multi-purpose sports arena. Sports and fitness activities are an integral means of individual development. Student sport under the guidance of qualified coaches. For those who prefer cerebral alternatives, there are activities which create intramural and extramural opportunities for students. Debates, reading groups, book clubs, quizzes, music, and creative arts to choose from. The specially designed Agora, colloquially called the Adda, is site to activities like plays, dance performances, and cultural events. Through moot courts, students sharpen their mooting and advocacy skills. Moot court competitions gather on campus young minds from across India and many nations to engage in incisive debate. During Biswamil, the annual Student Cultural Fest, and Magnus and the Jindal Sports League, the Sports Fests, students let their hair down and paint the town red. A fully residential university, the JGU campus serves as a home away from home and an enabling ecosystem for intellectual networking and social interaction. It offers the widest range of comfort, support, and choices for students who live with us through their educational innings. Fully networked and digitized with the latest Wi-Fi technology, keep the proverbial window to the world open before our students. It has been said that some of the greatest ideas and bonds are born on dinner tables. JGU's multiple dining halls are any gourmet's delight. It offers nourishing multi-cuisine meals of the choicest varieties. Other amenities on campus include laundry services, convenience stores, pharmacy, ATMs, grooming salons, and a creche for the children of faculty and staff. Providing 24/7 security, the campus is under the watch of CCTVs and guards on duty, in addition to other security measures, including night patrolling. The JGU Health Centre offers the best primary medical care with highly qualified doctors, nurses and physiotherapists. It has wards, a minor operating theatre, an ICU, physiotherapy rooms and an in-house pharmacy. The Centre for Wellness and Counselling Services ensures emotional and mental wellness of the JGU population. A decade ago, we had a vision to build a world-class university in India with a sustainable approach towards the environment and protecting our biodiversity. We continue to preserve the natural habitat of our avian and other visitors, integrating them with nature. As dusk sets in over the landscape, as horizon turns crimson in the silhouetted buildings of JGU, another great day spent in teaching and learning in joyful pursuit of knowledge draws to an end. Leaving libraries and study rooms lit by midnight lamps for solo pursuit of knowledge. Tomorrow will be another ascension, another sunshine, another awakening in self-discovery. The JGU journey continues.
We are live now.
Okay, great. Good afternoon to all of you in India, and hello to everybody around the world who's joining us for this very important second session of the World University Summit. Today's topic is, or this session's topic is, treating a new path for first-generation learners, stories from the world. We are delighted to have, with us a very, very distinguished panel. Professor K.K. Agarwal is the chairman of the National Board of Accreditation in India. Professor Duncan Bentley is the Vice Chancellor and President of Federation University in Australia. Professor Chiai-Pei Chow is the Executive Vice President of the National Taiwan University in Taiwan. And we have with us as our final speaker, our very own Professor Sridhar Patnaik, who is a registrar of Jindal Global University, as well as its chief proctor, as well as a professor of law. So thank you very much for joining us. Just a very, very brief introduction to the sort of concept for the session. We're all aware that the COVID-19 pandemic has resulted in numerous disruptions in the education of young people around the world. In India, we specifically tend to talk about school students, young people younger than 18, and school education, and in particular, the number of dropouts that we've had this past year. Literally millions of students have disappeared from school rolls in the great state of Haryana, where Jindal Global University is based. This problem is being felt acutely enough that the government is trying to, very post-haste, chart a course forward. And of course, we're feeling these issues quite acutely in the higher educational realm as well. And in particular, our focus today is first-generation learners, but of course, first-generation learners are a focus, at a time like this, when mental health issues, material and personal loss among the students are sky high, and we have to try and think also about learning losses at a time like this. The student experience in the Research University Consortium has found that, in fact, this pandemic has especially affected first-generation learners, and not for the better. So without much, further ado, let me sort of jump into, getting the views of our wonderful panelists on these very serious matters. My first question is to Professor Chow, and perhaps then I'll ask Professor Agarwal and Professor Bentley to jump in, and Professor Patnaik as well. Outside the realm of core academics, what sort of support, do you feel first-generation learners in particular require? What has been the experience of your university as a leader of your university? All of you, of course, are leaders in your fields. Can you share success stories? What's worked, what's not worked? Professor Chow, could I ask you to go first?
Thank you so much. Yes, I would like to share the National Taiwan University has been doing recently. For the first-generation students, they might have various problems on their path of learning, such as academic difficulties, needing more time to adjust themselves to the campus life, financial insufficiency, and the lack of the family support. Within this, the financial issues could be the greatest challenges for them. So the National Taiwan University has launched a Dream-Field comprehensive support program to best support the first-generation students in adapting to a university environment. So this program basically has 6 categories. The first one is to student learning improvement. So for every 8 to 12 students, the university will develop an NTU family system for them and assign a very experienced mentor to assist the students in finding all kinds of resources in this campus and outside the campus for improving their academic achievement. For each semester, if students show the improvement of the GPA, they will receive extra financial support scholarship in addition to the regular ones. Besides, we also create a GPA pre-warning system so they can remind the students and also the mentor to remind students once the GPA drops to a critical threshold. And the second support is the student ability development. The most popular item of this category is to increase students' English proficiency. We provide the English learning scholarship for them to take comprehensive English courses that can help them to build the ability. We even pay for the English proficiency test, so just to encourage them to receive the certificate. And also the next one is about financial support. As I mentioned, this is the most important one to those students. To waive the tuition fee, that's a very basic assistance. Based on the student's financial condition, we also provide them something like a food coupon, so they can use those food coupon in the campus cafeteria and the convenience stores for buying food. The university also provide them very good money to pay for their transportation needs. And the fourth one is to provide the opportunity for them to study abroad as international exchange students. NTU provide the opportunity to exchange to our partner universities for 1 semester or 1 academic year. For more than 1/4 of the undergraduate students, they have the opportunity. However, owing to the social and economic disadvantages of the first generation students, the university provided 4 scholarships to pay for their traveling and the living expenses during their study abroad. And there are some quotas specially reserved for those students to apply. We believe this exceptional experience will bring them tremendous life value, not only during their study in the university, but also for their future lives. And the fifth one is about the career exploration. To most of the first generation students, there's no doubt that to find a good job after graduation is very important. So the Career Development Office offers students one-on-one consultation for resume and interview preparation. In addition, we also offer them some business fundamental short courses to increase their second skill, to strengthen their career opportunity. Last but not least is the Culture and the Communication Service Program. Apart from the academics, we also hope the first generation students can increase their other skill sets. We provide them the opportunity to participate in the large-scale events and the community service program. It can help them organize the university-level activities and to gain the chance to learn how to communicate with others and to serve the big community. And in the last few years, we do see many successful examples that we send first generation students study abroad and they receive their great feedbacks about how they improve their academic achievement and broaden their visions. So this is what I want to share. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you, Professor Chow. And you said a lot of things there. I would imagine that the mentorship program and maybe even the food coupon program is something we'd want to come back to at a later stage. But let me invite our other speakers to chip in as well. Professor Agarwal, please go ahead. I anyway had the question of whether a university's programs towards first generation learning is something that you factor in when you think about your accreditation programs and so on. Okay. But anyway, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Gitanjali. See, the first thing is we ought to understand what does a first generation learner mean? Because we are talking in the context of the universities. So first generation learner, if we mean a student who is entering the university system or the higher education for the first time, the unfortunate scenario today is that he or she has spent the school years also in a pandemic situation. So in addition to the other factors which are always there, social disparity, economic disparity, these were the factors which are always there. But now we have another additional factor. Today's higher education first generation learner has come through 1.5 years of pandemic studies in the school. And therefore, learning deficit is quite high in the learning outcomes from the school system. Nonetheless, all over the world, we have worked hard, all over faculties, to keep the show going, to keep the students studying. But it's a well-known, documented fact that there have been poverty in learning in the sense of school education because of the pandemic is one reason. And not only that, this poverty has not been uniform all through. Learning poverty has been very varying from town to town, from country to country, from connectivity issues, electric connectivity, bandwidth connectivity, and so on and so forth. So that distribution of learning empowerment which we have had coming to the higher education, I think it's a very great challenge. And in the university system, how to level it off, I think we must plan all higher education system all over the world for about 1 semester at least to take care of these leveling exercises so that you can bring this first generation higher education learners to almost at parity to start the actual teaching process. It is in addition to the disadvantages we also have because we have to go through the pandemic situation still. Of course, we do hope that it will be over soon. Having said that, my second point is a first generation learner normally is much more enthusiastic about learning because, you know, first time is always first time. Anything done first time is always a motivation, is always a full of inspiration. And unfortunately, in the present scenario, his or her motivation is being subdued because of the pandemic. And that we have to take care because we want to, a great challenge is that this subdued is a temporary phase. He is not subdued permanently. Because if he is subdued permanently in the higher education, then we have a lot to lose, which we cannot afford. And he should also understand that the livelihood and living has to be balanced because at times our higher education system gives too much emphasis to livelihood, which is okay. But living is a much broader spectrum, which has to be our aim. And a livelihood is a subset of living. So with that challenge in view, I think our higher education system and the university system will have to plan accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Agarwal. I mean, I think the specific issues facing a country like India, I think you've summarized that extremely well. I think you're a very distinguished engineer. I think some of the engineering colleges have, in fact, got bridge programs and things like that. And I wonder what you think of those. Those were on well before this as well. But we could come back to that. Professor Bentley, may I ask you to give us your thoughts?
So thank you very much indeed. And thank you, Professors Chow and Agarwal. I join you from regional Victoria in Australia. And before I begin, I'd like to acknowledge the Wadawurrung people as the traditional custodians of the land on which I'm joining you from in Ballarat and pay my respects to elders past and present. The Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders and First Nations people are among the most prolific in terms of, if you're looking at first generation learners as a proportion of the population, they fall into that category. We're one of Australia's leading fully regional universities, and so we've got the largest number of first generation learners of any university in Australia, including from Indigenous backgrounds, which means that we've got a huge impact and importance in our contribution to the regions in Victoria, because in so many wealthy countries like Australia, you have a hollowing out of the regional areas and the push to the city. And so for us, with almost 3/4 of our students as first in family to attend a university, we've got to think about how do we keep the students not only in the learning system, but also in the regions so that we're maintaining the sustainable long-term economic and social development in the regional areas. And we do that really well, and our students say, give us sort of all sorts of accolades for skills development, student support and teaching quality, because as Professor Charles and Professor Agarwal said, you just have to spend that individual attention and support for the students. And I would agree with all of the issues which have been raised. I suppose I'd just add that for us, we tend, and this is going to be even more important from the pandemic, to engage very early. So even at primary school, we are engaging with the schools in our regional communities to try and build the aspiration, help the teachers who often are hard to get for the regional and rural and remote schools, and to help train them to teach out of field. Because if we want many STEM educated regional students, we've got to make sure that they've got STEM educated teachers. And many of the teachers don't have that training. And so we focus with the schools and the regional directorates of our public schooling system in particular to be able to support the teachers. We also try to allow our students from regional schools to have lots of experiences through their schooling of the university environment, whether it's on campus, in the holidays, making it as exciting as possible. Because if they get really enthused and inspired, then their aspiration will grow. And we have all sorts of programs which will support that. The other thing which is really important, I think, for us is that we're a dual sector university, which means that because we're going across the region, we take students right from the vocational through to the postgraduate and postdoctoral. And so our research is really top of, well above world class, and yet we will still have apprentices and early certificates to try and allow the progression of students all the way through the qualifications framework so that they can exit at any point. That's really important, and engage with employers. Those are a few examples, and I can explore others as we go.
Thank you. Thank you so much. There's a lot that you said there. I think in some ways what Professor Agrawal was saying earlier about the kind of connect between schools and universities as something that needs to actually be strengthened at this particular moment is something that we might want to come back to. But I also just was so struck by your emphasizing fun, that in fact we need to inspire our students, and we need to, and learning should be fun. So it's not just the fun of campus life, but the fun of learning. And I think that's something that students are missing out on. It's hard to figure out ways in this moment to sort of make that, to compensate for that in some ways. Professor Patnaik, if you could tell us what Jindal Global University is doing around many of these issues. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Gitanjali. It's my pleasure joining all the panelists on this session. Well, this session is important for one particular reason. Not only that we are deliberating about what needs to be done in terms of engaging with first generation lawyers, but also this is so much within the framework of the thinking of the current day government through the national education policy in India, wherein there's a lot of conversations going on around issues in relation to equity, access, and opportunities for all students. And this is all the more important when we talk about India, because India is so very diverse and so very heterogeneous. So even when we talk about the phrase first generation lawyers, to me, it's very important to see and deconstruct under what category and even what side of the disparities the students belong to and where they're coming from, both in terms of social conditions, economic conditions, and even gender and other related aspects, because that's when we can sort of come up with a certain framework in terms of exploring the methodologies for integrating these students. So whatever I'm just saying now, it's mostly in terms of my own perspectives, not necessarily that this is the experience at the OP Jindal Global University. But nonetheless, the OP Jindal Global University, when we talk about the approaches taken up by the university vis-a-vis the FGLs or the first generation learners, it's very important to make a mention that irrespective of the situation, the university believes in having a sort of an egalitarian society within and a democratic society wherein integration becomes all the more plausible. So in addition to what all our esteemed colleagues like Professor Chow, Professor Agrawal, and Professor Duncan Bentley had mentioned, it's very important to take up approaches in a manner in which it is on a case-to-case basis, so that I fully agree with Duncan that learning should become fun, and learning should also take on from the intuitiveness of a particular student, because that's when a student is going to get more integrated within the classroom environment or within the curricular framework, because it's not mostly about the remedial measures that what institutions ought to take up, but mostly it's about, I believe, in a certain enrichment measures which institutions ought to take up. And that's when the student or the learner becomes all the more important while contributing to a particular course or a particular program of study. And we need to think on the lines of either knowledge mapping or concept mapping, so that the learner himself or herself is more important. So to me, that is one of the key elements to make integration possible. In relation to all other institutional measures that had been spoken about, and no two thoughts, one fully agrees with the measures to be taken up in terms of either fee concessions or even any other financial measures, which even the university where I am affiliated with, and even Gitanjali is affiliated with, we also do on a larger basis, on a case-to-case basis, and particularly due to the pandemic-induced circumstances, because that is one of the key elements to provide access with. And other things we can discuss as we proceed further and during the course of this conversation.
Thank you so much, Sridhar. Again, very important points, learner-centered paths forward, as it were, I think was one of the more important things that you said, but there were many other things that we could discuss. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just jump into our next question, and perhaps I can direct this at Professor Bentley. What has been the impact, because you talked a little bit about this, what's the impact of first-generation learners on things like curriculum, pedagogical innovations? Can you share the experience of your university?
So that's a very good question. And I suppose the issue is not so much what impact is it, because immediately you have the question, it begs the answer, well, you've got to dumb it down a little because of all the challenges and the learning difficulty. In fact, it's the opposite. What it forces you to do as an educator is to really examine what it is, what are the student needs, how do you have authentic assessment, which is much more catering to how the students might learn practically to apply what they're learning in a way which they can fully access their skill development and build their creativity. As Dr. Thoreau said earlier, I suppose I came from a generation where I sat in a lecture theatre, and the joke was that the information went from the lecturer's notes to the student's notes without passing through the brain of either. And we simply can't have that. Learning has to be an engaging experience. So one of the things which we are able to do now, and technology is becoming ubiquitous. And what we're finding is that most of our first generation learners would have access at least to a mobile phone. And so it's trying to figure out what technology can they access, because they're unlikely to have a laptop with 3 screens and masses of data. So how do you make things accessible so that they have that experiential learning which keeps that engagement in a way which suits their I suppose, technology style, because they're used to online shopping, they're used to gaming, they're used to connecting through social media. How do we use those tools in an effective way so that we can get that engagement going earlier? One of the things we really do have to be aware of, though, in looking at that is increasingly you've got, although we can get the personalized interactions at scale, we can become much more consumer-oriented in the sense of tracking all of the elements to ensure that we can see when through the analytics of the learning management system, there are the click-throughs, etc., and you can use artificial intelligence to predict who's going to fall out earlier and where the interventions need to be. We've just got to be really careful that we manage the data ownership and privacy, because the self-sovereign identity issue is going to be increasingly in demand, as we've seen through debates over Facebook, etc., from and by students, and quite rightly so. And for first-generation learners, we as an institution need to be educating them in our responsibility and their responsibility as part of that process. I'll leave it there and leave others time to talk.
No, that's wonderful. I mean, I think if there's anything we've learned about this past year, it's been very much about the perils and the pleasures of technology in education. And there are some very real perils and very real pleasures as well. So, no, absolutely. Could I ask Professor Agarwal to jump in here?
Yeah, the point which made by Professor Bentley is very valid and very relevant. And I think at the moment, world over to a good extent, and India for sure, we are not using the technology in the optimal sense. We are using technology by and large for translation of a physical system into an online system, which is not the power of technology. Simple substitution of a lecture on the computer is not the power of technology. Power of technology to help the first generation learners would be a much better individualization, which is possible with technology. And maybe we can certainly deliver some courses, or at least part of a course, where the student asks a question and the teacher answers. You know, that will inspire him or her, that will motivate him or her, and his or her learning capabilities will improve sky high if that model is allowed. And fortunately, technology allows us to individualize much better than the physical mode. So therefore, I think all of us have to switch ourselves also to the potential advantages of technology over and above the traditional classroom teaching, in addition to accepting the fact that we had to do it and therefore we are doing it. For example, I believe individualization is much easier, although it will take a class of a teacher for 1 hour might stretch to 3 hours, because 20 students may have different interests, 20 students may have different interests, but at least it can be met with. So that is possible. And second point is, I think inquisitiveness of the first generation learners will have to be addressed. The lower the age, the inquisitiveness is high. And as we go higher and higher in age, inquisitiveness becomes lower. I mean, it's a paper which I studied as psychology said, a child of 4 on the average asks about 73 questions per day. Now imagine 73 questions per day, a child of 4. Many of those questions might not make sense. Why should I wear clothes? Why don't you allow me to go near the fire? Whatever. But 73 questions a day. And many a times I've asked in a little lighter vein. I think throughout the university system, we don't allow the child to ask 73 questions in 4 years. And I think that has to change. And that can probably change little easier on the online mode. So while we are having several disadvantages of online education, we are not leveraging the potential advantages, which we have to study. Similarly, I think a very valid point was raised of missing fun on the campuses. Understandable so, but we can't bring them on the campus at least immediately, but we hope very soon all over the world. But till such time, some team projects, even to be done online, maybe we give a project where 3 students are given part of the project, and then the 3 have to work together to come to something. So I think a lot of innovation on the part of teachers, on the part of curriculum planners will have to come in to bring in the satisfaction level to the extent possible of the first generation learners. Because I'll again repeat, I don't mind repeating, because curiosity once lost is very difficult to regain. So we have to make sure how can we do it under the present circumstances. And I, being a technology person, I believe if potentially innovative use is made of, some things can be better done using technology than in the normal classroom. But that has to be sort of pushed through. For example, creativity may be easier at times on online education. Even handling complexity by breaking the problems is easier at times, not always. And that is the job of curriculum planners. That is the job of our system, to make sure what can we do in the system to induce those elements. I remember I prepared a report on STEM education, which has been mentioned by Dr. Mantre. And I said in that report, I think time has come where the old established UNESCO goals of education, learning how to learn, learning how to do, learning how to work together, learning how to be, need an upgradation by itself. And in that report, I had modified them, learning how to learn. I said learning how to learn critically, learning how to do creatively, learning how to work together, learning how to work together constructively, learning how to be positively wise. So I think these goals have to be upgraded, and we can make use of this technology platform to make that beginning. That's what I would like to say for the time being at this question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Agarwal. Professor Patnaik, do you have any comments to add, especially around, again, what is being done at JGU in terms of teacher training or technology access? One of the big issues we've, of course, faced is that a lot of our students just don't, the technology access isn't equal, right? The laptops and the phones and which gets used where, internet connectivity, something that Professor Agarwal has and Professor Bentley have already talked about. Would you like to chip in?
Well, I'm just going to say the following. Whatever we do, the education cannot be just quote unquote metrics-oriented education. And there is a certain learning element along with fun, which is indeed needed. But alongside, we also need to sort of explore newer means. See, it's no longer the case that students do not have access to gadgets, right? Good or bad. Now, almost everyone is having access to gadgets, but it's mostly about how education is going to be delivered or was being delivered during this COVID situation. So the focus will have to be on the delivery and the methodology, and at the same time, some more engagement with students is needed because we just cannot have this sort of an approach wherein we assume that every student is following the lessons, but the circumstances are so starkly different. So it's so very much needed that a holistic approach is needed in terms of, the curriculum planning, the methodology and the pedagogy to deliver the curriculum, and alongside even the pastoral services and the support services that are so very much important so that the funding is not lost, and even any sort of a support that is needed for students in times of anxiety, whether it is pandemic induced or otherwise, or due to the social circumstances, or even if at all they're facing any mental health issues, then there is a certain support which is going to become possible. And that much is very much in that particular aspect is very much in place at the JGU. And probably that is one of the models which institutions will have to adopt in terms of strengthening their pastoral and support and care services in terms of mental health. And then the other point that I'm going to say is that we talk a lot about pedagogical innovations and even study groups that will have to be formed so that the instruction becomes learner-centric. But at the same time, while forming these groups, it's also very important to focus on the differential learning abilities of students and also the differential contribution which students could make. So even if there is a particular study group which is formed, there will have to be roles assigned to each of the students so that the roles are based on their strengths and whatever they could contribute in the most appropriate manner. And that's what is also going to enrich the learning of a student, and also the learning is going to become much more which is engaging in nature and much more which is enriching in nature. So even if metrics are important, but then the process becomes all the more important.
No, absolutely. Let's move on to a question for Professor Chow. Professor Chow, one would imagine that career placement, while important for all students, is something that first generation learners would, or rather university goers would perhaps need a little extra assistance with. What is the place and what's the role of universities there? Professor Chow, I think you're still on mute.
Sorry, I forgot to turn on my microphone. Sorry. So as I mentioned, that the university has a Dreamfield comprehensive support program. And this program is specially designed for the first generation learner. And we have like 2 categories to help them to ensure their career placement. Is that question you are asking, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes. Okay. So first is about how to help them to improve their language. As you understand, in Taiwan, Mandarin or Chinese is our general language we use in Taiwan. In most of the classes, we start with like a first freshman course, we use Mandarin, and gradually more and more courses will be changed into English, and we use English textbook. So how to help those first generation learners to improve their language proficiency is one of the support that given by the Dreamfield Comprehensive Support Program. So we can help them to increase their ability and also help them to receive a good certificate about this. So the HOPE students, they enter the universities through different channels. The regular channel, we go through a central exam. So the students, they all take the same exams from all the high schools, and only the maybe top 7% of students will get to the university. However, we do have another category of admission for those first generation learner. We call that the HOPE admission. So they will, once they get into the university, they will explore the possibility of learning the English and also other language. So for students from the immigrant household or indigenous tribes, we provide them the scholarship to learn English and also the language of their original language, because some students, they may not able to speak their mother tongue. Suppose they should learn at home, but like indigenous tribes language is not so popular anymore. So we provide them the scholarship and also the courses for them to learn their mother tongue. Second, we provide a career and employment counseling program. They are encouraged to take the career enhancement activities, such as like, as I mentioned, the interview and the resume writing lecture, and also something like the marketing training courses. So they will have more skill than their major, therefore can help them to have a better opportunity to receive the career, when they have an interview, easy to get their first job. And also this university, we organize a job fair every May in every year. So we attract more than 300 enterprise companies to recruit our students. So one of the most popular events is the career counseling seminar, which does help the hundreds of students figure out their future career paths. For the first generation learners, we will provide extra courses for them, extra consulting programs for them, and also some scholarship for them to attend those programs. So we do hope this can help them to get their first job easier. And in last years, we do see some good examples that really help them to receive the very good job when they graduate. So this is what I would like to share. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chow. Professor Bentley, what are your thoughts on this? What sort of support do you provide your students in terms, especially your first generation learners, in terms of thinking about careers and actually landing a job and things like that?
So again, I think it helps if they choose the right course at the beginning. And so I absolutely support everything that Professor Chow has said. What is really helpful to do on the way in is to make sure that they're choosing the right course. And we have partnered with technology platform providers in the jobs market to try and give an understanding of what they do is they use the artificial intelligence to scrape the data from the position descriptions and job ads and mesh that with the employment data as jobs are emerging and what those jobs look like. Because it's all very well a student coming into the university and saying, well, I want to be an accountant. But what does an accountant actually do? And through using this rich data set, we can give real examples, connect them with alumni, connect them with senior peers who are going through the university, just to help them to get more of an understanding. And that then prepares them for what we focus on also as a component of our of what we do. And this is particularly important for first generation learners because they wouldn't normally have the networks perhaps that those with from wealthier and more educated background families might have. And so we have an earn as you learn program where you can be earning while you learn in the workplace. That's embedded in the curriculum, but we also make it possible for those students who can't financially cope with the university fees and all those resources to be able to carry on working, but we particularly encourage them and help them to gain positions in jobs which are related to the area that they're studying. So those are a few of the examples which we find very successful.
Thank you so much, Professor Bentley. Let me sort of direct the last question from the moderator, and after that we'll look at the audience questions to Professor Agarwal. Professor Agarwal, I wanted to ask you the policy question. So, what kind of education policy reforms enable greater support for first generation learners? When I was in university many years ago, I don't remember feeling as though that was part of the thinking first generation learners necessarily. This is about 20 years ago we're talking about. But now they're a category in and of themselves. So, what sort of policy change or reform or do you feel is required to reckon with this group and to think about making education a more meaningful experience for them?
Okay, Professor Gitanjali, I think good question, particularly in the context of India, where we have just announced the new national education policy. I think many of the concerns of many people have been addressed too in the policy, but it's little too early to talk about its outcomes, its implementation schedule and things like that. But a few things which I would like to mention here is, whether it's first generation learners or any learners, but more so first generation learners, I'll say once again, which we have been saying very repeatedly, autonomy of the universities in the real sense is very important. Because, for example, let's say we talked about, I think Professor Duncan as well as Professor Chow also talked about financial help to the students. Yes, some students will need financial help, but then if you have to run a university, you also need money to run the university. So therefore, if you want to provide more and more financial help to more and more students, then you need the freedom to charge more and more from other students also at times. So therefore, a question of a sort of individualized fee structure may not be individualized in the very strict sense, but some sort of freedom to choose fee from student to student will be I mean, of course, student to student may be a limit, but kind of groups to groups may be necessary for us to really help the people, because you can help the people only when you first generate something, first have the resources. Otherwise, you can help only for a limited time. So therefore, I think autonomy of the universities, which has been addressed in the policy in India to a very great extent in this policy, but we have yet to watch the implementation, how it goes, because without autonomy, individualization does not happen. And education will become quality education only and only when individualization is possible. And individualization is possible only when there is autonomy. For example, in this policy, we have said the student can choose the courses. But that does not mean he can choose any damn thing. See, freedom itself means the first question will be how much freedom? Where to freedom? Freedom only means you can do it differently, but that does not mean you must do it differently. I think that's a small difference which I will like to project, which I've been saying at all fora. We are feeling freedom means whatever I have been doing should not be done. No, that's not freedom. Freedom only means whatever you have been doing, you now have a relook at it. Whatever changes are required, you are free to do it, and so on and so forth. So therefore, university autonomy in the real sense, whether it's financial autonomy, whether it's academic autonomy, whether it's administrative autonomy, all this will be a must in the quality of education, and more so for first generation learners. And I will again repeat, first generation learners today and the last year have been a very different first generation learners. And unless we can have individual programs for them, it will become very, very difficult. It was raised, I think, again here, that to give financial help to the students, maybe you can give them some jobs. I would feel one of the excellent jobs at this time will be to ask them to teach school education. So whatever they missed, let them teach that. So they will make up for their loss also, and they will help the next generation also, and they will get financial support also. So a very judicious thought of finding out what they have missed, study, asking them to prepare and teach it will be a financial method as well as an academic method to take care. So we'll have to be innovative on these things. Policies per se are good by and large. And I've seen word over different models. For example, Australia had a very different model of implementing reservations by financial incentives rather than by law. So how do we bring equity to the academic space? Can be very different methods, but the point is more and more students should be accommodated, and we should be able to be sensitize ourselves to more and more needs. I still remember when I started IIHEd University, one of the person from a political domain, surprisingly came up with excellent suggestion, which of course we could never implement that time in the system. He said, Professor Agarwal, why fix the fees in the university? Because these students have been paying very heavy in the sports. And when it comes to higher education, they are afraid of paying. They are reluctant to pay. So he said, why can't we have one rule that the student will pay the fee which he has been paying to the school? So let him bring the fee receipt of the school of the last year and let that be the university fee for him, or proportional to that. So that will be a model which, I mean, the model looks to be extreme, but has a sense in it that individualization in the real sense will have to come in for quality. Flexibility will have to come in, and flexibility will be coupled with individualization. Autonomy is a must, therefore. Unless we have autonomy to the universities, again I repeat, in Indian context in the real sense, because I'm very sure, unfortunately, autonomy to the universities in India is far too less than autonomy to the good universities the world over. At least the good universities the world over enjoy a much higher degree of autonomy, and results are for us to see. So I think as far as policy is concerned, my one point repeated answer will be universities will have to be given autonomy and freedom. Many people in the governance will say that can result in making mistakes or anomalies, but I believe some amount of risk taking, some amount of mistake making, some amount of error making has to be a part of the decision taking. Unless we do that, things don't happen. And somebody rightly said, you drive a car fast only and only because you know you have the brake in it. Otherwise, you will never drive fast. You drive fast because you are sure of the safety measure. So we allow the system to drive fast, but have the safety measures built in. I think that's the policy, a crux in spirit, which I will like to emphasize on. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Agarwal. You just, that was a powerful statement for autonomy, and I hope that everybody's listening. But also for revealing that secret of ours, which is that the best way to learn is to actually teach and answer those 73 questions in the classroom and so on. So thank you very much. We've got a bunch of audience questions. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just try and quickly, a couple of them are overlapping. So I'm just going to put them out, and then whoever would like to answer, just go ahead. Okay. So from Daksh Saini, we have a question. How can first-time learners deal with the difference between them and other students, and what role can the faculty and university leadership play in this? From Dish Gupta, how do first-time learners cope with the new adaptation of a university atmosphere? And of course, the mental health challenges that go with that. Can first-generation learners learn as effectively online as their better-off peers? You know what? Let me get to that question later. So let's just stick to the first two questions. Is there anybody who'd like to go first? How can first-generation learners deal with the difference, from between them and other students? How can the faculty and university help them in that regard?
So I'm happy just to jump off there with an example. Please. So our Aboriginal Education Centre caters to our Indigenous students who come from really rich and deep communities where they have that social support, which is so critical to their learning and their development. And so it's creating a similar sort of community on campus, which Professor Chow referred to, where you have the peer mentors, where you have people who come from similar backgrounds who can help them through the key areas. A bit as Professor Agarwal said, if you've got someone who had a gap, they can actually help their peers with what is needed, and also having the external community support. Because if you come from a community in a regional area, you move to another location, how do you actually get those social and psychological supports that you desperately need? And that's where our Indigenous community are hugely practiced at ensuring that the relocation isn't too mentally, psychologically, physically, or intellectually demanding that people fall out of the learning process.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to jump in here?
Well, I just mentioned that we have the mentor support and also a small family to group them together. But besides that, when they go to classes, they may have different majors. So the professors, because every professor will have a student card. They understand some of the students may need extra help. So the teamwork, I think a few of them, you already mentioned, like we separate the classes into several small groups. So they just team up with other students, because if this is for presentation or hands-on project, there's no difference for them. But if for the theoretical learning, like a calculation background, a theoretical learning, maybe it's a little bit difficult for those first-generation learner. But however, if we have a good skill to divided them with the other students mixed up together in a team, then it's very easy to help them. And very soon, they will build up their comfortability and to join the class and other classes too. So that's something I would like to share. Thank you.
Wonderful. Actually, this segues quite well. What Professor Chow just said segues quite well into the next question, which is also from Dish Gupta. So, can first generation learners learn as effectively online as their better off peers when the faculty members do not, themselves know the individuals in the classroom who need a little extra attention? So, a lot of what you said, Professor Chow, is based on really knowing your class, right, and knowing the students, teachers, sort of knowing that. And yet in India, this brings up other challenges. Any sort of comments on this question?
I can.
Yes, please, Professor.
The statement is very correct. There's no doubt about it. Unless you have known the students, you cannot really plan very effectively individual attention. But the point is the circumstantial situation where you have no chance to know the students individually because you are not even meeting them in that sense. So therefore, we have to work within limitations and we have to devise ways and means to know them online, which is possible. Again, spend a couple of hours to know them rather than stuff them, which is possible, number one. Number two, in Indian context, when the student comes to higher education system, parental support becomes from infinity to zero in one day. I think that can be made a gradual transition. In the first few months, if we can keep connecting to the parents also to some extent, and that the parental support is there with the system, and gradually we make the student more and more independent, I think this will give us a partial solution to this problem.
Right. Yeah, parental support is key. Sridhar, would you like to
thank you so much, Gitanjali. Very thoughtful questions and very pertinent to that extent. Well, I'm just going to say that one, student engagement and parental engagement is the key. It is like sticking to basics, right? And as educators, that is our responsibility, and we need to do that more, and we need to do that often. And this is also something that I'm saying from my own lived experience as a faculty member or as a senior functionary of the Jindal Global University, which we do at all levels. And particularly one example that I must make a mention here is the open access, quote unquote, and the open houses conducted by the Vice Chancellor himself, right? And one of the essential purposes is to give an opportunity to the student to come up front and speak about his or her problems, right? And the opportunity to be heard is more important. And that in a way can be a foundational basis to even sort of overcome any integration issues or even matters in relation to attrition of students, right? And then the other important thing is positive reinforcement. Well, we are all having the pandemic-induced challenges. We are not in a position to meet face-to-face, not in a position to understand our students better, like the way we do in a regular environment. But communication is the key, and that communication through a positive enforcement is the key. And we need to even augment our mental health services, which is all the more important, and mentor-mentee programs, which is all the more important. And we need to stick to these programs to ensure that the student gets a positive experience and becomes more involved into his or her learning activities.
Actually, Sridhar, we have a question specifically for you from Professor Sumit Vaud, our colleague. Are there any statistics on first-generation learners at JGU, actually? Do we sort of track that?
Well, this is a program about the essential approaches and methodologies about first-generation learners in universities and higher educational institutions. Probably this is very internal to JGU, and we can discuss that separately. Thank you so much.
Right. So let's take one. We have 1 minute for one last question. So let's because we actually have a number of other questions we haven't been able to address. But This is a question from, okay, we don't have the name of the person actually. It says FGLs, so first generation learners usually come from comparatively socioeconomically disadvantaged families. For them, the role of higher education in getting a well-paid job is more crucial than its role in personal development or in pursuing other lofty goals of education. Would you agree with this? Does this hamper the benefits that first generation learners get out of higher education compared to their better resourced colleagues? Professor Agrawal, I think you touched on this a little bit.
Yes, but I'll repeat again. I don't think the question is very valid for all the time to come, because getting a job, yes, should be one of the aims of education system, higher education system, no doubt about it, getting a good job. But that has to be the only focus aim of the higher education. I don't think anybody would agree, because I hasten to add, that's not that we are not concerned with it. We are concerned with it. But at the same time, that's the only aim. And that too, I will like to distinguish between a first placement and placement in life. Because the focus at the moment of some institutions who really don't understand, I think, academics to that extent is the focus on the first placement. That's okay, good. But you have to make the graduate capable of 10 jobs, because the present day statistic says that a graduate will change about 10 jobs in his or her lifetime. And these 10 jobs may at times have nothing to do with each other.
Right.
And Industrial Revolution 4.0 is on document to say that most of our students of today will be ultimately doing a job for which we do not have an idea. Neither they have an idea. And as many as 65% of them will be doing a job which they do not know, we do not know, the universities do not know. So in such a scenario, focusing on a job alone very heavily will not serve the purpose even for the student. He may get the first job, but he may be struggling for the second job. And thereby we are only shifting the problem from year 2021 to year 2024 or 2025, which doesn't make a difference. So therefore, I believe universities will have to strike a balance between placement, which I said the beginning sentence, between the livelihood and the living. And I think living is more important, and living has a subset livelihood, not other way around. And that focus should be clear. And the new policy which you talked to me in the last question is, for the first time a policy says we should end up with beginning to produce good global citizens. That's one of our policy statements in this time for the first time, that unless we produce good citizens, good global citizens, things don't happen. And therefore, I would feel the moderation will have to be done at both the levels to achieve this. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Gitanjali, I want to quickly respond to Sumit Bodh's question with your permission. Sumit, we do not have the data, and it's a very important question. We have not yet, we have data that will be more generally speaking about various professions of the parents of the students, but we have not consciously captured the data of first generation learners. Maybe it's something that we should consider in the future. Thank you for that question. Yeah, please, Gitanjali.
Yeah, no, thank you, Raj. We've actually run out of time, but we had more questions, and I'm so sorry to the audience, whose questions we weren't able to answer. Or ask actually, but we've had a wonderful session, and I want to thank Professor Chow, Professor Agrawal, Professor Bentley, and Professor Patnaik for their very, very thoughtful comments on many of these issues. And I think we could have spent 2 days of this summit basically discussing this, but unfortunately, this is the time we had. But thank you so much, and we hope that we can personally welcome you to JGU's campus, in the near future. And until then, thank you again, and.
Thank you, Gitanjali, and thank you, Duncan, and Professor Chow, and Professor Agarwal, and Sridhar for participating in this fascinating session. We will have a short 10-minute break, and we will begin the next thematic session on Indian Standard Time, 1:45 p.m.
Thank you.
We are live, sir.
Great, and welcome everyone, welcome my panelists, and welcome our large international audience. I'm Thomas Michael, I'm an academic architect and have worked around the world, and I now work at Jindal Global University. Our panel is called Minding the Gap, and we're looking at rethinking curriculum and pedagogy in the time of disruption. Adding to that difficulty was already the prior complexity of having universities operate with very different curricula and pedagogies across disciplines and professions already. And for those of you that were on this panel last year, you'll know that it feels quite different now compared to last year. It seemed last year we were more in crisis management and pivoting to digital. Now there's, I think, a deeper sense of lessons that have been learned and insights, and hopefully those will come out through our conversations today. Some people historically have valorized the disruptive or system shock as a way to rethink things or to rebalance or transform existing systems. And in many cases, our hands were forced to do that. And so we also want to talk about the consequences of that, both in terms of social human capital and other consequences. And to think about, for example, the great opportunities that have emerged around ideas like stored agility, that certain practices or potentials, alternatives were brought to the fore as a consequence of emergency management or even dusting off, in some cases, contingency plans to prepare for what is continuing in this long duration with an indeterminate timeline. We were just chatting actually about comparing across different countries how many strains and what the current lockdown situation is. And it seems like it's just as volatile as it was before. Okay. In rethinking the gap, word gap itself is also perhaps a bit of a misnomer. It talks about something absent or missing, a pause perhaps. We can also think about the gap as an interval, as the sound between two other sounds or the space between two other events. And to think about it also in terms of perhaps the parallax, how one thing might be hidden so that something else is exposed. So we also have an opportunity to rethink about transformations of what has been exposed in this long duration. We should also keep in mind to be respectful of the fragility of humans and the social and the negative consequences and faculty, students, family members that have been lost in the pandemic too, not to make short great sacrifices that people have made to continue the processes and the investment in higher education. Also to keep in mind our ethical responsibilities to preserve the human spirit, human culture, and all things that allow us to flourish in this situation. I would also add from my point of view that we always, in the design fields, always try to turn problems into opportunities and to say, what is a creative solution to this problem? And technically designers are not problem solvers, that's actually engineers. We're problem finders or problem identifiers. So often we will start off by saying, what is the real question we should be asking, as opposed to jumping into an immediate technical solution. So I may try to spin some of the conversation that way to talk about all of the expertise we've assembled here online, about the way that people might think about how that ethics of care, but also working through multiple options or investing in something that seemed improbable before but becomes necessary. Okay. So I'm going to start off by tipping towards Alice Berchaska, who is, I was told not to give a lengthy bio, so hopefully this will not be too bad. Former principal of Somerville College, Oxford in the UK. And I think you're still in the UK from what I heard. So I'm going to throw it open to you and to ask you, if you can speak very, from a very personal subject position, if you don't mind, about the lessons learned and the, I guess, the opportunities or even the improbable things that have been done that you're aware of or you're proud of or surprised or shocked by that allowed people, and particularly the human spirit in the context of university, to keep things going and to actually make things better during this long duration of the pandemic. So if you're comfortable with that complex, open-ended question, I'll hand it over to Alice, and I'll do what I don't do very easily. I will mute myself.
Thank you very much, Thomas. That's quite a challenging set of questions there. Looking at the questions that were posed to us before the beginning of the conference, it seemed to me that the first one about what the key challenges are in using the existing curriculum, pedagogy and assessments is perhaps the one that I feel best qualified to answer. And I should emphasize that although I was a Pro-Vice-Chancellor of the University of Oxford and I am a historian, I am not currently teaching. So I consulted colleagues in the Universities of Oxford and Cardiff, and I hope I can give an intelligent summation but it doesn't necessarily come so much from my own personal experience. I think the most important thing to say is that people miss in-person teaching. The Higher Education Policy Institute in Britain recently conducted a survey, which they repeated a survey that they had previously conducted 2 or 3 years ago. And people were even more keen on in-person teaching now than before the pandemic began. In other words, the online solutions are not regarded as being long-term or ideal. Having said that, they do provide, of course, a lot of opportunities, and one of them is illustrated by this conference. There's so much more that I do in my academic life and my life on various academic boards that's completely international. We're able to bring in international teaching in a way that didn't happen before. There's far more opportunity for exchanges between universities on opposite sides of the world. And I think that's a positive, which I very much hope we will keep. But the in-person teaching brings with, the lack of in-person teaching brings with it some problems for the professors and teachers themselves, which I think most people would agree about. My colleague who's a professor of physics at Cardiff tells me that he finds it extremely difficult not to be able to gauge the reactions of his students when he's lecturing or providing some kind of tutorial or supervision support. Too often, he's got a large class and it's just a set of black screens on the gallery, and he can't actually see the people he's talking to. When he can see them only in thumbnail and only in part, it is absolutely no substitute for the personal reactions. So I think we need to be very much alive to the fact that in-person teaching is going to continue to be important. One of the other, not to give a complete overview in such a short space of time, the other issue that I think I would particularly draw attention to, and again, I suspect others will agree, is that of assessment. How do you provide a substitute for pencil and paper or pen and paper examinations, or even invigilated computer-based examinations, and various different devices are being employed to try to substitute for that and to provide an opportunity for fair and consistent assessment across the board. But the problems, they will differ from subject to subject. In design, for example, Thomas, I'm quite sure they're different from what they would be in physics or in my subject in history. But you need to find ways of certifying the accuracy and the fairness of the assessment process. And in Britain, there's been a considerable furore about the application of algorithms to the high school level assessments, which lead on to university admission. And last year, for example, the University of Oxford found itself in a position where it had to accept everybody to whom it had offered a conditional place subject to the results of their A-levels, their high school exams, because the algorithms had broken down and created extraordinary and unexpected results that had a very unfair impact on individuals. So you find yourself in the position where unexpectedly you have to provide far more residential accommodation. You have to provide more classrooms. You probably have to buy in more specialist teaching because there's no way of assessing whether the students whom you thought might make the grade but would not admit if they did not make the grade, where you're admitting every single one of them when before you expected a certain number to drop off. So these are some of the issues that universities in Britain are experiencing. And as the first to speak, I'll just leave it at that. And then if I may respond later on when you have other questions.
No, those are some very interesting insights too, and I'm imagining they'll be quite different in many places. I'm going to jump, because I'm time conscious, to make sure we stay on schedule, to Bruce Doughton, who is the, I believe, the Vice Chancellor at Macquarie.
True indeed. Thank you very much, Thomas, and greetings to all of my colleagues from around the world. And I offer you a range of perspectives here, perhaps spanning a number of the different questions we were pre-posed, and some practical and some more ideological or philosophical thoughts. In our transition in the university with 40,000 students on a single campus in suburban Sydney, as we changed our pedagogy over a 3-week period to move completely online, I was really struck by the resilience of both our staff and our students in the acute phase. But that's something that we've come back to spend a lot of time on, and I spend a lot of time talking to my university community now about the management of uncertainty and resilience. I think one of the things that we learned early on, which we've sustained through and has stood us well, I believe, is the importance of very frequent and clear communications to our staff around the changes that are being made and to our student body as a whole. I can confess that I communicated directly with my university community far more during a 6 to 8 week period than I had done in the first 8 years directly from my office. I have a principle of cascading communications usually, where I rely on my dean colleagues to do a lot of the communications, but we did a lot more direct communication from me to the university community. We certainly learned in changing the pedagogy, and there's a very interesting study being done by our regulatory authority in Australia that oversees the accreditation of universities about how we all adapted last year. And they've pointed out some common features of success in the transition to online learning. And for us, that was in Australia, it was the universities that were able to offer flexible access to materials, using a number of different approaches to how to deliver things, was received very well by the student body. Also very important, and I think there has been quite a discordance around the world in how universities have managed this, and certainly we've had that experience in Australia, is how the students felt they did or did not have access to academic advising in between formal classes. We certainly found in the Macquarie University community, our staff quite voluntarily stepped up and offered a lot more time on Zoom. We use Zoom as a platform to be available to students for advice around classes that were being conducted online. And we certainly received very positive feedback about that from our students. Just to go back to a point that Alice raised a moment ago about assessment, I think that's a very important area that we certainly had more of a struggle with. But interestingly, we've got a number of programs that are really very large programs that have undergone recent redesign, including our very fundamental Bachelor of Arts program. And they've introduced as a part of that program a portfolio approach to assessment, which would be perhaps very familiar in some of the fields, but certainly not in my own field of medicine. In most universities would never consider a portfolio basis of a assessment. So we're very keen on diversifying our approach towards assessment to be able to cope with the uncertainty, whatever it is. And perhaps I'll close with a couple of words about that. We certainly are spending time preparing our community for greater uncertainty going forward, whether it's a pandemic, whether it's natural disasters in Australia, the bushfires, horrible floods and so on, whether it's geopolitical instability, financial crises and so on. We see this as an important responsibility for really anchoring the pedagogy in a much more flexible and agile approach to be able to increasingly deal with uncertainty. So I'll stop there. Thomas would be happy to participate in the discussions as you lead us on. Thank you so much.
Oh, those are some great insights too. And you can already see that there's a great range of different responses from different environments. So this is quite fascinating. Chris, who is going to be here, is having trouble connecting, I believe. So next I will turn to David. David Malone, Rector, United Nations University in Japan, where the Olympics are about to start. David? Would you like to
Thanks a lot. I also will try to build on what Alice very helpfully laid out and Bruce has equally helpfully added on to. Most of my time, of course, is spent on administration and sort of leadership functions. But I did have the opportunity early this year, spend some time in another university with a law school I've been involved with for about 30 years now. And I actually was teaching a hybrid class online and in person in New York at NYU. And that actually pointed some limitations of technology. First of all, it's harder to maintain attention span clearly online than it is in class. Now, students often are playing tic-tac-toe on their laptops in class, but nevertheless, there's a problem for those online. Secondly, having a hybrid class of people in class and online shortchanges those online, probably, because the immediate contact is with the students you have in a distance format, as we were, right there with you, and trying also to keep your eyes on screens for students who want to intervene and so on. Quite tough, let me tell you. Now, a younger person might have handled it much better, but I didn't enjoy handling it at all. What the students were pathetically grateful for was an opportunity to be in class because they were mostly 85% of their classes were online. And so there was a stampede toward nearly any types of classes being offered in person because they were really, really sick of online. So online is, you know, a very good substitute if you absolutely can't be present in person. But it's not something any of the students I taught would choose normally, I'd report. And also, although I enjoyed the term very much, and I enjoyed the students very much, it's not something I'd volunteer to do again. So I just thought I'd mention that sometimes technology can provide opportunities that are functionally not as useful as they might appear in the abstract.
Thank you for those insights. And it's also, I think you touched on, you're the first to discuss technology outside of perhaps, we heard a little bit about algorithmic assisted assessment, which is intriguing and obviously risk bound too. So I'll try to come back to that when we hear from our last speakers. We've got Chris now here. We skipped over Chris. I'm going alphabetically by first name. So if you'll allow me to pop you in there. Chris Enu Obe is the provost at Warwick in the UK. And that's all the introduction I'm allowed to give people is their formal titles. So bear with me. I'm in the middle of asking people just for their first thoughts. We're keeping it to a few minutes each. And then I'm going to start connecting some more dots and asking people more questions across different disciplines and across different continents, it sounds like. So, Chris, you have the conch for about 4 or 5 minutes.
Thanks. Apologies for being slightly late. I think we got our time differences mixed up as far as diaries were concerned. And I'm conscious that I don't want to repeat reflections that that others have offered, but certainly looking from the UK position, it has been an astonishing 18 months. And we've just recently had the results of our National Student Satisfaction Survey. Now that survey gets a lot of criticism, but it does provide useful information. And one of the things that I think has struck me has been that while student satisfaction has dropped, student perceptions of value have dropped, all the things that we would expect, they haven't dropped that much. And I think what we ought to try and consider celebrating is actually the remarkable job that staff and students have done across the HE sector globally, because faced with the pressure to make a flip to online, to adapt to online learning, to online assessment at incredibly short notice, I think what we've seen has been nothing short of remarkable. But I also think it's been a hugely valuable catalyst, because a lot of the trends that we saw, perhaps a smaller number of more innovative higher education institutions piloting and developing, are things that suddenly we've realised across the sector are possible, and they open up a huge range of opportunities. And I think when we look at things such as the development of broader-based general education, of the greater use of micro-credentials, of a recognition that we can increasingly curate as well as create content, the greater choice and diversity of learning opportunities that we can offer to students, the greater flexibility in terms of learning, and the way in which we can forge some real connections internationally, not just for that small group of students who are geographically mobile, but actually for much larger groups of students who can now connect through online platforms. I think there are real opportunities there for us to have some massive impact in terms of kind of skills and experiences. The one thing I think we have to remember is we have had a remarkable year across HE. Our staff have worked phenomenally hard. Our students have been incredibly adaptable. There's been a lot of the forgiveness factor around, but that forgiveness factor has a limited lifespan, and we as institutions, I think, will generally need to look at how we invest and how we bring about genuine change that doesn't rely on individual goodwill, but relies on structural solutions. Thank you.
Well, those are very helpful insights, and you haven't duplicated too much of what other people have said either, so that was great. Next is Venki Shankar Raman, and Venki is coming to us, I believe, from Singapore Management University. Would you be willing to
Yeah, thank you. Hello, everyone. So interesting enough, I took over as the Vice Provost January 2020. And immediately within the first few weeks, we are already in a crisis mode. But the interesting thing is in Singapore universities, the Ministry of Education had already put in place what we call an emergency preparedness training. So for the last 6-7 years, all our faculty were trained on delivering online, courses online, just in case for some reason we can't run face-to-face classes. And therefore, what happened was every instructor had experience with, doing this online for at least one session in a year. You're supposed to do online. And we started in those days with WebEx as the tool. And I used to wonder, I was a bit, why should we do it? But really when that pandemic hit us, it was like we were pretty, ready for it in terms of being able to go online within, I would say within a week or so, we had to convert all our courses online. So we went up with 50% online to start with. And then when the government put more restrictions in terms of social distancing, we had to move all our courses online. So I think the preparedness is very important, and that's a continuing process. Now we are looking at how do we convert that emergency preparedness into something more digital learning for the future and continue on that training that we can provide. And so what we did was, we had to run workshops, as somebody mentioned earlier, like I think Bruce mentioned. We had to have town hall meetings with both faculty as well as students. And again, doing that online was quite easy for us to do because you could get students very quickly online, and most people were prepared to take on more of these sessions. And personally, I also found that attending meetings was much easier. So the phases we went through were rapid online. So all you did was to convert your face-to-face class. You started delivering it online, and that's about it. But at Singapore Management University, the pedagogy we adopt is highly interactive. For all our undergraduate courses, we have about 40 students in the class. We have a 3-hour session, and it's highly interactive pedagogy. Now, replicating that online wasn't that easy. It took us some more effort into using additional tools like Kahoot, UCLAP. How do you bring that collaboration interaction? Or if students are collaboratively working on some design project using Miro, creating breakout rooms. I think that's where Zoom was quite useful. When we started move to Zoom, we were able to create breakout rooms, and faculty could move around these rooms, put students in groups. We also had to increase support for students in terms of adding more teaching assistants to help students. The other important point, I think I haven't heard anybody mention, is also the mental wellness of students. And this is something we also had to do continuously. It was not about just online education. It's just that many of them were stuck in their, residential home, hostel rooms. So interacting, they had less interaction with other people. So that's something that we had to actually put in place as well. So what I see is, having gone through this for more than a year, one interesting thing we also observed is, I think Chris mentioned this, in terms of the student feedback, the teaching rating, there wasn't a big drop in teaching rating. I think it was probably because for the first few weeks, the students also felt, okay, with online and the sudden change to moving to online, this is the best they could get, and they were kind of very supportive, right? But after that, when we ran this second term, we had sufficient time to get faculty to redesign their course. And I think that's when we put in a lot of effort to help faculty to redesign the courses and adapt it to online mode. And there we found that some faculty, actually their teaching rating went up, and I was very surprised. So for some faculty, actually doing online was better than doing face-to-face. And so what I feel is there is a lot of useful benefits from doing what I call blended, where you combine digital with face-to-face. So one example I keep giving is now we have experts from UK, from Australia, Singapore, India, all in one session. Now, if I'm running a class, I could still bring in experts from different parts of the world, and then my students can interact with them. I can run a discussion forum, record it, and my students can watch it. So I feel there is definitely going forward a lot of ways where we can add digital. And I think David asked the right question, if face-to-face is available, then why go digital? So we need to ask the question, what is the added value that digital brings? And I think that's what we need to do as we go forward. And where we think that value is there, we can blend it with face-to-face learning. Thank you.
No, thank you for that. And we heard from quite a few people around that question of student satisfaction and their initial subsequent responses to this, say the difference between experiential learning and something that has screen-mediated learning, let's call it. Just in terms of everything from studies on cognitive absorption rates to feelings of self-worth, and even the surveys that come out talking about students' views of the future, which have in many cases become darker than they were before the pandemic as well. So there's a lot of these very interesting interconnected issues, but I guess one thing that I've heard come out consistently is that perhaps it's fair to say that there were some quick adjustments and changes put in place, and then only slowly over time did people start to evaluate those changes and to perhaps imagine that this is not a 6-week-long thing, but this might actually be a disruption of the entire higher education sector. And so by calling in question the technology versus the experiential, you also highlighted, and many others have too, this idea of plugging in international expertise or plugging in professionals from different disciplines too. So is it the case, and I'll call one or two people out after I pose it this way, is it the case that there's actually more options available pedagogically now than there was 2 years ago? I'll start with Alice, because we started with her first, and she's been consulting with a great range of universities. So if it's fair to ask you another question off script, Alice, do you think we actually have more degrees of freedom of movement pedagogically than we did 2 years ago? Or if not, why not?
Well, we certainly do. I referred in my earlier remarks to the fact that we can bring in people from all over the world to participate in our teaching. And I think we want to be able to continue to do that. And then a lot depends on the technological tools available to the students. So I would utter one note of caution, and one of my colleagues at Oxford has observed this, that equity is very difficult to achieve. Not all students have the same quality of equipment, especially when they're actually based at home, completely dependent on their own laptops or computers, and their families will have widely differing economic circumstances, widely differing availability of equipment. Libraries, including public libraries, were closed. And again, for a large number of students in very many subjects, access to libraries is terribly important. And if that disappears, you also have a reduction in equity. So while we're thinking about new forms of pedagogy, there is a real imperative to be aware, I think, of how we provide for all students as equitably as possible.
No, that's incredibly important too, because the timeliness of that, and say many of the professions as well, which are seen as a different type of tower besides the ivory tower. Equity questions arising from everything from Black Lives Matter to the absence of female full professors in most universities have been long-standing grievances that, as you point out, maybe these get highlighted in a crisis as well, and some of the lingering problems hidden in plain sight become just maybe more manifest in that situation.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot of people that have been struggling with that, and I know a lot of academics right now are struggling. We've heard about from a couple of people the generosity. Bruce pointed this out, and thank you as well. But all of us know people who've gone far beyond their teaching loads to make sure that they didn't lose any students. And I've heard that phrase so often in the last year, sometimes asking, what do we do to make sure we don't lose our teachers? They didn't seem to have as many support systems as well. But I want to think about it also in terms of, again, to flip the crisis into maybe more of a reflective opportunity. What can we do now that we have this knowledge, now that we have this, our own experiential lived experience of going through adjusting and pivoting pedagogies and trying out new methods? And how do we start to, I guess, collectively share that and disseminate that information? Because you can find out best practices within a university. It was hard before, to be honest, and it's increasingly difficult in some cases. Unless you're social media, you can find examples too. I'm going to go back to Chris on this too, because Chris also pointed out, besides some of the technical solutions, You said, flexibility of curriculum, micro-credentials. Many of you pointed out tagging in experts or collaborating, doing online teaching. I think I've given lectures in about 20 countries in the last couple of months, and I can't actually tell what country I'm lecturing in, so you guys have the same situation. Maybe it's Poland. But in that situation, you also said there were innovative institutions who started to become influences in the broader sector. And I'm very curious about, Chris, if you can give an example or some of that where the consequences of people adopting, say, some novel or boutique approach from some other institution become a little, not just mainstream, but seen as valuable. And then I'm going to tag on to Bruce about that, because Bruce said something also about the excessive need for communication during a crisis, because I see those innovations not something as someone decides and we do it, but it's a perpetual, I guess, persuasion process. But Chris, if you don't mind sharing a little bit more about how some of those outliers or some of those oddities, to not use your own words, helped us think through some of the crisis or bridge some of the gaps that occurred in the pedagogy.
Sure, and I think one of the things that strikes me that is a real challenge for so many of us is just the sheer volume of material that's out there. And you talk about examples of good practice. And there is so much of that, and of course the big challenge is how do we really know what is the good practice? At a very simple level, if we look at some of the open universities around the globe, then you see those institutions with huge experience dealing with both the delivery modes, but also I think the point that Alice makes about digital divides as well is highly relevant there. So you see the kind of creative thinking about how do you get material to people who haven't got the kind of bandwidth to cope with high quality video. How do you find alternatives? So I think you've got those open universities that have massive breadth and depth of expertise. And then I think you have a number of the kind of smaller, often private institutions, some of the specialist schools in the US, but also, we heard examples from Venki, and I think there are a number of specialist institutions that we see across the globe that have come up with just different ways of working. The other group that I think are interesting are actually the private sector organisations, or the third sector organisations that also operate in this broad area, often picking up on issues to do with student skills. So, long tradition of students benefiting from international experiences, working in groups, coming together, problem solving, building that broader set of soft skills, all of that ground to a halt. But actually some of the organisations that do that have innovated and delivered those through both synchronous and asynchronous online. So I think there are those examples that we can work with, but it's very much about the human side of this, about understanding the complexity of delivery issues to make sure that we can find ways of reaching out to diverse communities. And for me, I think going forward, one of the things to think about is how we might expect learning opportunities to be more segmented in the future, and the way in which good digital delivery will really open out a broader range of opportunities. Micro-credentials are a great example of that, because that is content that can be accessed from multiple groups. We can avoid some of the duplication that perhaps goes with more traditional delivery, but it's very much about looking at how we can make much greater use of sharing. So not just the people who can deliver educations we've heard, and your example, Thomas, is a good one, but I think it's also about how we can share the things that we create to allow them to be repurposed and used in multiple ways. Some very simple examples. We can take the things that we might use to deliver to our own students in a campus setting, but actually we can also work with our partner institutions globally and share that content. And so there's a big leap of imagination there. And so I think some of this is technical, but actually some of this is also cultural. And it's about how we as educators think differently about how we work.
That's very encouraging, and that's a fantastic insight too. Bruce, I promised to come to you next because I'd like a little bit of maybe a clarification. Also, truth in advertising, I have a son at the University of Adelaide who just texted me this morning and said they've gone into lockdown and please send money. International wire transfers into Australia are also currently on lockdown right now, but we'll get it sorted. But that's a personal anecdote. But I was going to ask a much more significant question. You said one of the responses that came up in your university was the portfolio-based assessment, which to my design-based ears is the only way we assess. The profession will often disregard faculty evaluations as being ivory tower and look at the student work. Whereas other disciplines respond much more to those criteria. But you also pointed out something that was quite intriguing, that it's not going to be a moment where the management of uncertainty stops. And if everyone can remember where you were a year ago, there was no vaccine and there was no clear idea there would be a vaccine. And I'm wondering also if you see this, Bruce, in the context of working with that large university, and probably people who are saying we're going to go back to the good old days as soon as everyone's vaccinated, because I've heard that from my colleagues in Australia a couple of times. If you think that it's the case that this management of uncertainty is also staying open and staying attuned to alternative forms of not just assessment, but that enriched approach towards learning where, say, portfolios, life experience, doing international projects, as we've heard. Quite a few people have mentioned that. Having student teams composed of people from around the world, doing exactly what we're doing right now, saying, what if, and what did you learn? And I'm just asking Bruce if you can talk a little bit about how some of those novel approaches may have gotten into the bloodstream of the university, to use a biological analogy, so that future risks and challenges and uncertainties, the future disasters you plan for. When I was in Australia, or when I was in New Zealand, we had to plan for earthquakes, but no one planned for all of the students international not coming because of earthquakes. So, you can't really anticipate the black swan. But, Bruce, if you'd like to share with us.
Yes, Thomas, you've opened up a very interesting area there, and I can perhaps start out by sharing with you an anecdote. And as a physician and a geneticist by background, I spent a lot of my professional life taking care of extraordinarily sick youngsters, often for whom the outcomes would be very poor. And so at a personal level, I have a very great comfort in helping support folks who are going through uncertainty and potentially dire outcomes. So I actually, at a deeply personal level, was quite energized by the opportunity to really use what was happening in my campus as a way to drive innovation and to get new thinking. And one of the quirky things that I did, and I've done this before with some significant success in redesigning a very staid and stale medical curriculum in a past university, but now I've taken on to do it institution-wide, is I identified, I have 4 large faculties. I identified 4 individuals in each of the 4 faculties, completely independent of the power hierarchy. People who were renowned for being superb teachers and very engaged with their students. And I brought those group of 16 folks together and personally worked with them over many sessions in blue sky setting around what would a future look like that would be about innovation. And the experience I've had this time exactly replicates what I did 15 years ago doing this. In that original context, I then expanded the circuit of people involved by simply asking folks at the end of the planning session over a few months, do you want to keep doing this work? Absolute enthusiasm to stay engaged. Only one thing I ask you to do is invite a friend of like mind to come along, which drove the hierarchy nuts the time that I did that, because they were so anxious that the wrong people would be involved. And after doing originally in a medical course redesign, 2 rounds of Bring a Friend. We had several hundred people involved. And I'm just in that phase now of expanding it here. And it's wonderful to see the creativity and energy of folks who are not burdened down by worrying about salary resourcing or budgets or timetabling detail at scale level. That's where I've found there's an opportunity for really innovative ideas to come out. And I've really enjoyed working with that group. And I think I've also been encouraging, I often find that having frameworks or simple frame sets in which I can try to make something complex clearer for my community helps enormously. So I've been talking about a very old 2x2 rubric that puts time and place on a 2x2 rubric. Now and then, here and there. And how are we thinking about the flexibility of our educational offerings to be able to be offered in each one of those 4 quadrants? And we've had the experience of just at the end of our first lockdown in Sydney, we opened a magnificent new centre building for the university, a wonderfully designed building, which is a teaching building and social hub for the university. And we had a lot of student consultation in the design. And that building was a mob scene. The students loved that building. And for me, what was remarkable was to see students when they were back on campus using the digital assets that we had put together for when we had to go online, but being on campus to use those digital assets. So moving from here and now to there and then, reutilization of assets that they had had exposure to before, but wanting to be in the vibrancy of a new facility which had been purpose designed around building community. So I think there are many opportunities, both in the pedagogic sense, the assessment sense, as I referenced, but also in how we articulate a transition of time and place to really come up with innovation. One of the areas that I think we also, as university leaders, we're certainly dealing with at my university, and I know across Australia folks are starting to think about this, is do our business models have to change in order to be able to deliver the pedagogy? If in the instance of Australia with very high international student numbers, a lot of us have been delivering online but offshore, what is a fair business model to be utilising for those students who may not have the in-depth campus experience that they might have been expecting if they would be able to come to the university? And we have a particular conservative government at the moment whose attitude is very different than what it was a few years ago about welcoming lots of international students to Australia. So it presents a lot of challenges for us, but challenge always brings opportunity. Michael, thank you.
That's very helpful and very positive too, I think, in terms of looking for opportunities, not just for moving through the crisis, but as you said, also trying to bring resilience into the core, which is something that we've learned the easy way around. I'm going to jump to David for a second, because David was mentioning previously about comparing difference between live classrooms online, but also comparing and contrasting between, say, Japanese and United States experiences. And so, David, if you don't mind, if you could clarify a little bit more for me, the question I've asked a couple other people, are you more optimistic in the range of, I guess, tools in the pedagogical toolkit that people have now? Or do you have a different position? Do you think something else is going on?
Great. Thank you very much. And I've really enjoyed all the interventions from others. The truth is the Japanese system, which superficially looks like the American system, is actually rather different. Students expect to be bored in the classroom, are very bored in the classroom. So this year's experience wasn't much worse for them than usual. what they worry about is job prospects and things like that, and what category the university you can get into is in. So I think that one challenge for, and I was very interested in what Venki was saying about, being able to bring in all sorts of people online, and I think that's right, and it's something that I've seen many do very well indeed. Time zones play a role in that also. Who you can get at what time of the day varies quite a lot. And so for colleagues of mine at the law school in New York who'd been used to having hot and cold running guests in person, all of a sudden those guests were 8 or 9 time zones away. Actually, the current circumstances were more difficult in that regard. So I think it depends a bit on where you are, how flexible you're willing to be. One thing I did want to mention actually is we heard about student assessment, but as somebody who taught during the past year quite a lot, as I think Venki probably did, and others perhaps too, results were actually much weaker this academic year. That was something that worried me, because of course I thought, well, what am I doing wrong to be getting, really much weaker results than usual from young people who are every bit as capable as the young people I've had in the past. So I started comparing notes with colleagues at NYU and elsewhere to see if they'd had similar experiences. And yes, they had. They had had exactly the same experiences. And then you're exposed to, well, do you adopt a sort of curve approach and just grade people in function of that, or what do you do? So I think that while universities are much more better prepared now for the unexpected than they were 18 months ago, at the same time, the unexpected isn't necessarily good for the students. And that's something that I've had in mind very much, because when you're teaching kids who are paying $60,000, $70,000 a year to be with you and others, you pay attention to how the value for money they are getting out of the experience. And the results tend to argue they weren't so great.
No, that's a good insight too, and it's been one of the courses I taught. In some cases that was true, in some cases it wasn't. And this also gets to the question of some people are more digital natives than others, both faculty and students. Some courses obviously require a particular type of learning environment that may not be available digitally too. I'm going to jump to Venki because Venki was probably one of the first to mention technology in the discussion as something that was a device or a tool for navigating through the crisis, which also probably implies that your university was already somewhat digital and prepared for these drastically changing circumstances. But Venki, if you could talk a little bit also about this more open-ended question, are you more optimistic now about the range of pedagogies available than you were, say, 2 years ago, 18 months ago, before people knew what COVID-19 was?
Yeah, thank you. So I was just thinking about it when I started teaching many years ago. I started with these things called transparencies, right? You just write on them and okay, and that's how you kind of have a class lecture, and at the same time you use the board, I guess. And then from there, we moved on to using PowerPoint slides. Sometime, I would say late 90s, early 2000, I would say people started to use more PowerPoint slides. And then now we are looking at other new technology. So I'm quite optimistic, but the challenge is always eventually how do you blend all this tools that you have, and it has to be appropriate to the course. and the learning outcomes you're expecting from the students, right? So at SMU, we have a group of courses, we call them SMUX. These are experiential learning courses where students are doing a project with a partner from the industry, okay? And for those courses, we find using this online wasn't very helpful for the students. In fact, they didn't like it that much because they actually wanted to physically go to the company, talk to the manager there, get their inputs. And okay, they can still do a Zoom call with the manager, but being there physically to that office, somehow they felt that it was more real than just interviewing them. So those courses, we are still looking at, how do we strengthen them, if at all, if possible, using digital, or maybe digital is not suited for this. But at the same time, we also had courses which were what we call SMUXO, which just means that the students work with an industry partner in an overseas country, right? And there, yes, the digital seemed to help because they could still continue with the online. But what didn't help is usually the SMUXO courses have a physical visit to the country where the partner is. Now, without that, the students were finding, okay, whatever you can have all this interaction. We also put in place some country experiences by trying to get our alumni do a walkthrough of, say, a city in Myanmar, because that alumni is working there, so the students have some experience of the country. But physically being there, I don't think that can change, right? So for our going forward, we are looking at, what I see is, for example, what we are doing is up to 4 sessions out of the 12 sessions, we are telling faculty, you can do some digital. It could be synchronous or asynchronous, okay? But you have to justify what is the value in that digital component, okay? And that what's the value for both the faculty and the students, because eventually, as David mentioned, students are paying fees, so they have to have a value. We can't, and they will accept now if you do online because there is restriction to movement. Whereas if everything is open, then why not go back to face-to-face? So I always ask the question, why? Why are we using the digital? What's the value add? We also experimented with some group of courses which are called COIL. This is Collaborative Online International Learning. So this is where 2 professors from 2 different universities will collaboratively develop a course, and students from both universities can take those courses, and it's delivered online. So again, there is a value there. But as David mentioned, one of the problems we faced was students didn't like hybrid, where we had some students physically in the class, some online. And personally, I don't like hybrid meetings. I'm sure all of us are online. This is nice. If some of us are physically in a room, the rest of us will be left out, right? So there we are still trying to see how can we, overseas students, if they are participating, can we have them in the class somehow? Though there are technologies available for that, but whether how expensive and what's the return on investment. So that's something we need to think about. So what I see going forward is, definitely there is opportunities, but I would not just use technology for the sake of using it. It's more what value does it bring in and how do we blend that with our current pedagogy. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I'm getting streaming questions from the audience. I think you've triggered a lot of pent-up curiosity or more in some cases. So I'm going to try to pull out a couple of the maybe more provocative and recent ones too, because some of the questions have been answered, I think, partially through our discussion. The first one, question 4 on my list, coming from the audience, has to do with considering diverse financial backgrounds of students and availability of their resources. And I would inflect that by saying now that COVID has established a new norm, how can assessments and learning be redesigned to provide fair and equal opportunity for non-digital students? Is the digital divide just increased now?
Can I just?
Absolutely.
That? One of the things I wanted to mention is also when we are doing all this, we need to also look at campus transformation. So I feel sometimes the digital doesn't mean that you're just studying from home. You could come to the campus, and I think Bruce mentioned this as well, having a new digital environment where you provide the environment. So you have digital pods in the campus. So students can just come in there, and if they have a computer, they can plug in, or they can hire a computer from the IT services, or you could have the computer ready in the digital pod, and then they just need to log in, and they can actually be doing video conferencing or even attending a lecture. So that I think is something that we need to look into. Of course, what we observed was during the pandemic, we did provide IT equipment to some of the students, so they could go and borrow computers, borrow dongles, Wi-Fi devices, etc.
Yeah. Okay. Next question here, and this is actually quite interesting to me also in the realm of curriculum. Says, do you think students should be given the opportunity and autonomy to negotiate their curriculum instead of being required to learn standardized content? I think maybe one of the ways to think about that is, given the new normal of the pandemic situation, are universities more willing to accommodate alternative learners, alternative learning styles? For example, when I was in Australia, the David and Nayaphan School of Indigenous Studies, I think for remote students, had 13 starting points in any academic year, as opposed to 2 semester starting points. Just an anecdote from my past, but I'm reading this question coming in from the audience, which I think is asking for or requesting consideration for higher degrees of autonomy. I imagine some disciplines would have more autonomy built in than others. I'm going to jump in. Okay, we will start with Alice, Chris, and Bruce. That was a photo finish. I had to go back and double check the screen grab. Okay, so Alice, you're first.
Well, 2 things. First of all, just continuing from the previous discussion for a second, I think the digital divide is something that we need to pay very close attention to. And those of us who fundraise for scholarships and bursaries, for example, need to think about how we provide an element of support for digital access at a much more intensively than we have done in the past, when actually costing our scholarships. But the other thing I would say is that my experience is dealing with graduate students from America, as I do at the moment quite a bit, that the digital tends to amplify the louder voices. And I think this is something we want to watch for very carefully, that as we build in our international communities of students and faculty, and this is all highly desirable and going to be very fruitful intellectually and in all sorts of ways, we also want to watch for the dominance of those who, first of all, have greater adaptability and access to better tools, but secondly, the cultural differences. Some people in a mixed international environment just speak louder. And that has become very apparent to me in the digital environment.
And also some will grow silent too. That's really true.
Yes, yes.
Chris, you're next.
Yeah, so I think just picking up on that particular question about autonomy in the curriculum, I mean, it's an interesting one, and certainly as we hear policymakers talking about much greater flexibility around credit transfer, around the development of micro-credentials, then that does seem to create the conditions for what you might start to think of as a pick and mix type of approach. I think what we have to remember, of course, is for higher education institutions, the credential that we ultimately award is a signal, it's a measure of something, and it's a measure that's used by groups across society, by a range of stakeholders, whether it's industry, government, other HEIs. So it has to clearly represent something. Now, it may be that in some cases, of course, particular learning outcomes will be delivered through quite a variety of different routes, and therefore there is choice. But it's also going to be the case that in some areas we do need a prescribed curriculum. So for me, I think it's probably most likely to be the case that we will need certain core elements. Do we perhaps overteach in our core areas? Possibly. Do we need greater breadth? I think certainly in many areas. Some of that comes through greater choice. Some of that, I think, comes through how we manage the curriculum in core areas and how we get some of the big thematic challenges we face as a society embedded into the delivery of that core knowledge. You know, so very simply, if we think about, and I'm kind of probably trespassing in your area, Thomas, but if we think about some of the big challenges around climate, there's an awful lot that we can embed into the teaching that we will do around design of buildings, delivery of buildings, management of infrastructure. So I think we will be able to get some greater choice, but I think we've got to be careful not to see this as an opportunity to open everything up in a way that devalues the credentials that we offer.
Thank you for that. Bruce, you also had your hand up.
Yes, I just perhaps can extend on from my other two colleagues to raise perhaps a different dimension of this very interesting question, I think, posed to us about greater autonomy or flexibility for students to participate in curricular design. And I think at one end of the spectrum there, it's about how do we encourage pedagogic co-design with our student body and setting the frameworks right, whether certain things might be more prescribed, but certain things there might be more flexibility. And we've certainly seen very good examples of that, particularly around capstone planning, where there is a much more dynamic interplay between the student and the professor around what might be possible. The other dimension we haven't touched on here, which I have been concerned about for a long while, is that the role of our regulatory authorities in setting the boundaries of what we can do. I personally think that, and I've thought this for a long while, and it's been very difficult to change in my discipline, originally in the health sciences and medicine, is about moving to an outcomes basis and away from a prescriptive approach towards, you've got to have so many hours of contact time to get so many credit points. This is, I think, it's been a very hard area to move in, certainly Australia and in many national jurisdictions in their regulatory bodies. And I'd certainly be very keen for all of us to give thought to as university leaders over the next little while to use the opportunity we have before us with this disruption that's gone on to really be creative in thinking about how we work with our regulatory authorities. I've seen some outstanding examples in particularly the post-primary training in the professions where very clear evidence-based research shows that if you can prove you can get to a certain outcome in a quarter of the time, you are deserving of the credential and being allowed to move on. And I think that our regulatory bodies are pretty conservative, the ones I've dealt with around the world, in their approach towards contemplating a significant shift in the way they are helping us to manage a much more turbulent and dynamic environment, where the students are asking for more engagement in planning their own lives and their careers and their education experiences. So I'd challenge us all to be thinking about the wider dimension of the context in which we work in a regulatory sense, not just our own things we have control of in our own institutions. Thank you, Tom.
That's a really important point. My experience in Australia was that also, that often they counted the amount of time you would spend per student per paper for marking, and very little about how to determine if it was a quality paper or not. Maybe things that can be measured get measured, but not everything that's important can be measured. So I think that's a really profound insight that could help us through this. We're almost at the end of time, and the Vice Chancellor will get angry if I run over time. There he is. So in lieu of final statements, I'm just going to thank everyone for your incredibly helpful and cross-linked insights here. There's a lot for us to think through. We did address some of the audience questions as well, so I'm grateful for that. And like many of us, we've counted on your generosity to try to improve the situations for a lot of people. So from all of us at Jindal Global University, we're very grateful for the time you spent in all of your respective time zones to come join us mid-afternoon and a nice summer day in India. Raj, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Thank you, Bruce, Alice, Benki, and Chris, and of course, David, for a fascinating discussion. I couldn't believe that in an hour and 10 minutes we could cover so much distance. I deeply appreciate the fact that you participated in this session. Thank you very much. And we will quickly move into the next thematic session. Thank you and be safe, and hope to host all of you in India on our campus.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
We're live.
All right. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, hello, wherever you are. Welcome to this amazing panel discussion on the universities of the future, building institutional resilience, social responsibility, and community impact. This particular panel will focus on student recruitment, admissions, and the challenges that universities have had, and how they've overcome these challenges over the last year and a half through the COVID-19 pandemic. Right? I'd like to first start with introducing my distinguished speakers. I've got with me Professor Dr. Santiago Inúez de Onzono, who's the president of IIHEd University in Spain. We've got with us Professor Dr. Nirmala Rao, Vice Chancellor, Asian University for Women. And we have with us Professor Dr. Ivan Prerostakov, who's the Vice Rector, Higher School of Economics, University in Russia. And myself, Arya Majumdar, the Dean of Admissions at the OP Jindal Global University in India. Right. So this particular panel, as we've discussed, as we've mentioned, will focus on student recruitment. Now, student recruitment can often be a challenging process for universities, especially when aiming to achieve certain global standards of excellence and competing on a global level. And universities have to consistently seek and adopt best practices to increase the efficiency of their outreach and student recruitment plans. Now, over the last year and a half, universities all over the world have demonstrated formidable leadership, governance, and crisis management skills in embracing new academic and administrative strategies to adapt to the rapidly changing higher education landscape in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, universities have quickly transitioned into an online mode and experimented with several methods of student recruitment, including virtual campus tours, live and recorded webinars, online chats to keep students engaged. Admissions offices have devised new follow-up strategies to ensure student-institution relationships are maintained. Universities have also dedicated websites for COVID-19 related information and updates for students and their pandemics. In this context, this particular thematic session will provide a platform to discuss how university admission processes can adapt to challenges brought in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic. Let me start with Professor Santiago Inúez. Now, Professor Santiago, given that institutions worldwide have transitioned to e-classrooms and there's a mix of virtual learning, sometimes physical learning, sometimes a hybrid form of learning as well, how has this affected the admissions process for universities? What have been the key challenges in managing the student outreach and this recruitment process virtually? Professor Santiago.
Thanks very much, and thank you for inviting me and for having me here. It's a great pleasure to be talking with my colleagues on this very important thing. I guess we have all experienced over the past year exceptional circumstances. We didn't actually expect a pandemic will affect all the different activities of the value chain of education in this way. Our experience, given the international composition of our students, which is currently about 80% at the level of the undergraduate programs and 95% at the level of master's degree programs. So we have a very wide array of nationalities and cultures present on campus. So we very much depend on international applicants and on international mobility. Of course, you could imagine what has been the impact of the pandemic in recruiting students. We reacted very quickly in March last year. We passed all our admissions process to online formats so that the whole admissions process could actually be completed online. And this, of course, has been extremely helpful in order to keep the same composition in class. But of course, we had to offer hybrid formats. We have a 20-year experience in running blended courses, which was, of course, an advantage because our faculty was prepared to jump overnight into hybrid formats. At the same time, some parts of our faculty are not that prepared. Let's think, for example, of the School of Law or the School of Global and Public Affairs. So we had to train those parts of the faculty very quickly, but we were able to move the whole organization to hybrid formats and invest in technology. Anyway, my takeaway from this experience is that, of course, the pandemic has accelerated changes in education, that probably blended formats are here to stay because they provide a much richer learning experience as compared to just, one of the formats, just solely online or solely in presence. And then, if I may just conclude by saying something, which is more, I guess, philosophical. We all say that we look for the best students, all our institutions. But the fact is that we mean different things, because depending on each of our institutions, some of us may be looking for, let's say, the entrepreneurs. Some others may be looking for those who are more solid in terms of their analytical skills. Some other in terms of their artistic aptitude. So what I mean is probably we need to identify what are the right mechanisms and platforms in order to attract the best possible candidates according to our own missions and according to the profile of students that each of our institutions look for, and try probably to get more detached from generalist platforms that just classify applicants under just one category. No? This would be, one of my major, suggestions for reforms in the future. But anyway, overall, the experience until now has been positive because we were able, to keep everything more or less in place.
Right. I think one of the key takeaways, Professor Santiago, is that universities will need to remain agile even as we move forward. And I can't help but sort of identify with some of the things that you said, that some of us were absolutely not prepared at all to move on to an online or a hybrid mode of teaching. And I think that's a response that we will get from many universities across the world. I noticed that our fourth distinguished speaker, Professor Deborah, who is the rector at the University of Edinburgh, has just joined us. Thank you so much for joining in, Professor Deborah. Great to have you with us. And of course, we'll go around the table with more questions. But I want to turn to now Professor Nirmala Rao. Now, Professor Rao, I know that you are the Vice Chancellor of the Asian University for Women, and it's a very, very different setup that the AUW has. Now, I'm given to understand that it's a completely philanthropic university, and it caters to a wide variety of demographic composition, right? Now, could you tell us a little bit about the challenges that your university would have faced, particularly maintaining the demographic composition of the incoming batches, in the last 1 year and perhaps this year as well? Professor Rao.
Thank you, Arya, and thank you first of all, for inviting me to share my reflections on this very important topic. Sitting where I am at AUW, I've been there 4 years, and prior to which I was at University of London, SOAS and Goldsmiths, where I was head of recruitment for nearly 3 decades. And so this is an entirely new challenge. As you rightly say, it's a very different setup. It's the university was established in 2008, so really in its 12th, 13th year of operation. And we have a particular challenge. When I arrived in 2017, 100% were on scholarships, and the business plan simply showed this was not going to be feasible, so we introduced fees. Right. And today we get about 17% of our total revenue from fees. Right. That's one. So given the student population, we have around 1,000 students from 19 different countries. And the second, obviously the vast majority are 40% from Bangladesh, but second largest cohort from Afghanistan, and third from the refugee camps, Rohingya camps, and Yemen, Syria, conflict areas. The mission was, the university was set up to attract particularly women from quite disadvantaged, marginalized, difficult communities. And so we've concentrated by far on recruiting first in the family from these marginalized communities. So we have a good spread from, say, like I said, from the garment factories, for example, in Bangladesh, from the hill tribes, from Assam tea estates and Sri Lanka. So that is, together with a small growing community from the affluent fee-paying communities. Right. So given that the context in which we are operating, the COVID, obviously, I mean, it hit us very hard, as it has, most universities, but particularly so when we are a donor university, completely donor-driven. So we had to transition immediately to online, almost overnight. But the most important thing was, as you rightly said, agility is the key message here. I must say, huge tribute to our faculty. It's a very good mix of very young and slightly older faculty. They're young, of course, either they're very agile and adept at online, or they come with absolutely no experience and they needed some quick training. From the student perspective, we had a particular challenge. Students come from 19 different countries. To try and repatriate them to places like Afghanistan, Yemen, Syria, border issues were predominantly the biggest challenge for us in terms of how do we repatriate, quite apart from the financial constraints that we were faced with. So the finances and the practicalities of sending them proved pretty difficult. Once having repatriated them, then the real challenge comes from how do we ensure we give them study packs or enhanced mobile data packs to enable them to access internet. Now, a lot of the students from Afghanistan are from deep mountain areas or from Chitral, Gilgit areas of deep Pakistan, where there's absolutely no internet connection. Even giving them data packs was redundant because there's no internet connectivity. So what we did was we carried on in the initial phase by asking whoever could have real-time lectures to adapt. But those who had no access to internet facilities, the faculty very quickly put recorded lectures on Google, on YouTube, and so that students could access at their own free will through free time. But the most important, the practical steps we took was to assure students that when they return, they're given up to a year to catch up on the courses. University is still not open, of course. When they come, we need to give them that extra time. So it's financial plus, how do we relay the content to students? And 19 different countries means real-time lectures are very, very different.
Well, I think that's a fascinating story, Professor Rao. And when we're talking about the demographic composition of your students, something as basic as access to the internet, something that many of us take for granted because of our privilege, etc. And I think that story that you just told us brings into sharp focus the fact that millions of students around the world who perhaps deserve quality higher education are being denied because of a simple lack of access to the internet. Wonderful. I'm going to come back to that in a bit, but I'm going to turn now to the question of internationalization. Now, Professor Deborah Kaimbe, thank you very much for coming in. I'm going to turn to you now, because the University of Edinburgh does have a sizable international population as well. Now, internationalization for most universities is, of course, instrumental in driving diverse and inclusive experiences, right? Now, there have been restrictions on student mobility during this pandemic. Right? We've been seeing it for the last 1.5 years. Now, what are some of the challenges that are being faced by universities across the world, and in your experience, Professor Deborah, in driving international student outreach? Could you share some of the key innovations and experiments to overcome these challenges? Professor Deborah.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me. The University of Edinburgh, as you said, is a university who has a pro-international agenda and welcomes them as much as international students. And the pandemic has been here and it has affected the university in a way that really everything just has changed overnight, just like my colleagues have said. But what I think is we need to do now as university is, although we have the financial mean, I don't deny that Edinburgh University has this means. We have to make sure that we reach places that we have never reached before. So this outreach has to go way over the traditional or the conservative route of the university to go to places that we have never been before and share the knowledge that we have kept for ourselves for so long to available to the others. Because the truth is, with the pandemic, we have realized how the gap through our planet is. We have the poor who are going to die more and more and more, and the richer who still surviving, where we're not certain because we're still through this pandemic and we don't know the way out. So what we thought this time at Edinburgh University is we need to go to places we have never been before. Right. We need to reach out to people that did not benefit the excellence of our education. And again, we need to consider this time their cultural differences that we have and put that into research so we can understand how the world can survive this time, because we haven't survived it. We're trying to find a way out. So this is what we're trying to do at Edinburgh University right now. I was late joining you because this morning we were working on our Equality and Diversity Inclusion Committee. We're looking at how we're going to do with the international students. So the reality for us is no more just Europe, no more just Edinburgh, but go to places we have never been before and then share our knowledge so the world can move forward together.
That's really interesting, Professor Deborah, because what you're actually trying to tell us is that because certain avenues of student recruitment or internationalization might have been closed off, that requires us as universities to sort of branch out into other regions, other areas that we wouldn't have thought of before, making us as universities more diverse and more inclusive and in a way more international. All right, I want to now turn to Professor Ivan Prostakov. So Professor Ivan, there have been students who have been, there are students right now in universities across the world who've probably finished an entire year of higher education without ever stepping into, the university campus, right? And I'm not just talking about international students, perhaps students from one region who cannot travel to another within the same country, right? Now, a very important aspect of completing the student recruitment is this orientation phase, the first few weeks or the first few days, which sort of drive a sense of identity and belonging, right, with a university campus. Now, when we're talking about our own campuses, we see them as thoughtful spaces of quiet reflection, which are inherently tied with the physical campus, right? Now, in the absence of a physical setting, what have been some of the experiments that perhaps your university may have conducted to ensure that students are still able to be sort of inducted into the larger university community, even in an online format? Professor Ivan.
Thank you. I'm also very glad to be here. Thank you for inviting me for this panel and summits. In fact, the question of physical presence, of the direct contact between students in classrooms or between students and the professors is crucial for international students, for international mobility. It probably was one of the main challenges that we all had to face when the pandemic started. And unfortunately, we cannot replace this direct experience with online tools, with online experiments. Anyway, we try to do the best, if I may say it. And I would like also to react on some topics and questions raised by my colleagues. Of course, we all try to attract talents, young talents, to have best students from all countries, and we enroll from more than 100 countries. We have only 12% of our international students in our campuses. But in any case, as our university is one of the biggest in Russia, the number of international students is more than 5,000. And we received previously, every year, almost 600 international students on our short-term mobility programs. Obviously, zero mobility last year, zero physical mobility, and also very difficult enrollment for the physical presence of international students. And we switched very quickly to online learning, as all our colleagues. And at the same time, we switched them online also first. Our previous projects, for example, so-called Olympiad, we organize every year. Online global scholarship competition. We covered previously 20 countries with our offline presence. We moved to these countries, and now we organized it online only. We covered more than 90 countries with 3,000 participants. It's a very important point for us to choose to select talented students, because it's oriented to undergraduates, to programs for pupils of secondary schools. And it's organized not like a test exam, but a competition on different creative topics, in order to understand who is able to study at the university. And the best pupils receive scholarships and receive grants. We moved on online project here, and we offered also 2 new projects, the so-called study tour experience this year, for more than 200 international students coming from almost 40 countries, selected on competitive basis, no participation fees. And it means that selected students had the opportunity to follow for a week different programs of our university. In the parallel time, we launched also so-called class experience, when selected students, international students, has the possibility to follow different lectures. So in this way, we try to show what is our university, what kind of programs we can offer online or even offline when there will be this possibility. And we organized for all of international students, and by the way, also for Russian students who studied online, digital assistants. So students for the last year of their program, undergraduate or graduate programs, helped other people, other students for the first year to understand what is our university, what is our values of our university, how the process of educational process is organized. So in fact, we organized different tools to open our university to other countries, to other students. And at the same time, we could understand, yes, what was mentioned by my colleagues, online makes higher education maybe more accessible. But at the same time, we understand that the gap between different countries, different regions, even in our country, because Russia is too big, the difference is very important now, maybe much more important. This kind of digital inequality is a very high risk for internationalization of education, of online education. And we have to be very careful with this kind of problem. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much, Professor Ivan. I think there's a common thread to this conversation that, you know, we've, as universities, we're constantly trying new things, and that question of agility just sort of comes in every time I turn to one of my speakers. So I'm just quickly taking a look at the time. We're good for time for another round of questions, and then we can open it up to the audience. Let's turn to technology. Now, my next question will be to Professor Santiago. So Professor Santiago, obviously we've moved, our dependence on technology has grown multifold over the last year and a half, right? We are now meeting on online platforms on a daily, hourly basis, right? We are reaching out to students wherever they are, whether they are in our own home countries or across the world, you know, through digital marketing. Now, what aspects of this adoption of technology do you think will be used even you know, after things hopefully get back to normal. So we're expecting at some point of time in the next 6 months to a year, depending upon where we are, things should get back to some semblance of normalcy. But my question to you, sir, is that what aspects of technology or what aspects of this adoption of technology do you see universities continuing to have even after the COVID-19 pandemic? Professor Santiago.
Thanks very much. And of course, there's a number of things that are here to stay, which enhance the whole learning process, which includes, for example, the use of technology in order to assess the skills of participants and students and to measure the impact of education throughout the learning process. There's also the use of the learning management systems and educational platforms, the use of interactive multimedia materials, and the use of hybrid formats that combine both synchronous in presence classes or maybe via streaming that adapt very well, to the circumstances of students, particularly for those who may be attending, classes from their homes, given that they may be under lockdowns or they may be just confined, or they may have problems in terms of international mobility, which is still an issue, as my predecessors have commented, and we have to, try to resume international mobility as soon as possible. But anyway, apart from all these things, what I guess is that technology, what the pandemic has actually shown is that technology is not a foe, but it's actually a friend. Yeah. And I guess that most of our faculty members have discovered that far from replacing the job, it enhances the role of the professor. I mean, technology doesn't actually replace faculty. It actually brings lots of instruments in order that the faculty can actually convey their role as instructors and as teachers in the best possible way. So what I expect is that in the future, we will see the development of many more apps and platforms and solutions in order to enhance the flexibility and the impact of the whole learning process. There will be segments of education much more affected by technology, for example, executive education and non-degree programs. It's amazing because over the pandemic, this segment of education, continuous learning or lifelong learning, has multiplied in terms of online offerings. It was a segment very reluctant, to attend the courses online because companies were sending their executives mostly to in-presence seminars and courses. But the fact is that this is now experienced and companies are happy and probably irreversible. We will see also the increase of non-degree technology-based programs, certificates, micro-credentials, and all sorts of stackable degrees. And of course, even if face-to-face in presence education is not replaceable by just, artificial intelligence or augmented reality, because we need some sort of animal feedback. We need to be together in a room and even, if you allow me the expression, smell each other. It's part of the learning process. I mean, in fact, children, when they are small, they learn by touching things, no? So we have also this dependency on the use of senses in order to learn. But despite that, what we realize is that technology can actually enhance many other facets of the learning process. So the overall, result of the pandemic as regards learning can be seen, as a positive outcome, because I guess we will see, progress, and we will take in steps in the future in order to make the whole learning process much more impactful.
Right. Wonderful. So I do appreciate the fact that you mentioned that, technology is now being viewed as an enabler rather than a disruptor. Right? The disruption has already happened in the form of the pandemic. We're grateful to have certain technologies at our fingertips to enable us as faculty members. Of course, there are challenges coming out from hybrid versus online, and I'm seeing a number of audience questions on the efficacy of online learning versus hybrid learning, synchronous versus asynchronous. Right? But I want to turn my attention to the financial impact of student outreach and recruitment strategies. And I want to turn now again to Professor Rao. And of course, AUW is a very, very different university financially speaking. What has been, if you could share, Professor Rao, the financial impact of the pandemic on student outreach and recruitment strategies? Because your recruitment strategy, as you mentioned earlier, moves into remote areas, across Asia, works with a number of conflict-ridden areas across Asia. How has that been affected? Has there been a financial impact on your student outreach and recruitment strategy?
Thank you, Arya. I think it's more than financial. There are other practical considerations that have got in the way. I think in terms of the financial, of course, we had to make a very quick upfront investment in upgrading our technology, our platforms. So we have a Moodle, for example, but we had to enhance its capacity, server capacity, and so on. So that called for immediate, huge investment. When I say considerable investment, it's in light of the country we are in and the kind of institution we're operating. That said, despite the investment, the problem in a country like Bangladesh is the poor internet connection altogether. So no matter what you do in terms of enhancing, investing, and upgrading your technology, you still have a fundamental problem if the internet connection itself is not strong and not readily amenable at all times. I couldn't agree with Professor Santiago's analysis more in terms of how to engage students. I mean, in the context of the financial difficulties, especially that you raise, apart from investment, I think, in terms of outreach, we've not had a huge, it's not had an impact in financial terms. Because what we do is, in all these 19 different countries, it's not standard recruitment. We need local foundations to help us. We look for support from NGOs, for example. BRAC is a very big presence in Afghanistan, for example. They help us recruit, and that recruitment has been going on regardless. And in some areas like the deep hills and remote areas, we look to academics. For example, in SOAS, for example, there are academics who worked in the northeast fringe states of Myanmar. They speak the local language. So we use academics in these parts of the world to actually reach the organizations and recruit. So financially, it's not made a huge impact in those terms. I think the real problem has come for us in Asia, particularly, is none of the schools have had their high HSC examinations. Everything's been deferred. I'm sure even in India it's happened. And we don't have anything called conditional offers as we do in the UK. In UK, we have predicted grades, we have conditional offers, and you can manage the admission process in that sense. But in Bangladesh, we don't have conditional offers. So for the first time, I had to tell the admissions team, let's make conditional offers on the basis of predicted grades. And even to get the schools to give predicted grades has been a lot of work, trying to work with them to get them. In places like Cambodia, Timor-Leste, Laos, these schools, they don't have predicted grades, nor do they have examinations. So there's a shrinking pool of applicants, if you see what I mean. It's nothing to do, not much to do with financial, but the practicalities of getting that pool sorted.
Wonderful.
I mean, I could go on all afternoon about that.
Right, of course. But thank you so much, Professor Rao, for keeping it crisp. I'd like to now move over to something that one of our panelists mentioned earlier, the aspect of certificate programs, right? And we are seeing, with the advent of online programs and people questioning, is an online education worth it, and so on and so forth. And of course, with a number of companies, including Google, coming out with their own certification programs, I want to open this question up to the entire panel. So Professor Deborah, Professor Ivan, whoever would like to come in on this, have the priorities of students changed thanks to the pandemic? For example, would a student of higher education view higher education as a means to an end, which is I need to be self-reliant, I need to be self-employed, or I need to be employed at some point of time. And therefore, am I looking at higher education simply as a means to end up getting a job or starting a career? And therefore, can a traditional higher education sort of program be replaced by a certificate? Because under both circumstances, I am stuck in front of a screen, whether it's synchronous or asynchronous learning. So would you say that the priorities of incoming students in 2020, 2021, has that changed at any point of time? I'd like Professor Deborah to address this, please, if you don't mind. You're on mute, Professor Deborah.
There's nothing else to say that for every student, the priority is education, regardless the means, the end of the education. I think every student, when it comes to the university and whatever the setting or the way that it goes with the end of the road is to be educated. That is the basic of everything, is to get the education. And then after that, you can decide what happened. But I think the way the world is changing so fast, and I'm guessing the way the economy might become very different than the way we know that today, may determine how the student look at, the training or the opportunity of education in front of them. I think as an institution, us at university, our priority is to dispense the best education possible, so these people can be actors in the world, not only for Edinburgh or the UK, but for the rest of the world, to be an impact. We look at impact. This is how we call it Edinburgh impact. We look how these youngest come to Edinburgh to get the best education, and from that, to make a better world. Right. And that's what I think I should say about that.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Professor Deborah. So we're looking to make an impact even in higher education, even now, even within the pandemic. Professor, same question. Do you feel that student priorities would have changed over the last 1.5 years?
My question?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to follow, maybe to continue what was said by Professor Kayembe. In fact, education is a main priority of all universities everywhere and during all the times. But obviously, times are changing. I'm not sure that we now may analyze and to say, in fact, what's happened and what preferences, what kind of preferences changed. For us, maybe only one remark, practical remark, that we noticed this year that the number of applications for the master's program is falling down drastically. Undergraduate programs are more or less the same by number of applicants as last year. Master's programs are not anymore popular as previously. I don't know if it's a phenomenon only for our university, maybe for other too. What we may say always in the context of the pandemic, that master's programs are shorter and students, applicants for master's programs prefer to be present in classes, to have this kind of experience in a short time. They are afraid to pass 1 or 2 years only online. The second point is waiting for changes, for the normalization of the situation. Students, applicants for master's programs are able to find a job. It means that they may wait for 1, 2, 3 years when the situation will change. It's only a short remark that we have now in the pandemic situation. But generally speaking, I suppose that all changes that we are living now push all universities to diversify their offer. Once again, we said that probably Corona accelerated much more all processes that we lived previously. So we have to adopt different programs shorter or micro degree, of course, or completely online programs, specific programs for different markets, because also we see that the behavior of applicants is different now from different geographical zones, Africa, Asia, Europe. So if we want to attract more international students, also for online or blended programs, we have to differentiate our offer to include more online elements or to create specific online programs, short degree programs or short micro degree programs. It will be a big challenge for all of us in the next years.
Right. So thank you so very much, Professor Ivan. There's one, so I've come to the end of the moderator questions, and we're going to open it up to a few audience questions, and I've already received a number of them, on our YouTube channel. Now, these questions are going to be open to anybody who would like to answer them. And I'd like to start with something that, again, goes back to the practical aspects of online student recruitment, right? Now, we've all agreed that as universities, we've had to rethink our strategies. We've had to, go places that we never thought we would go, right? So at the same time, what's happening is that most universities are falling back on digital marketing, right? In its various forms, whether it's content-based marketing, whether it's paid advertising, whether it's search advertising, and there are so many different modes to it. As a result, what's happened over the last year and a half is that a lot of students and parents are complaining of what we would call Zoom fatigue or webinar fatigue, right? And there is this bombardment, I would say, of information, not just from universities, but from all and sundry, right? So if I were to do a search on a particular product, for the next 3 days, I will be shown advertisements of that particular product, no matter where I go. And that's just one product. Now, the same would apply to a number of institutes of higher education. So if I were to look up, let's say, an online degree course, for the next 3 days, I will be pursued by that particular institution or by that particular organization or company. So there's a lot of marketing noise that's happening there, right? Now, in this scenario where, all right, maybe in 2020, Zoom and webinars were really novel, right? And people would want to engage with them. But over time, we've seen that there's a fatigue. We don't want to, people may not want to engage as much as last year. There's still some engagement. My question to all our distinguished speakers on the panel is that what can we as universities do, or what strategies can we adopt to drive student enrollment while authentically engaging with students? Now, over here, I think there's one point that I think everybody will agree on. To provide content or to provide information or to provide engagement which is authentic, right? Not for the sake of providing content or engagement, right? But to actually showcase what we as universities stand for. And I particularly enjoyed Professor Debra's point that, we should drive a change, we should inspire, etc., right? And I think that's what most universities choose to do. So how can we change our strategies to drive more engagement with prospective students? I'm opening this up to the entire panel, whoever wants to take a shot at it.
Yeah, if I may just
yes, Professor.
Go first, if you don't mind. I don't think, you may call me a skeptic, but I don't think this whole online virtual approach is going to fully substitute for who we are and what we do as universities. At the end of the day, universities can adopt all kinds of strategies. And of course, the last 18 months has been a very humbling experience, emotionally difficult, very humbling. And universities have been very agile in adapting and harnessing technology and opening up in new ways, both for new recruitment as well as current students. But I don't believe from the students' perspective, the online is going to be substituting for real degrees, real experience. Students want to get to universities. Universities are more than buildings, right? They're about scholarship, they're about scholars and students coming together, interacting. And that
debate and conversations, yes.
And I think after this settles, it will come back. Everything will come back. That said, I'm sure the universities are also thinking about how best to actually reach areas and people, students, who otherwise might not be able to come. Of course, some universities, like in parts of the world, and my colleagues themselves have said, they've got very good distance learning programs. But for you, new universities that have not really adopted those positions, I'm sure they're all thinking about how best we can develop a distance learning strategy that will complement and that will supplement what we are doing. It's about enhancement rather than substitution. And I think that's how I would look at this whole online, both in terms of recruitment and in terms of engaging students. Of course, for the first time, we went into virtual open days. We've never had, for example. We've had interviews with students online, which we've never had in the past. We used to have it on site. So I think the both will run now. I mean, if there's one lesson to be taken away, it is how best we can use technology to actually enhance our own experience of reaching out to students and engaging them more.
Right. Thank you very much, Professor. All right. Thank you very much, Professor. That's a silver lining. I have Professor Santiago and Professor Ivan, whose hands are raised. Professor Santiago, over to you.
Sure. No, you probably recall that debate some years ago about whether platform was king or whether it was content, whether universities should invest in producing content or whether on developing their own technology platforms. And what I guess is the challenge for universities is not actually developing tech platforms nor even, producing content, because they are both commodities, let's be very honest. And it's not our business. Our business is not actually developing, LMSs or what I normally say is that technology platforms may be prince, content may be king, but what becomes the emperor is actually the experience. So I guess the challenge for universities is how they gather all these elements and put their faculty at the forefront of the whole experience in order that they can actually manage all the different elements that are at hand. That's the real challenge, how to improve the actual educational experience of their students.
Right. So you're suggesting that a university which is sort of driving conversations and debates and discourse, for them it's really, really important to present their faculty members to prospective students. Is that the bottom line?
Very much. I mean, the involvement of the faculty in the whole learning process is key. And as far as we can actually train them in order to manage this very stressful environment, because now we are asking them not just to perform well in class, but also to manage all these technologies at hand. So I guess we need to invest in the development of our faculty, of course.
I completely agree with you, Professor Santiago. And I'm so glad to see 5 faculty members from various parts of the world in this panel itself. Professor Ivan, you've got your hand raised. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Yes, I completely agree. The experience, knowledge, of course, but now the experience, the know-how is much more important than previously for all our students. And at the same time, we have also to implement in their minds all our values, academic values and civic values too. And in the framework always of total digitalization, it's very challenging. It's very difficult. I agree that technologies are an important tool, but not the solution. Obviously, we have to use them and to develop the using of them. And for our university, probably the pandemic switch to online was not a big shock because, for example, we introduced online procedures for the admissions of international students in 2017. And since this time, we have introduced, for example, CRM, customer relations management as a big corporation. And I suppose that we'll go on, all university will go on with this tool because it's very helpful, very useful. We receive more than 100,000 contacts. After that, we transform them in 10,000 applications, and we receive 200 students every year from abroad, more or less. So it's impossible to work with all this data with digital tools, and it's helped us to choose to propose the right orientations also inside the university for all these applicants, for all these students. But at the same time, we have more than be more attentive to our own behavior with our students, how to work with all digital tools, because we know that for many professors it was very challenging to change the style of teaching from in classes to online. And we have to develop not only the new knowledge, but the new know-how ourselves, I mean, professors, educators, administrators, to be able to work with young students, young people who is maybe more agile than we are. It's also very challenging. And third point, as I said, values and civic position. I mentioned the example of a digital assistant inside the university when there is an interaction between students from different ages and different levels of education. But we also introduced, for example, the institution of so-called silver proctors. We invited retired people over 60, over 65, to help the university, to help students, and to be proctors during the online test, online examination. So once again, now we have to live with all technology, with all digital work that we face. But at the same time, we have to preserve and to develop also traditional values of our institutions.
Wonderful. So I think the underlying sort of strain over here seems to suggest that universities are more than just physical buildings or virtual settings, right? They are about conversations, they're about debates, they're about people coming together, right? And it's not just faculty members and students, but it's also between students. So my suggestion on my 2 bits, my 2 points to this conversation is that not only do we use technology, and I think our panelists have put it very, very rightly, our job is not to create platforms. Our job is not to create the technology. Yes, there are these technologies available, but if we can use our faculty members and existing students, perhaps alumni, to drive that conversation forward, right? I think that would be a fantastic example of authenticity of content. Right? I think I've got time for one last question, and I'm going to address this to Professor Deborah because it has been mentioned in the YouTube chat boxes as specifically for the University of Edinburgh. So the question goes, what kind of global outreach programs does the University of Edinburgh have, and what steps have been taken by the University of Edinburgh to implement the global outreach policy? Professor Deborah.
Well, the University of Edinburgh is traditionally a global university, it has to be said. Our recruitment process is online. Even before the pandemic, we try to reach as much as we can. I think we have a competitivity side of students because we always select the best student candidates to come to our university. And secondly, there is a few reasons, but now fundings and scholarship has grown much and much and much, and now it's almost regional. We have the African region with the MasterCard scholarship program. We have the Asian. So we try to adapt the reality of the way we are recruiting our students. So the university now is looking at, because of what the pandemic has shown us and the differences that exist and the gap into inequality that we have, that the pandemic opened our eyes, then we realize, oh, hang on a minute, we need to fix something here. We need to adapt somewhere around. But the University of Edinburgh is a global university. It's open to anyone who wishes to come. And the recruitment is so simple. We've been on the online system. We didn't create a new platform. If you wish to come to Edinburgh University, you go online to the Edinburgh University website, you apply for your subject, you apply for a scholarship. Is everything there available already? But we are trying this time to make it more proactive because of the reality that we're facing today. So the university is determined to look at every aspect of the way that the world is changing, because it's changing very fast, and we're adapting to that. So welcome to Edinburgh if you wish to come in.
Well said, Professor Deborah. All right, I noticed that it is 3:56 p.m. Indian Standard Time. We've got 4 minutes, a very quick round of closing remarks by all of our panel members, and then we can move on to the next session. Professor Nirmala Rao, let's start with you.
I just want to say that the important message is education should be accessible, should be affordable, and universities must do everything to reach the last mile.
Thank you very much. Professor Santiago.
Well, I guess technology provides us with lots of opportunities to improve the learning process. We have the challenge of training our faculty in order to reach this new stage. And at the same time, we have fantastic students who are committed, who are resilient, and who are very understanding. They have actually suffered, all the difficulties and obstacles with an excellent smile and a very good attitude. So that's probably the best asset that we have.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Santiago. Professor Ivan.
So we live difficult times, but also times of big opportunities. And I am sure that all universities will overcome this period. As I said, preserving traditions, preserving the capacity to build relations between people from different countries, from different cultures, to work face to face, finally. But at the same time, able to adopt new tools and to develop the skills of young people, talented young people, in which they are need.
Right. All right. Any last words, Professor Deborah?
The University of Edinburgh is doing so well during this pandemic. I have to say that, and we are so proud of our communities and students, everybody within the university structure, working so hard to make sure that our students make impact to the rest of the world. This is our motto. We need to impact the world for the best. Thank you.
I agree. All right. Thank you so very much, my distinguished speakers. It has been an absolutely riveting and fascinating conversation over the last 1 hour. One of the key takeaways that I feel we can all agree on is that while the pandemic has affected us all in ways that we could possibly not even imagine, there remain certain institutions within our global cultures that have withstood perhaps far worse in the past, are still withstanding and possibly will withstand more shocks in the future, that being that of the university. I'm so very glad that one common factor within all of us today has been that of resilience, that even though we've been met with wide sweeping changes, universities have been agile enough to adjust their student recruitment strategies and to consider what had not been considered before. With that, I'd like to thank my panelists again. Thank you so very much for spending your valuable time with us. And it's over to you, Professor Dr. C. Rajkumar, all yours.
Thank you very much, Arya. And thank you, Professor Deborah KM, Professor Prostacavo, Professor Santiago, and of course, Professor Nirmala Rao. What an extraordinary panel focusing on a very important set of issues that have been less spoken about. I deeply appreciate the time and your contribution to this panel. We will be writing to you about some of these reflections and also some of the future initiatives that we intend to do. I want to, first of all, really thank you for your presence, and take care and be safe. And we'll be starting the next panel in 15 minutes with a short break from now. Thank you very much.
We are live, sir.
Welcome to this new session, which is essentially a keynote address on the theme, a vision for international collaboration in higher education, building a better and fairer world. We have with us two distinguished institution builders, outstanding scholars, academics, as well as administrators who have been heading organizations which have also contributed quite significantly towards promotion of internationalization. We have with us Dr. Joanna Newman, who is the Chief Executive and Secretary General of the Association of Commonwealth Universities, United Kingdom. We also have with us Professor Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General of the Association of Indian Universities. Let me quickly introduce both the speakers to our audience. Dr. Joanna Newman is, as I mentioned earlier, Chief Executive and Secretary General of the ACU. She joined the ACU in April 2017 and is responsible for fostering and promoting the aims of the ACU as defined by its membership in developing inter-Commonwealth relations in the field of higher education. Before joining ACU, Joanna was the Vice Principal International at King's College London, where she was responsible for all international matters for the entire university. In previous positions, Joanna represented the UK higher education sector as Director of the UK Higher Education International Unit, now known as Universities UK International, where she negotiated the UK's role in Brazil's Science Without Borders mobility scheme, launched the Higher Education Global, and initiated a number of international partnerships on behalf of the UK higher education sector. Before this, she was head of the higher education at the British Library, where she commissioned the Google Generation Report and was responsible for introducing researchers to one of the world's greatest research libraries. Joanna is a Senior Research Fellow in the History Faculty at King's College and an Honorary Research Fellow at the University of Southampton, and has taught history at University College London and the University of Warwick. In 2014, she was honored as a member of the Order of the British Empire, MBE, in recognition of her work towards promoting British higher education internationally. We have with us Professor Dr. Pankaj Mittal, who is the Secretary of the Association of Indian Universities and is the second woman Secretary General of the ACU in its 96 years of existence. Prior to joining AIU, she has been serving the higher education sector, especially university education, for more than 3 decades at the apex regulator of higher education, the University Grants Commission of India. Dr. Mittal is a Fulbright scholar and has been a topper in her master's and PhD degree in agricultural statistics from IIHEd. She has a wide-ranging experience of more than 3 decades in higher education, in policy, planning, and management of higher education. She's also a National Commissioner for Rangers of Bharat Scouts and Guides. Dr. Mittal earlier served as the first regular Vice Chancellor of Bhagat Phool Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Kanpur, as the first rural women university of North India in 2008, at a young age of 44 years, to undertake an onerous task of development of a tiny Gurukul into an institution of reputation. I am grateful to both Dr. Joanna Newman and Dr. Mittal for gracing this occasion and being part of the keynote address. Now I invite Dr. Joanna Newman to deliver the keynote address.
It is my great pleasure to be delivering the keynote address today at the World Universities Summit on Universities of the Future, Building Institutional Resilience, Social Responsibility and Community Impact, organised by OP Jindal Global University, alongside Vice-Chancellor Professor Raj Kumar and Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General of the Association of Indian Universities. I've had the great pleasure of knowing Professor Raj Kumar for several years now, and continue to remain grateful to him for chairing the Association of Commonwealth Universities East Asia Regional Committee, which comprises university leaders from India, Malaysia and Hong Kong, and is helping shape our priorities in the region. I have enjoyed several visits to JGU's beautiful campus outside Delhi, where I've had an opportunity to spend some really memorable times engaging with faculty and students, both during my time as Vice President International at King's and also in my current role at the Association of Commonwealth Universities. As the Indian government's new national education policy has begun to take shape, one can already see OP Jindal Global University, with its stellar reputation in law, the humanities and a range of other areas, playing a leading role in further shaping the nation's higher education ecosystem, especially in areas of internationalization and international collaboration. Prior to the pandemic, in February 2020, my colleagues brought a group of 40 students from 15 different Commonwealth countries to OP Jindal Global as part of the Commonwealth Futures series, which saw workshops on the theme of social cohesion, organised in the UK, India and South Africa. Locations chosen to mark the 150th birth anniversary of Mahatma Gandhi, whose teachings and principles inspired the development of the Commonwealth Futures series, and indeed so much of our work at the ACU. The India workshop, hosted by JGU, was designed and delivered in collaboration with the International Institute for Higher Education Research and Capacity Building at JGU, under the able stewardship of its director, Professor Raj Kumar, and its Deputy Director, Dr. Mosumi Mukherjee, who is also a member of the Steering Committee of the ACU's Supporting Research Community. It is a pleasure to be joined today by Dr. Pankaj Mittal, who is a respected colleague and someone with whom I enjoy a great bond. Our organisations enjoy historic ties going back several years. Not only do we share several members, but we also have a shared vision for the future of higher education in India and across the Commonwealth. Dr. Mittal has been an active contributor to the ACU's HR in HE community and is a really important and valued collaborator in all our work. I should highlight that the Association of Commonwealth Universities is a network of over 500 member universities in more than 50 countries, and India has always been a strong partner and supporter. Over 150 of our members are based in India, as were 5 of our founding members back in 1913, and 3 members of our governing council are vice-chancellors of leading Indian universities. We've heard some fascinating comments and opinions over the course of the day from leading scholars and academicians, many of whom are members and close collaborators of the ACU. As an organisation dedicated to improving lives through education, it is indeed an honour to be involved with efforts such as this conference, which draw attention to a range of diverse and pertinent themes, ranging from the role of technology in strengthening universities of the future to strategic collaboration among universities in times of uncertainty, which Aditya Malkani, our Asia representative, will be speaking on tomorrow. I'm delighted to have the opportunity to address you all on a topic that is an essential part of any discussion about universities of the future, the role of international collaboration in higher education. This is also a topic close to my heart, the ACU's mission to build a better world through higher education, and our belief in the transformative power of universities for individuals, communities and nations. All of our work is testimony to this mission. Higher education underpins all forms of economic and social development, from poverty reduction to employability, health to environmental sustainability. None of the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals can be achieved without the knowledge and people that universities produce, and international collaboration here is key. It strengthens the long-term vitality of universities and higher education systems. It helps to create the next generation of leaders and create solutions to the global challenges that we all face. We need international collaboration now more than ever. Throughout this pandemic, researchers all over the world have been simultaneously focused on a single mission, openly sharing data to track and understand how COVID-19 spreads across the globe, identify the short and long-term impacts of the virus, and of course to develop the vaccines which offer the ultimate solution to this crisis. But as we start to think about a post-pandemic future, we must acknowledge that there are other challenges that will continue to test our individual and collective resources and resilience. There is political polarisation in a number of countries where the democratic practices of dialogue and debate have been replaced by the rise of suspicion and hate. There is growing economic disparity across the world, where the rich get richer and the poor become more dependent. There is gender discrimination and violence, which continues to remain a chronic illness society has been unable to rid itself of. And there is the climate crisis, the most existential threat of all, and one which is already causing widespread disruption and damage. So for universities to play their full part in tackling these challenges, I would like to outline a vision for international collaboration in higher education, one which helps to build a better, fairer world for us all. I'll start with equitable partnerships and collaboration. As the need for the Sustainable Development Goals demonstrates, we live in a hugely unequal world, and addressing inequality is a driver for many projects. We therefore shouldn't be surprised that this inequality is reflected in international higher education partnerships. Well-resourced funders and institutions in the global north have disproportionate power to shape the global research and development agenda. The wealthiest, best equipped universities have a significant advantage in their competitiveness for research funding and for control over the goals and terms of research partnerships. The result is unequal, unfair, and unshared outcomes between partners, and I would argue distorted research findings. International partnerships should be about much more than the extractive research collaborations and student recruitment. We need to focus on the equity of international partnerships and associated funding mechanisms to ensure that they respond to locally contextualized needs and build the capacity of all partners. All universities have something to learn from each other, from indigenous ecological knowledge to cutting-edge technology. To move the world forward, we must acknowledge and share the wealth of expertise that exists right across the globe, not just in the global north, and the extensive and diverse ways of knowing and thinking. The ACU's approach to building partnerships that are equitable, sustainable, and result in shared and equal outcomes for all partners is to focus on strengthening the capacity of our member universities for the long term. We believe that there should be a tangible and lasting change as a result of partnerships, whether it is in split-site PhDs, in the area of teaching and pedagogy, in research, in student and faculty exchange, or in collaborative education. Following a high-level meeting of research sector fellows from across Africa and the UK earlier this year, the ACU and the African Research Universities Alliance and the UK Research and Innovation published a joint communiqué outlining a vision for strengthening UK-African research partnerships. Through this communiqué, we're calling for action to build individual and institutional capacity, create a supportive environment for researchers to thrive and grow, coordinate and align funding programs, and maximise research impact by enhancing networks and partnerships beyond academia. The communiqué is very much aligned to the ACU's own approach to the programme partnership. As one example, through the Partnership for Enhanced and Blended Learning, PEBBLE, the ACU has been working with 24 universities across 4 countries in East Africa to scale up blended learning and co-create locally relevant online teaching modules, supported by the online expertise of learning expertise of global partners. Thanks to this project, which is part of the UK aid-funded SPHERE programme, international collaboration has combined with local delivery to dramatically scale up access to quality content. More than 13,000 students across Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda and Tanzania are studying PEBBLE modules. And we are actively working with Commonwealth governments and partners to expand the PEBBLE model to new regions, including India. The ACU also promotes knowledge sharing and knowledge democracy through our university networks and communities of practice in climate resilience, peace and reconciliation, higher education and the SDGs, supporting research and human resources in higher education. These networks connect nearly 2,000 colleagues across our membership, providing platforms for staff and students from universities around the Commonwealth to share ideas and best practice and build partnerships. To take one example, our Commonwealth Peace and Reconciliation Network provides an inter-university framework for sharing knowledge and experience on ways to address historical injustice and conflict in post-colonial societies. We saw this in practice at our conference last year on the role of the arts in peace and reconciliation, where doctoral fellows from South Africa and Northern Ireland shared their experiences of addressing historical and transgenerational trauma, and it happened to be our first online conference post the beginning of the COVID pandemic, and it worked very well. The conference was planned, as I say, to be held in person, but was moved to this virtual platform because of the pandemic, a familiar story for us all, whether it's an event, a seminar or lecture, or even an entire international study experience. We've seen an acceleration in virtual mobility and exchange over the past year. But this is not only a short-term solution. As a complement, not a replacement for more traditional options, virtual mobility is the second pillar of my vision for the future of international collaboration. Professor Rocky Tuan, Vice-Chancellor of the Chinese University of Hong Kong, recently outlined the value of international mobility, whether face-to-face or virtual, as providing educational opportunities, meeting new friends and colleagues, and increasing cultural understanding and experience. Through virtual mobility and exchange, we have the potential to expand access to the benefits of international experience, engaging so many more students than through physical mobility, while providing opportunities for them to develop the skills and competencies they need in a jobs market, where companies are increasingly working in more global and competitive settings. When we are eventually able to travel internationally without the restrictions of a pandemic, high-quality virtual mobility programs can augment in-person immersion experiences and enhance approaches to internationalization at home, leading to a more holistic approach to internationalization. Following on from discussions at the meetings of the ACU's East Asia Regional Committee, we've been pursuing the committee's keen interest in exploring a virtual mobility scheme between universities in the region, and also involving a small number of universities in the UK and the Pacific region. The proposed virtual exchange programme will enable undergraduates from India and the wider East Asia region to study and work with students from different backgrounds and cultures through joint online courses in a range of relevant thematic areas. Through international collaboration online with peers from other universities, under the guidance of academics and trained facilitators, students will develop communication skills, global awareness, empathy, critical and analytical thinking, and intercultural competence. The scheme will extend opportunities for participating universities to find new partnerships or deepen existing ones, while also providing a sustainable student mobility programme that offers equitable access. Following the success of our first ever online student summer school last year in Ghana, we're looking forward to this year's virtual summer school next month in partnership with the Tata Institute of Social Sciences in Mumbai. Students from across the Commonwealth will explore issues related to urban vulnerability and resilience in a pandemic, engaging with each other through an innovative virtual programme that offers cultural and social as well as academic content. In response to the increased appetite across our members for enhanced student mobility through virtual engagement, the ACU published a virtual mobility toolkit with Durham University of Technology in South Africa, held virtual mobility workshops in partnerships with Coventry University in the UK, and has launched a new grant scheme aimed at supporting our members to deliver a virtual mobility project. These grants will fund events, summer schools, and collaborative student projects between universities in 9 different countries, including India, and all online. Many of the projects funded through these grants are focused on education for sustainable development, ensuring that students have the knowledge and skills needed to promote sustainable development. And this brings me to the third pillar of my vision for the future of international collaboration, creating the change makers of the future. Universities play a vital role in developing generations of new leaders and skilled professionals who will drive social and economic development. International study and research experiences are a crucial element. They help develop culturally agile and internationally connected citizens and create lasting personal, professional and diplomatic bonds between individuals and nations. One example is Andrew Harvey, a Canadian who received a Queen Elizabeth Commonwealth Scholarship to study at the University of Dar es Salaam in Tanzania, where he began a life's work to document the indigenous languages of the Tanzanian Rift Valley. Andrew's fieldwork with the Goa community in Tanzania led to the creation of the first ever dictionary of the language. As a result, Goa children will be able to read in their mother tongue, and Goa traditional knowledge can be stored in books, opening up their history to future generations. I mentioned the climate crisis earlier, and this year's United Nations Climate Change Conference, COP26, is a critical opportunity for nations to take collective action to avert the worst effects of the crisis. In the lead up to COP26, the ACU is working in partnership with the British Council to convene the Commonwealth Futures Climate Research Cohort, a cohort of 26 rising stars in climate and environmental research, each with a deep understanding of communities disproportionately impacted by climate change. The cohort programme brings this group of multidisciplinary researchers together with global experts to develop solutions for climate vulnerable regions, giving these early careers researchers a platform to shape our future. Of course, those who work within universities can be change makers themselves. The ACU Martha Farrell Memorial Fellowships equip ACU member university staff with the training and support needed to implement effective anti-sexual harassment initiatives and drive systemic change on campus. The training draws on the expertise of the Martha Farrell Foundation based in Delhi, which I remember visiting. It was a wonderful visit. Mojibur Rahman, an associate professor at the University of Dhaka in Bangladesh, was motivated to apply for a fellowship to combat ignorance about gender-based violence. Following his training, he spearheaded a campaign to build awareness of sexual harassment on campus, creating online and in-person engagement and discussion spaces with students and teachers. As a result, the number of reported sexual harassment complaints has increased, along with an improved university response. As we start to build forward better, we have a window of opportunity to reimagine the future. By working together across borders, universities can envisage a future that builds on the experience and learnings of the past year, promotes equity of access and outcomes, and supports the next generation of leaders. Through this, we can secure not just the future of our sector, but the greener, healthier, safer future that our nations need. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Joanna, for that very comprehensive keynote address. I deeply appreciate your reflections and your ideas and your thought-provoking perspectives. I know for sure that the Association of Commonwealth Universities under your leadership has contributed to fostering these ideas across the Commonwealth and in the university spaces in the Commonwealth. Thank you. Now, let me have the pleasure and privilege to invite and welcome Professor Dr. Pankaj Mittal, the Secretary General of the Association of Indian Universities. Under her leadership, AIU has grown from strength to strength and has become one of the most important and indeed a compelling organization that has galvanized intellectual consciousness among academics and universities across the country. Dr. Mittal, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Rajkumar. First of all, please accept my compliments for holding this mega event, World University Summit, in which we are invited something like more than 100 vice chancellors from 25 plus countries. I mean, organizing such a mega event can only be done by someone called Dr. Rajkumar, who has also, under his dynamic leadership, grown. I mean, the university has grown under his dynamic leadership into becoming an institution of eminence. So many, many compliments for that. And also, thanks for inviting me to give a keynote address on a very, very important theme called A Vision for International Collaboration in Higher Education, Building a Better and Fairer World. We all know that the world is facing multidimensional global changes which are impacting the society in many ways, be it economy, be it finance, science, technology, communication, culture, politics, health, or education. So in all the fields, this impact has been seen. And the pace of these changes is further accelerated by the corona pandemic, which is the biggest crisis of the 21st century. The impact is much more felt on the education, both at school as well as higher education. Globally, a large number of dropouts have been seen, especially at the school level, and I'm not even sure how many of those dropouts are ever going to join back in the schools or not. But in higher education, of course, it has been impacted very badly. But higher education institutions have also used this pandemic as an opportunity in terms of, say, enhanced use of technology to promote online learning, as well as to promote internationalization and globalization, which is now more cost effective and time effective due to the pandemic, because now the teachers do not have to move to the countries. I mean, it is mostly online collaborations are there, so it's both cost effective as well as the time effective. So our university graduates are now expected to be global citizens to meet the demands of globalization. Therefore, colleges and universities worldwide are grappling with how best to equip their graduates with the knowledge and skills needed to succeed in the globalized world of 21st century and ensure their own relevance and standing in global higher education community. Around the world, governments are implementing policies to fund study abroad, attract international students, and encourage innovative institutional collaborations. A diverse array of institutions is eager to establish joint and dual degree programs, forge partnerships, and collaborations. Internationalization of higher education has become a priority for universities all over the world, as it provides them with educational models that can respond effectively to global issues and challenges. Institutional academic collaboration plays an important role in creation of such models and prepares educational systems to produce students equipped with the skills to work effectively in international environments. You all would appreciate that the challenges that our world faces today are vast, and no single researcher, no single university, and no single nation can achieve a breakthrough solution while working in isolation. The challenges are too complex, and finding solutions alone is difficult, time-consuming, and at times almost impossible. Therefore, we need to work together as a global community of educators, researchers, and influencers. There is a need to collaborate across borders, languages, cultures, and disciplines. Also, cross-discipline cooperation has long been the focus of many higher education institutions to increase the impact of teaching, learning, and research. The increasingly globalized world offers a range of opportunities for university education to grow and flourish at the individual level, institutional level, and the national and global levels. There is a need that international partnerships also bring together a range of partners that impacts all sections of the society at large. Joanna was talking about the unequals there. I mean, all the countries are not at the equal level. So the impact of globalization should be felt in all sections of the society at large. This means broadening the scope of traditional partnerships between universities to include partners in government, industry, NGOs, and community. Universities can create and disseminate knowledge and promote cultural values, which can effectively cultivate further talent through borderless collaborations with government, enterprises, and international organizations. International partnerships between universities are beneficial not only to the staff and students, but to the community as a whole. The pace of internationalization is growing rapidly with unhindered communication channels and inexpensive travel. As a result of the expansion of communication methods and the ease of international travel, academics and researchers are finding it easier than ever to collaborate with their foreign counterparts, making the exchange of academic ideas much simpler to organize. Universities across the world are already seeking to make the most of the possibilities by forming global partnerships and fostering relationships with other institutions. The number of students choosing to study internationally is constantly increasing, and for this reason, it is only logical that universities would want to increase internationalization and attract students from across the globe. International collaborations between universities will also aid in creating effective research environment, as a multidisciplinary research requires the involvement of researchers from different disciplinary backgrounds with various patterns of collaboration. The internationalization of higher education needs a more effective and enabling framework to allow institutions to develop academic programs involving staff and student mobility, collaborating teaching and research, and other forms of linkages. Certainly, The prospects are exciting, but along with all the opportunities come a multitude of challenges, ranging from identifying appropriate models for collaboration, finding partners and negotiating agreements, and for managing cultural differences and expectations, and including evaluation and assessment. In India, we have to still explore the full potential of internationalization. If we go by the number of international students in India, it is only about 46,000 every year, as compared to something like 800,000 to 1 million students who go abroad to study from India who go from India to study in foreign universities. Our international collaborations are still limited to few elite universities, and we have to still find a place in the global rankings in top 100. Therefore, while Indian higher education is relatively new in internationalization, it has recognized that international collaboration can be a major driver of institutional reforms, and the Indian government has initiated policy reforms and is not now pursuing internationalization with greater determination, vigor, and sense of urgency. The much talked about National Education Policy 2020, which was also referred to by Joanna, it recommends a greater organizational autonomy to institutions, enabling them to develop collaborative links with institutions abroad. It has recommended the entry and operation of top 100 foreign institutions in the Indian market. We had been waiting for this for a long time, that when the foreign universities can come establish their campuses in India. Now it is going to be a reality very soon, because the policy has recommended that 100 top foreign universities can come and establish their campuses in India. It will certainly impact the quality of higher education in India and develop collaborative linkages through faculty, student, and research collaborations. The policy has also recommended that the universities need to become more open, integrated, and resilient, and need to promote inclusive environments to address the challenges of this new era. And the NEP, I feel that this is the first time that the NEP has given so much of importance to internationalization of higher education. It recommends that the universities need to break out of their physical boundaries, disciplinary barriers, and technological limitations to make greater contributions to the society through collaborations. The joint degrees, we had been waiting for a long time for joint degrees, means the joint degrees between the Indian universities and the foreign universities. This will soon become a reality, and the UGC, which is the primary stakeholder and regulator of higher education in India, it has already put in public domain the regulations for joint degrees, dual degrees, and twinning programs. So this is going to become a reality, and the NEP has also recommended that the credits can be transferred from foreign universities to Indian universities freely. So far, it was very, very difficult to transfer the credits from foreign university to Indian university, but now the policy has recommended that yes, it could be done. And the very concept of ABC, that is Academic Bank of Credit, which is a novel concept which is being launched by the Indian government. It is a concept in which there will be like a commercial bank, there will be a credit bank in which the students can deposit their credits, and the credits can be earned from multiple universities. And once a threshold number of credits are available, the student can redeem those credits into a degree. And the credits can be earned from Indian universities, from foreign universities. The credits can be earned in a face-to-face mode. They can be earned in a online mode too. So a lot of flexibility has been given to the students, and this will also promote internationalization. The policy has even gone to the finer details by saying that the students, the universities which are hosting international students must have an international students office to take care of all the grievances of the students at one point. So that is, although small, looks small, but then this is very, very important recommendation which has been given in the policy. The Indian government is also working with a greater vigor on Study in India program, where the many students are attracted to India along with the fellowship. So many students are coming to India through that. And apart from that, AIU, like I am the Secretary General of Association of Indian Universities. It is a 96-year-old body, and at present, it is the largest association of universities in the world, in the sense that we have something like 850 universities as our members. And they are all Indian universities, but there are also 17 associate members in AIU. And we are basically working on academics, research, mutual recognition of qualification. So for promoting internationalization of education, AIU has also taken some steps. For example, We do recognize that India is sort of relatively new in internationalization, and the number of universities who are entering into collaborations are very few, elite, very few. But there are many universities who are good and who want to enter into internationalization, into collaborations with other foreign universities, but somehow because in India, it is not so ripe internationalization. They don't know whom to contact to, how to collaborate, what is the process to be followed. Therefore, at AIU, we are trying to establish a network of Indian network of international higher educators. Because so far in India, no such network is existing, which is, I mean, in many countries, such networks are there. NAFSA is a very fine example. OpGrad is a very fine example. But in India, in spite of being a second largest higher education system of the world, we do not have such a network. So AIU is trying to establish an Indian network of international higher educators, in which there will be a lot of resource sharing, knowledge sharing, information sharing, so that anybody who wants to do internationalization is helped by the fellow colleagues who are already good in internationalization. Similarly, in mutual recognition of qualifications, which was a major issue, and the mandate of mutual recognition of qualification is with the AIU as mandated by the Government of India. We were so far giving equivalence on the basis of duration of the degree. For example, in UK, if the master's degree is 1 year, we were saying we will not give equivalence to that master's degree because here the degree is of 2 years duration. But now we are shifting to the credit approach, for which we are doing the credit mapping exercise, so that because the definition of the credits world over is different. In India, the credit entails something, in UK something else, in EU something else, and in USA something else. So we are right now doing the credit mapping exercise. And lastly, to sort of promote collaboration between Indian and foreign universities, we are trying to make a AIU collaboration portal, because many a times the universities who are abroad, they do not know which university to contact in a particular specific area. So we are trying to make a portal in which all the Indian universities, they will indicate that they are good at these particular areas. So it will be easy for the international universities to collaborate with Indian universities. So I'm sure that with the proactive role of the government, the regulatory bodies, AIU and the universities, the internationalization will be promoted in a big way in India, and it will lead us to building a better and fairer world. Thanks once again to Dr. Rajkumar for inviting me, and thanks for holding this very, very important summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mittal, for a fascinating address. And I really think that you have raised a number of issues as we discuss about the future of internationalization. There have been questions which have come about, so I will selectively raise some questions. First of all, there's one question that has bothered many people in the developing world, which is that to what extent internationalization can be promoted at a time and in a context where there is not enough resources for people to access these international opportunities, in the sense that internationalization of the kind which involves student mobility means that people should physically travel and people have to stay in different parts of the world. And that is a kind of a luxury that not everybody can afford. So my question is that to what extent internationalization can be promoted even with lesser resources?
Thank you, Dr. Rajkumar. It's a very, very important question, because that is why the internationalization is more common in, say, richer countries, and at times people say the rankings are very white. So whiteness of the ranking is also being talked about. So when you talk of internationalization, of course, money is required, but then two things. One is that there are many, many philanthropic organizations who can be funding these travels. So we have to be in touch with these organizations. There are many foundations who are supporting these type of partnerships. But the corona has also taught us that we can do internationalization and collaborations at a much, much lesser price. Many online collaborations can be there. Many online teachers can be there. For example, today, if we want a foreign teacher to be teaching, talking to our students or giving a lecture to our students, now it is very easy online. Earlier also it was possible, but then that was not the way of life. But now online lectures are becoming a way of life. So I think if we use technology, we can promote internationalization in a bigger way, in a much, much cost-effective manner.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mittal, for that. That raises another very important question, which is the fact that historically, the way Western societies, particularly developed countries, have promoted internationalization is from the standpoint of how they can bring in international students from the developing countries, which is also a source of revenue. We are all familiar with the fact that Australia, for example, the international students contribute to the second largest contributor to the Australian GDP after mining. The same is true with the United States, which is not necessarily the same type of financial contribution, but quite significantly, they have international students who are fee-paying international students to a large extent. Now, in that context, what can India do, or let's say developing countries do, particularly in South Asia and Africa, which can also possibly create international hub of learning to attract students from around the world?
See, you're very right, Dr. Rajkumar, because in India, if we estimate the amount of money which our students who are going abroad are spending on international education, it is almost equal to the entire education budget of the country. So because something like 800,000 to 1 million people go every year abroad, so they are spending a lot of money and a lot of foreign exchange we are losing in the process. So therefore, India is also taking many steps to attract foreign students to India. And one thing which India is lacking is, of course, quality of education is one thing which we have to take care of, including the infrastructure and say administrative issues like visa rules and all. But then one thing which is very important is marketing of Indian higher education abroad as a affordable quality education destination, because Indian higher education is not as expensive as the education in say countries like US, Canada, UK, Europe. So our higher education is very cost effective. So it can be promoted as a affordable quality higher education destination for students from all over the world. And then there are many niche areas. For example, the International Yoga Day was given to the world by India. So there are like, especially for example, yoga is there, culture is there. There are many areas, Ayurveda is there, where India has a very strong hold. So only thing I think a country like India requires is marketing its higher education in a much better manner, so that the world knows that what we are good at, and the world recognizes India as an affordable quality higher education destination.
Well, thank you very much. There are lots of questions which have come, so I'm going to try to pick up a few. We have another 10 minutes or so. One of the persons who has been watching this summit has asked, how can universities re-energize and envision international student exchange and international collaborations in the time of the pandemic?
See, pandemic has impacted all sectors of life. Higher education is no exception, and internationalization is no exception. But at the same time, it has opened some very novel ways of internationalizing. So although the student mobility is impacted in last 1 or 2 years, many of the students who had even got admission in foreign universities, they are sort of deferring their admissions. So student mobility is impacted, faculty mobility is impacted, but at the very same time, there are online courses in the foreign universities, there are online student exchanges, there are online faculty exchanges and online research collaborations. So we have to see that, because pandemic is under nobody's control. So if it is under nobody's control, we have to see that how best we can make use of the situation. So I think if we use technology in a big way, we can do whatever possible of internationalization in a cost-effective and time-effective manner, even during the pandemic time. We should not be shutting our doors that now that we cannot go out, so we'll be sitting inside our rooms and doing nothing. We can do a lot through technology, thanks to technology, which is making the communication possible. This World Education Summit, which we are running right now, is sort of connecting 25 countries without anybody moving here and there. So 25 countries are connecting together. So connections are now easier than ever.
Well, thank you so much for that response, because one of the things the pandemic has taught us is to be innovative. And you're absolutely right. Not only there are 25 countries participating, but we have over 100 universities represented in this summit. Now, one of the things when it comes to, I want to stick with that theme that you have talked about, which is about how to internationalize the Indian university system. And that could be a lot of lessons for other developing countries. Now, one of the challenges that has been brought to our attention time and again is that to what extent we have an ecosystem that favors international student and faculty mobility. When I say ecosystem, we are talking about the visa processes, the safety and security and well-being of both students and scholars, the ease of travel, and also the procedures and process that are available for students and international scholars to live and work. Are these bottlenecks and challenges that we face today, which has, let's say, inhibited the ability of Indian universities to internationalize on these counts?
Very rightly said, Dr. Rajkumar, and to be very frank, the ecosystem was not very, very friendly so far. And the result is this 46,000 coming to India and 1 million going out of the country. That is the result of having not a very good ecosystem. That is where I mentioned that the national education policy for the first time has given a lot of impetus to internationalization of higher education. And they are talking that, yes, it should be promoted in a big way. Therefore, when it was recommending about, say, 100 foreign universities in India or Indian universities going abroad and establishing their campuses abroad, or when it talked about joint degrees or, say, dual degrees or twinning programs and even transfer of credits from foreign universities to Indian universities, it was always keeping in mind that a robust ecosystem will be created to sort of accomplish all these recommendations, to implement all these recommendations. Therefore, not only the visa and all these administrative issues which are to be taken care of, we also have to take care of the academic calendar. We have to internationalize our curriculum, because our curriculum, if it is too Indian-centric, maybe many students will not come. We have to, of course, ease out the visa regulation. We have to be appointing the foreign faculty. We have to be admitting the foreign students. There has to be a flexibility in terms of multiple entry and multiple exit. We have to be multidisciplinary. So many areas we have to look into when we want to promote internationalization. So it is not only one thing, but multiple ways in which we have to do it. And unless that is done, of course, I mean, we cannot be even thinking of implementing the recommendations. We cannot be thinking of promoting internationalization. And the biggest would be creating enabling infrastructure in the universities in terms of good classrooms, in terms of, say, good international hostels, and also an environment where the foreign students and the Indian students can coexist in a peaceful manner, in a friendly manner. So that ecosystem is required in all walks of life, including the ambience in a university. So, but I'm sure now that our universities are wanting to do internationalization in a big way, they will be working overtime to create this type of an ecosystem.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mittal. That was a very, I would say, compelling response, because these challenges are confronting the Indian education system, and there is now an aspiration for Indian universities to, let's say, embrace these opportunities. Now, let me move beyond the student mobility aspect of internationalization and go to what the faculty aspirations. To what extent, for example, now we know that some of the world's best scholarships and fellowships have enabled Indian research scholars to spend different parts of their time abroad. The one which is most well known is the Fulbright Scholarship, but there are scholarships and such as the Max Planck Fellowship and many others which has brought in researchers from around the world into, let's say, United States for Fulbright Scholarship, Max Planck Fellowship being hosted in German institutions. So my question is that these philanthropic organizations and endowed organizations have thought it appropriate to bring together people from around the world and share ideas and research. Is it time for Indian philanthropists as well as Indian organizations to create such opportunities that will bring together people from around the world to spend time in India?
Of course, the answer can be nothing but yes. But apart from Indian philanthropists, I also feel that the international philanthropists, sometime back, we held a webinar in AIU on international philanthropy. And one question which was raised about was equity in the international philanthropic funding. See, what happens is that all the international philanthropists, they are funding the universities which are already rich universities, where there are already many, many fellowships. So it is time to sort of do some branding for the Indian universities and to go to international philanthropists also and tell them that our universities also need some of your money to sort of coexist with other universities and to promote India as a affordable quality education destination. And of course, Indian philanthropists, if they are ready to contribute, that must be explored. But then we do need to do a lot of work in this area. And not only the philanthropists, even the government funding has to increase. And of course, the national education policy sort of has committed that 6% of GDP will go to education. So if 6% of GDP comes to education, I'm sure the funding will be higher. And with this higher funding, we can institute many, many fellowships, scholarships, and attract many of the foreign students to India. And I myself have been a beneficiary of Fulbright scholarship. Therefore, I know that these scholarships help a lot. Therefore, India should be promoting this concept and exploring many, many possibilities, including international philanthropists, Indian philanthropists, and the government of India.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mittal. I know that we have just a few minutes left. One of the questions that has come again and again is that to what extent international rankings and international benchmarking of institutions can propel the aspiration of Indian universities to internationalize. We know for sure that there is a certain percentage of the methodology of both Times and QS rankings does recognize the role of international faculty and international students. But beyond those two percentages, it is also true that when Indian scholars collaborate and partner with international researchers and publish, their ability to get that work being cited internationally also contributes to the kind of ranking as well. So to what extent that becomes important in this context of promoting internationalization?
See, what happens is that when any university in the world wants to collaborate with any other university, they first go to the international rankings and see that where this university is placed in terms of international rankings. And when they say that Indian universities are not there, so that works as a bit of a deterrent towards moving ahead for the collaboration. So that does sort of hamper the chances of Indian universities to collaborate. But again, I will say that the rankings, I was talking about the whiteness of the rankings, that the rankings are so designed that they sort of promote countries which are European countries, USA countries, because some aspects which we are good at, they are not at all being sort of looked into. And also because India is a large country, diverse country, multilingual country, a lot of our research happens in regional languages, that again, that research is not taken into account. And largely Indian universities are not very good in marketing. Therefore, our branding is also not there. So we lose a lot on the reputation score because the foreign countries, they do not know about Indian university. So that is some setback we have, but rankings of course play an important role. And in India, therefore, we have our own ranking called National Institution Ranking Framework. So now many universities, foreign universities, are looking into NIRF rankings to see whether the university is good or not. They're looking into accreditation ratings, that whether our universities are good or not. And then I told you about the collaboration portal which we are building to tell the world that what we are good at in which university. So once they know that which university is good in which area, maybe it will be easier for them to collaborate.
Well, that's excellent. Let's now take the last question. And this is about something that becomes important in the context of the national education policy. To what extent India can become a global hub of higher education? To what extent not only students coming here and spending short periods of time from around the world, but also India becomes an aspiration for international students. One of the remarkable things about internationalization in the data related to internationalization is that the last decade has seen a significant number of inward mobility of international students into China, South Korea, Taipei, of course, Japan. And we have not seen that type of situation in India. So what could possibly be a sort of a catalyst in the form of an NEP that can enable India becoming a global destination for higher education for students?
Let me remind you, Dr. Rajkumar, that India had Nalanda, which was established in 4th century BC. And in 7th century AD, Nalanda had 10,000 students and 2,000 teachers. And they were from mostly foreign countries like China, Indonesia, Korea, Japan, Persia, Turkey. So when at that point of time, India could be an international hub for education, why are we not able to become an international hub right now? So I think we have lost the way somewhere in between. So we have to take that path again. And India will definitely, and this NEP which we are talking about is paving that way. And it is creating that path on which we will travel. And again, once again, India will regain its lost glory and will be an international hub for affordable quality higher education. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Mittal, for not only delivering a fascinating address, but also very patiently and in a very candid manner responding to various questions. I also want to thank all the audience, members of the audience who have participated in this discussion. I also want to thank and appreciate the keynote address delivered by Professor Joanna Newman. We have now come to the end of this keynote address session. In another, say, 18 minutes or so, we will be starting the next thematic session entitled Beyond the Hallowed Always, University Social Responsibility for Socio-Economic and Environmental Reforms. Till then, I'll see you shortly. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
At dawn, as the ochre rays of the sun dye the emerald landscape of the campus of OP Jindal Global University in gold, and the campus basks in the glory of lights and sounds, another morning appears to be suspended in time. A celestial experience plays out as every microcosm of life on campus comes alive. As the bird song spreads joy in nature, the squirrels get on with their liveliness and gambol through tree trunks and branches. The leaves of myriad trees display a painter's palette of green shades, rustling in tune with the soft breeze as the peacocks spread their plumage. Welcome to OP Jindal Global University. In perfect harmony, unseen avian and other visitors go about their circadian duties. In these idyllic surroundings, 6,500 students begin their day in quest of knowledge and wisdom. The corridors begin to beat to the tempo of rushed feet and the sounds of classrooms. Paper rustles, pen scribbles, keyboard pound as the hours go by. A place where one dreams big, aiming to make history. A place that inspires, makes one inspire others and also get inspired by others. This is the exceptional and inimitable educational experience at India's global university. Spread over the 80-acre campus, the university has 10 interdisciplinary schools where 6,500 students and 730 full-time faculty members engage in the pursuit of excellence. Each day marks the beginning of a new idea, a new vision, and a new story. Each day ends with a sense of fulfillment in everyone. Watching over India's best and brightest students is the tallest flagpole displaying the Indian tricolour, a culmination of the efforts of the founding Chancellor and benefactor of GCUB, Mr. Naveen Jindal, which empowered private individuals and institutions to hoist the Indian national flag in pride. It is a gentle reminder of our goals, aspirations, values, duties, and responsibilities. On the edge of the national capital region of Delhi, in the city of Sonipat, in the serene Jagdishpur village, you will easily forget the proximity of a bustling city, thanks to the verdant landscape, arable fields, and lush vegetation. Amidst this genius of nature, GCUB stands resplendent. GCUB's architecture merges finally into these pristine surroundings, where its uniquely designed academic block stands testimony to the institution's vision, creativity, and intellect. So as to facilitate technology-aided and experiential learning, the academic block houses state-of-the-art classrooms, faculty offices, conference rooms, modern design labs, and studios, which assist in imparting world-class education. GCUB promotes equal opportunity and inclusive education. It has welcomed differently abled people, and the campus has been designed to ensure their ease of use as per international standards. GCUB's state-of-the-art global library offers a panoply of resources curated to facilitate the learning and research of student and faculty. In addition to the print resources, 80% of the library's resources are in electronic form and are accessible from within the campus as well as remotely 24/7. The Global Library offers flexi spaces and the right ambience for study and learning. We believe in creating a broadening and holistic learning experience to students, one not restricted to classrooms. After an intellectually strenuous day, students make their way to sports arenas abundant in amenities, including an 8-lane swimming pool, badminton courts, table tennis centre, cricket ground and practice pitches, lawn tennis courts, football grounds, volleyball ground, basketball courts, recreational and fitness centres, well-resourced gymnasium, and a multi-purpose sports arena. Sports and fitness activities are an integral means of individual development. Student sport under the guidance of qualified coaches. For those who prefer cerebral alternatives, there are activities which create intramural and extramural opportunities for students. Debates, reading groups, book clubs, quizzes, music, and creative arts to choose from. The specially designed Agora, colloquially called the Adda, is site to activities like plays, dance performances, and cultural events. Through moot courts, students sharpen their mooting and advocacy skills. Moot court competitions gather on campus young minds from across India and many nations to engage in incisive debate. During Biswamil, the annual Student Cultural Fest, and Magnus and the Jindal Sports League, the Sports Fests, students let their hair down and paint the town red. A fully residential university, the JGU campus serves as a home away from home and an enabling ecosystem for intellectual networking and social interaction. It offers the widest range of comfort, support, and choices for students who live with us through their educational innings. Fully networked and digitized with the latest Wi-Fi technology, keep the proverbial window to the world open before our students. It has been said that some of the greatest ideas and bonds are born on dinner tables. JGU's multiple dining halls are any gourmet's delight. It offers nourishing multi-cuisine meals of the choicest varieties. Other amenities on campus include laundry services, convenience stores, pharmacy, ATMs, grooming salons, and a creche for the children of faculty and staff. Providing 24/7 security, the campus is under the watch of CCTVs and guards on duty, in addition to other security measures, including night patrolling. The JGU Health Centre offers the best primary medical care with highly qualified doctors, nurses, and physiotherapists. It has wards, a minor operating theatre, an ICU, physiotherapy rooms, and an in-house pharmacy. The Centre for Wellness and Counselling Services ensures emotional and mental wellness of the JGU population. A decade ago, we had a vision to build a world-class university in India with a sustainable approach towards the environment and protecting our biodiversity. We continue to preserve the natural habitat of our avian and other visitors, integrating them with nature. As dusk sets in over the landscape, as horizon turns crimson in the silhouetted buildings of JGU, another great day spent in teaching and learning in joyful pursuit of knowledge draws to an end. Leaving libraries and study rooms lit by midnight lamps for solo pursuit of knowledge. Tomorrow will be another ascension, another sunshine, another awakening in self-discovery. The JGU journey continues.
We are live.
Good evening, everyone in India, and hello to all our distinguished speakers and friends around the world. We are in the 5th session now of the World Universities Summit 2021, being hosted by Jindal Global University, India. And the theme of our session is Beyond the Hallowed Hallways, University Social Responsibility for Socioeconomic and Environmental Reforms. Well, that's quite a mouthful, frankly speaking. But before I would say anything about the concept of this particular sub-theme of the summit, let me introduce to you our distinguished speakers from literally around the world: UK, Brazil, United States. Our first speaker is Professor Richard Follett, Associate Vice President International from the University of Sussex, UK, and he is responsible for developing, coordinating, and driving the university's internationalization strategy and provides leadership to Sussex's international activities worldwide. With more than a decade of senior university leadership in the field of international education, Richard Follett is chair of University's UK International Africa Network and serves on the International Steering Committee of the Association of Commonwealth Universities, Higher Education and SDG Network, and on the Federation of Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry Education Committee in the UK. Welcome, Professor Follett. Thank you for accepting our invitation. Our second speaker, also from UK, is Professor Jonathan Grant, former Vice President, King's College London, United Kingdom. Dr. Grant's research interests are in health and research and development policy, research impact assessment, and social purpose of universities in the 21st century. Dr. Grant was formerly Vice President and Vice Principal Service at King's College London. He joined King's in 2014 to set up the Policy Institute at King's and was its director until 2017 when he stepped down to hold the pen on developing King's Strategic Vision 2029. Dr. Grant's new book, which we would highly recommend all of you to read, is The New Power University, The Social Purpose of Higher Education in the 21st Century, just published in March 2021. Thank you, Dr. Grant, for accepting our invitation. Welcome to the session. Our next speaker in the session from India is Ms. Maulika Arabi, advisor at the Center for Environmental Law, WWF India. Ms. Arabi is advisor at the Center for Environmental Law at WWF India in New Delhi, and also academic advisor for postgraduate diploma courses jointly conducted by WWF India and National Law University India. She has been also instrumental in launching an innovative Master of Laws program in Environmental Law, Energy and Climate Change in association with our university, Jindal Global University, and continues to play a key role in developing international partnerships in JGU and also WWF India. Welcome, Ms. Arabi, and thank you for accepting our invitation. Our next speaker in the session is Dr. Lynn Pasquarelli from the United States. Dr. Lynn Pasquarelli is the president of the Association of American Universities and Colleges, and she was appointed president of the association in 2016 after serving as the 18th president of Mount Holyoke College. She has held positions as provost at the University of Hartford and vice provost for academic affairs and dean of the graduate school at the University of Rhode Island. A philosopher whose work has combined teaching and scholarship with local and global engagement, Dr. Pasquarelli has written extensively on medical ethics, metaphysics, public policy, and the philosophy of law. Welcome, Dr. Pasquarelli. Glad to see you online, though we were we don't have the privilege of meeting face-to-face right now. Finally, our speaker from Brazil, Professor Marcia Abrao Moura who is director from Universidade de Brasilia, Brazil, and she is the first woman to hold the position of president of the university now in her second term. That's really impressive, Dr. Marcia, and very inspiring. She holds a bachelor's degree, master's, and PhD in geology, and that's her area of work. Dr. Marcia accumulates experiences as a prominent Brazilian researcher at the National Council for Scientific and Technological Development, and she has taken various positions in university administration over the years, being the Dean of Undergraduate Studies from 2008 to 2011, and also has taken a lead role in expanding international collaborations and coordination at University of Brasilia. Her primary area of interest and research, of course, is geology. Welcome, Dr. Marcia, and thank you for accepting our invitation and joining us for this panel discussion. Now, as all of you know, that this session we are supposed to really deliberate on university social responsibility in this particular session. And now in the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic, when our university campuses around the world have been shut down for over a year, some of the campuses are slowly seeking to open up in a blended mode, but we have been all trying our best to continue education in the middle of the pandemic, because otherwise we are going to really face serious challenges of trained professionals in the future. After all, universities are the incubators of future citizens of this world, not just future citizens, but also future professionals for this world. And we have such distinguished speakers and experienced academics and administrators around in this room with all of us to really deliberate on this aspect, who have been really engaged in various activities related to university social responsibility. Universities and academia have been often blamed to be a place like an ivory tower where people sit and do their research. Often they are not very connected with the society and the world around what's happening. But the COVID-19 pandemic has all the more taught us that we are in a world where, and we are in a time and place and a position in terms of human history. We can no longer do that. We can no longer sit quietly in our ivory towers. Engagement is of primary importance for our own existence, right? But it's not an easy task. How do universities negotiate this kind of engagement with the community, the local, the national, and the global, particularly in the context of the UN Sustainable Development Goals? It's not an easy task. We hope that from our distinguished panelists today, we are going to really be able to learn some wisdom in terms of how do we really engage with the community, and how, or whether it is local, national, or global. So let me come to the first question, and I'll call upon Professor Follett first to respond to this question, and then some of you can also follow suit. Please feel free to raise your hand and say that I would like to respond, okay? So my first question to you is, in your view, do university as a social institution have ethical and moral responsibility in terms of socioeconomic and environmental challenges in the context of the SDGs and the pandemic? This is, of course, probably not the most important question, but how do we really leverage the resources, the intellectual resources, and all the resources that universities have in order to really exercise this moral or ethical responsibility. Professor Follett, would you like to respond?
Thank you very much, and welcome to all our guests, and our thanks to OP Jindal Global University for this very generous invitation to speak to you today. And I think universities have an absolutely critical role to play, not just in delivering the Sustainable Development Goal agenda, but in leveraging our communities. In fact, in many respects, as Peter Wells, who's the head of higher education at UNESCO, observed recently, perhaps never before has higher education been so intricately tied to the economic, social, and environmental fabric of the modern world. And in many respects, COVID has really accelerated many of the anxieties that had occurred prior to the pandemic: climate justice, environmental sustainability, the struggle for diversity, inclusion, multiculturalism. And what we hear from our students and what we hear from the wider community is, what do they want post-pandemic? They want a greener, they want a more sustainable, they want a more racially and socially equitable world. They want to be more connected with the local and the global. And in many respects, I think COVID has fast-tracked a new form of what I call global literacy, a global literacy around gender equality, climate action, sustainability. Well, if those themes sound important to you, well, they are. They are all parts of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals set out, of course, by the United Nations. And at my university, the University of Sussex, we've held sustainability as a central part of our university identity. We've created not just our own internal university narrative, but our global engagement is also shaped around sustainability. And I'm delighted to say that along with colleagues in India and around the world, we're part of the Association of Commonwealth Universities Higher Education and Sustainability Network. But what does this mean in reality? What can we actually do to implement? We, of course, and universities across this Zoom call and listening in around the world, all have researchers working on sustainability challenges. That goes without saying. I think that is part and parcel of university work worldwide. But what is important, I think, is the way that we use the university and influence the university so the university can become an impactful agent of change. So the university itself can become an agent of delivering the SDGs. But I think one of the big challenges we face going forward is that there are so many SDGs and there's so many sub-actions of the SDGs. What we need is an integrative approach to the SDGs that seeks the synergies, the interconnections between them, and helps deliver university partnerships that can deliver the SDG goals. And I think that's absolutely critical. Universities need to act in unison. We need to act as a network, but we need also to make sure that the SDG education is being embedded into our students' lives, into our actions on campuses. We need to retool our curricula so that our graduates are empowered to contribute to the SDG goals, whatever their subject specialism may be. We need to embed SDG awareness into the fabric of universities. But I think also, and this is important, we need to use the universities to deliver and help create and deliver impactful change in local communities. But we need our universities also to be bridges into our local communities, so that we are not, as you rightly said, Dr. Musumi, ivory towers, that we're in point of fact real actors delivering on this SDG agenda.
Thank you, Professor Pollard. I would like to, also hear response from Dr. Lynn Quacquarelli and also Dr. Marcia on this topic, because both of them expressed interest to me about speaking on this, drawing on what Professor Pollard said just now. Could you please respond to it first, Dr. Quacquarelli, and then Dr. Marcia?
Yes, of course. I couldn't agree more with Dr. Pollard around the absolute necessity for colleges and universities to view this as an ethical and moral responsibility in addressing socioeconomic and environmental challenges at the local, national, and global levels. Collectively, we're enduring the greatest existential crisis of our time. And as has been noted, these intersecting threats from a global pandemic, systemic inequalities unveiled by a moment of racial reckoning, and climate changes are reshaping public institutions, and particularly public institutions of higher education, at an unprecedented pace. Environmental sustainability doesn't hinge on a set of choices in response to a single dilemma. Rather, the change needed is multifaceted, as we know, and perhaps as never before. Sustainability depends on a unique blend of science, will, and morality. The modern university has been a global formation, and we have, across our countries and traditions, developed the combination of mindsets and skills necessary to address the most pressing issues of the day. But the political and social forces that are brought to bear at this moment in time have the potential to undermine the impact of knowledge creation and its use for the public good. As we know, despite incontrovertible evidence about global warming and environmental racism, advocating for a sustainable future and adopting policies and practices to preserve our natural and human environment for future generations is often viewed as a political issue, impeding the willingness of college and university leaders to speak out, fearing alienating donors, governing boards, or legislators, and violating the law in some cases. Colleges and universities have made significant progress in institutionalizing efforts to promote sustainability-focused research, incorporate education for sustainable development into the curriculum, and reduce their own carbon footprints. But the policy changes that are needed have to take place, as we've talked about, beyond the academy, and they require impacting social policy. But as Richard points out, there are significant barriers to this type of change, especially because we're living in an ostensibly post-truth era where the denial of authoritative knowledge and the disdain of experts, in which rational inquiry built on evidence has all but been abandoned, is prevailing. Evidence-based research is countered by corporate lobbyists and other special interest groups seeking to maintain the status quo. And so at the same time, as we have these efforts to manipulate public opinion, there is a loss of public trust in higher education, anti-intellectualism, anti-scientific rhetoric. So we have to go beyond the traditional roots of teaching and research, get outside of our own echo chambers and speak to those who are most skeptical of the lessons we're trying to impart. And this, as we've talked about, requires colleges and universities to serve as anchor institutions where we demonstrate that our success is inextricably linked to the psychological, social, health, educational, economic well-being of those in the communities in which we're located and those we seek to serve. If we don't do that, we don't stand a chance of making any progress toward these complex goals.
Thank you, Dr. Quacquarelli. I think that's really, really thought-provoking what you just said right now, and the kind of lack of trust in expert opinion and the problems on the ground with regards to really making evidence-based policy and seeking to implement those. I would really like to now call upon Dr. Marcia to share her thoughts from a Brazilian perspective. We have heard from UK, we have heard from US, so from a Brazilian perspective, if you can share your thoughts.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for being here. And
it's interesting because we are in different countries, in different regions, and we think very similarly. Here in Brazil, I'll talk about from the point of view of the public universities. The public universities in Brazil are free. The students don't pay. And we have different kinds of students from different social and economic parts of the society. And it's a challenge to us because we have indigenous people, we have people that are rich, poor, and in the pandemic it became the differences were we could see more the difference in the pandemic. So they were there, but in the pandemic it was, for example, many students didn't have computer, didn't have internet. And so our social responsibility here in Brazil for the universities, for the public universities, much more from the, for example, in other countries, because we have the responsibility to give formation for students that, for example, some of them are the first ones in their families to go to higher education. And also we have the responsibility to do the research in Brazil. And in the pandemic, our universities were responsible for the main political research and vaccines and all kinds of research. So we do have to have the social and economic and environmental responsibilities, and we are doing that in Brazil inside the universities and also with the public people. So I do agree with you, and we have many challenges to go forward in the next years. And I think we are prepared, but as we said, we have to work as in networks. If we don't do that, we won't succeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Marcia. Let me now come to Dr. Jonathan Grant with the next question. Do you think the universities have done enough in the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic? Dr. Marcia just highlighted the challenges from her part of the world, and we've also heard from Dr. Follett and Dr. Quacquarelli. Do you think the universities have done enough in terms of garnering the resources?
Yeah, can I just reflect a bit on that conversation, because a couple of thoughts popped into my head, and I agree with the sentiments, but going through my head was a bit of history, I guess. And I remember doing some work a while back where I took the top 70 universities worldwide as ranked by Times Higher and went to look what their founding mission was. And core in the founding mission of these elite universities was social responsibility, more often than not. And the point I want to make is that I think recently, say in the last generation, we've lost sight of that social purpose of universities as we've instrumentalized it into research outputs and educational outputs. And what I would argue is actually what we need to do is to reconnect with that original purpose of the university, which had this social responsibility at its core, manifest in working with local communities, listening to those local communities, being shaped by those local communities, as well as shaping those local communities. And I think we've lost sight of that as part of our core social purpose in the language I use. And in one sense, to answer your question, in a very unfortunate way, COVID has allowed us to do that. Because at least in the environment I operate in, the response of the university sector as very broadly defined to COVID is second to none. If you look at students, as soon as the systems locked down in the UK, two things happened. They moved to online learning, which isn't great, but they accepted it in a way that is deeply admirable of the students. But not only that, they started up all these community groups. I know Quacquarelli young students who I've ended up mentoring started up a food bank in South London. And it was that generation of people who stepped into that space. And then on the research side, it's self-evident, but we've developed vaccines in a 12 to 17 month period. I've done biomedical research that says it takes 17 years to translate from bench to bedside. We did it in 17 months. Yeah, as a global community, that's extraordinary. And if it wasn't for universities, that would not have happened. So what I like to think is in this moment of deep inflection and deep crisis, actually universities have this unique opportunity to reconnect to that social purpose and rediscover their role in society and their responsibilities in society, which I think we've lost sight of over the last 20 years or so.
Thank you, Dr. Grant. Let me come to Dr. Follett again. Dr. Follett, how do you think we can do this, frankly speaking? We have lost sight of the mission, as Dr. Grant rightly pointed out, but COVID has provided an opportunity. And what are the ways do you think, in general, we can foster greater collaboration amongst universities to drive the social responsibility agenda at a global scale?
Thank you for the question. I think it's very, very relevant, and I agree completely with Jonathan's point about universities having social responsibility, but having lost their way in a world of rankings and in a world of outputs that are educational research. But I do think there is a way to foster greater collaboration. But I'm a professor of history, and I'm always consciously aware, as a professor of history, about the way in which the past shapes the present and how the inequalities of our global higher education system become replicated in so many of our partnership networks. And that's certainly true from the UK universities. Often UK universities presenting themselves as the leaders in a knowledge space rather than the listeners in a knowledge space. And this isn't just uniquely true of the UK, but it is a problem in terms of global South, global North collaboration. But increasingly, I think what we need to do is ensure that our university partnerships configure to what we might call knowledge diplomacy, a new form of language, a new form of mutually reciprocal partnership models that are locally based, but also deliver fundamentally for the partner's goals, whichever they are. There are new types of relationships and new types of partnerships. I think all of us on the call would say, but that is what we should all be aspiring to. But as we look across the global map of international partnerships, often they are misaligned. They are not equal partnerships in the way that they're delivered. Sussex, my own university and my own space in this, is firmly committed to this kind of knowledge diplomacy, one that strengthens bilateralism, global engagement, interdependence, and multi-dimensional collaboration. And in many respects, like Jonathan's own work in his own scholarship as well, if we build upon the work of Jane Knight, Ariel Hernandez, knowledge diplomacy positions universities as key facilitators of consensual knowledge and global cooperation. And what we've already heard from Lynn and Marcia and Jonathan already this evening in India is the absolute common ground. The SDGs are not based on a national perspective. They are global, they're international. I refer to them as a new form of global literacy, a global literacy which is shared wherever we are in the world. And to deliver on that, I think we also need to deliver on a new kind of international partnership and much more respectful model of partnership. And it is a partnership model that I am passionately committed to, not just in my own university, but in my partnership work with colleagues everywhere in the globe. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Follett. And this really brings me, this conversation about partnership really brings me to ask my next question. It really connects very well for Ms. Moulika Arabi, who has been really wonderfully involved in building this kind of partnerships in her position at WWF India. And we know ourselves quite well about Ms. Arabi's work. Ms. Arabi, could you please enlighten us a little bit more about this building of partnerships, the kind of partnerships you have been engaged in building locally, nationally, and globally in terms of doing your work, connecting universities with the community?
Right. Thank you, Mosumi, and good evening to the co-panelists. One thing is pretty clear, like all my co-panelists already emphasized, that universities play a very important role, and they're essential pillars in the society. There is a very strong sense of the way we see it, like as an INGO, we see university as those partners who mainly work with students and employees and all the stakeholders whom they are attached with. The universities build in a sense of finding realistic solutions. They have this whole interpretation of very complex issues and situations, and that is mainly done in the manner because they create these responsible citizens also, who are supposed to act socially and environmentally, and they can take viable decisions. As far as the work of, mainly when we deal with universities, I would somehow second what Richard had said, but somewhere we feel that the sustainable development goals are very clearly laid out. They're very clearly defined in terms of what needs to be picked up by the universities. And the focus should be on the 5 Ps, I would say, which is people, partnership, peace, planet, and prosperity. Now, the reason why I'm saying this is because SDG gives you that blueprint. It gives you a blueprint of achieving sustainable future for all. The goals are big, yes, they are complex, but somewhere the document is there. It very clearly defines how you need to address and what needs to be addressed. So there are, mainly when we are dealing with larger problems like poverty, inequality, climate change, environmental degradation, also, unsustainable, say, infrastructure development or human rights issues. The SDGs somewhere can give you that, that basis from which the journey of the universities can begin. Also, SDGs, where most of the countries and also politically, we pressure in terms of achieving these SDGs, and somewhere universities need to fulfill the role of the state also kind of meeting those SDG goals, and that contribution should come in a big way. Additionally, somewhere, when we partner with universities, what we look for is whether ranking, of course, is one segment, but in case if the universities are looking at certification or accreditation, when mainly with regard to the sustainable practices or how green their campus is, or whether they are adopting all the sustainable management systems into not just their building, but also whether the courses are very specially designed to fulfill those requirements and to teach the students in that angle. So that is that is something which we really, when we work with universities, we see that such kind of partnerships are developed. And further, universities, how we see it is mainly we should be focusing, and the universities should be focusing on private-public academic partnership. Now, the reason why I'm saying this is because everything cannot be achieved by a single agency. We are looking at a huge objectives. Everyone sets a aim pretty high. Now, how do you meet that? You obviously will achieve that only with partnerships and with each and every player coming together with agendas. Ultimately, it is for one planet living. We all need to move forward to achieve that target. And in fact, today in the inaugural session, the Honorable Vice President of India also emphasized that these partnerships are what will make the realistic and somewhere achieving the sustainable targets possible. So that should be the way forward in terms of partnerships.
Thank you, Ms. Aravi, for sharing your thoughts. I would now like to go back to Dr. Marcia in Brazil once again. And to hear once again from her. She has already highlighted some of the challenges they have experienced in the middle of the COVID pandemic, particularly as a fully publicly funded institution, to meet the equity issues in terms of students coming from disadvantaged backgrounds. And you also mentioned, Dr. Marcia, that you are further planning ahead as the pandemic is unfolding. In terms of the ways you're thinking you're going to support and reach out to these students. And based on what Ms. Arabi just mentioned in terms of universities partnering with IGOs or civil society organizations to do outreach into the community, we would really like to hear your thoughts as a university leader from Brazil, what you think.
Oh, thank you. I wanted to talk about this a little bit, but talking about environmental responsibility. I think you are taking part of the news about Brazil. So the universities here in Brazil have important role in sustainability, also in the research with true data, and also inside our universities. So, for example, in my university, University of Brasilia, that is in the capital of Brazil, we are taking forward a lot of actions in sustainability. So I think we have to tell people by our actions also. And here in Brazil, the environmental change, for example, Dr. Quacquarelli talked about the governmental role. So we here in Brazil have a problem now because the government doesn't take into consideration the science in many aspects, as in pandemic and environmental changes. So we have also this role, and because of that, it's also very important to have partnerships with universities all over the world to make a network to go forward. Because if not, all the humanity will suffer. And so the university here has also this role.
Thank you, Dr. Quacquarelli. Dr. Marcia, sorry. I'd now like to invite Dr. Quacquarelli to share her thoughts and insights from the US.
Well, we've talked about some of the challenges already. In the US, there's been a shift away from the notion of higher education as a public good to viewing it as a private commodity. Now in the aftermath of COVID-19, where within the first 3 months after the pandemic, we had 53 million people filing for unemployment benefits. There's a pressure on colleges and universities to deliver an education that is regarded as immediately employable for the graduates, sacrificing some of the liberal education that we know is essential to educating for democracy and meeting these social responsibility mandates. So, there are overwhelming challenges. We too saw in this remarkable pivot to remote and online learning, extraordinary collaboration among colleges and universities. At the same time, there was unveiled the expansiveness of the digital divide, the food and shelter insecurities experienced by so many students at all types of institutions. But now we have an opportunity to reimagine and reinvigorate higher education in significant ways. I think we have to focus on engaged pluralism. Universities need to use their convening power to play a role with respect to sustainability and climate change. They need to be important catalysts, bringing together actors from different contexts, contributing to finding solutions. And we need to take advantage of the collaborations that we built during the pandemic and continue to create teaching resources on sustainability and climate change, making them available to universities and colleges around the world. And these resources have to acknowledge a variety of evidence-based perspectives as a way of informing the public, and in particular those controlling the purse strings at colleges and universities. We've talked already about the role of rankings. There are some efforts, the World University Rankings with Real Impact out of Korea is looking at social responsibility, taking into account different measures, metrics for ranking institutions. But we have to change the structures within our institutions themselves. Look at the way that we reward tenure and promotion. It shouldn't be based solely on peer-reviewed journal articles or on how many grants you get, but on the transformative power of higher education, the ways that we impact not only individuals, but families and communities through the work that we do. So that is going to take transforming the cultures within colleges and universities, and that's a shared responsibility that we have. So significant challenges, but also a moment of enormous opportunity for us.
Thank you, Dr. Quacquarelli. Your thoughts, Dr. Follett, and then Dr. Grant?
I think I agree completely, particularly with Lynn's last observations. What we're requiring here is a systematic review of the way that universities work. Yes, SDGs and impact has become more insignificant. There's the THE impact ranking, which many universities on this call will have already submitted to, or the worry rankings that Lynn's referred to. But I think to really deliver on the SDG framework, to really position a values base, an ethics base back into the universities, we need to be reflecting not just on the ways that values shape and influence our institutional culture, but how we can actually live those cultural values. And it's interesting, we're here at OP Jindal's conference. About 3 weeks ago, we held the University of Sussex Global Partnership Conference, and the focus there was on the ways in which values, institutional values, can shape your international strategies, your engagement strategies. And it's not just about the out-facing of the institutions. Those values really need to be deeply embedded and deeply lived by our students, by our faculty, by our professional services, and by all our stakeholders.
Thank you, Dr. Follett. Dr. Grant?
Yeah, well, I'm glad Richard just made that point, because I was just about to make it in a slightly more forceful way. So he's tempered my my language a bit. So let me just sort of play a slightly provocative response. So as a sector, we're very, very good about talking about the SDGs, being aligned around the SDGs. But when you look at how we operate as institutions, I think there's some really big questions in that debate. And this is a very UK focused analysis, I have to stress at this stage. But we do not pay our lowest paid workers, i.e. cleaners, janitors, security staff, a living wage in the majority of the universities in the UK. That is a fact. Only 38 out of about 150 universities in the UK pay an accredited living wage. So when universities say that they are behind poverty reduction, I say, fine, let's that begin at home and stop lecturing everybody else. Secondly, you can do simple things. So again, a UK perspective, when I was VP Service at King's, we were buying our croissants, which we would serve at grand breakfast meetings, from an anonymous supply line. And we changed that and we started buying them from the local baker. And actually that employs somebody in our community. It didn't cost us anything more, but we thought about it and we did that. And then the biggest elephant in the room is actually around sustainability. So we all have these pledges around sustainability, but actually, and this goes to Lynn's point about academic incentives, you get promoted by jumping on a plane, coming to India and giving a talk. That's how you build your CV as an academic. We got to use this moment of Zoom, which none of us love, but actually it is sustaining the planet because we're not jumping on planes. And similarly, and more controversially, especially for Western universities, is the international students. So my university at King's, I suspect Richard's as well, is dependent on international students for keeping the university financially afloat. Okay, so we want to maximize the number of international students who come to our campuses, and every time we do that, we're damaging the planet because we're doing intercontinental air travel. Now, there are lots of benefits to international students, and I don't want to be overcritical, but if we're going to talk about sustainability, we've got to get our act in order as organizations, as well as build it into our missions around education and research. And I don't think we do that very well. So sorry, that's my qualification.
Thank you, Dr. Grant, for your response. And frankly speaking, this brings me to a question that has come up from actually one of our audience, which directly connects with what you just said right now, frankly speaking. Because universities at the end of the day, they need financial resources, constant flow of financial resources for all the activities. But at the same time, we all know about the kind of financial challenges universities around the world have been facing with globalization of neoliberal policies. So in a context like this, how do you think universities can balance between financial imperatives and social responsibility? This is a question that has come from one of our audience. Who would like to respond to this question?
I see everybody else is nodding. So the issue of the issue of financial sustainabilities of universities is absolutely critical, but is so embedded in the jurisdiction of that university. It's very hard to make generalized comments because every country has broadly a different way of funding universities. So I kind of tend to turn this issue on its head, and there's a bit of a cop-out to the question, and I apologize for that. But the question, if we were really a business, and I'm not saying we are, we have a product which is called higher education. We think it is brilliant. It could be a lot better. If we get that product right, then the market will value that product and we will resolve the financial issues. So we sometimes put the financial question ahead of what our mission is as a question. And I think if we spent more time having a debate about our mission, having a debate about that social purpose, then actually a number of these issues around the finances begin to address themselves. But I think it's very, very difficult for us on this call to come up with a generic solution, because in our 3 countries on this call, we're all going to have very different, 4 countries on this call, very different financial jurisdictions. And that makes it a really challenging issue to respond to in a policy way as much as anything.
Responses from any of the other panelists to this question? Yes.
I think the goals are not mutually exclusive. I'm sorry. So they're not mutually exclusive. And in the US, when we're working in situations where presidents have to convince legislators in red states and conservative states who are climate change deniers or trying to avoid conversations about sustainability because they believe it doesn't appeal to their base, it's incumbent upon the academic leaders to show how it really is in the best interest of the region to promote sustainability. This is something that Gordon Gee has done as president of West Virginia, University of West Virginia, where they were heavily reliant on coal mining. And he's shown how sustainable solutions to energy can actually promote the economy of the state. So learn to speak across differences and make a case at the local level. And we know that colleges and universities that engage in socially responsible investing often do better in their investment portfolios. So just helping people understand that it's not one or the other, that we can do both and achieve our shared objectives.
Thank you, Dr. Quacquarelli. I think Dr. Marcia wanted to also add something.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think it's good to talk about the Brazilian experience. And here, I do agree that they're not exclusive. And universities are not business. So that's the point. We need money to finance our innovation and research and our mission. And we have the social responsibility. And here, many people are not in university and they don't have money to pay for university. So the government must finance the university. So that's a point. So we have to be aware of our responsibility, and at the same time, we must have money. So we need to equilibrate both things. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Dr. Marcia. Let me now come to Ms. Monica Arabi from an international IGO perspective. You have already shared some of your thoughts in terms of public-private partnership and, raising funds through philanthropy could be an alternative. Would you like to further address this point and say something else?
Sure. So mostly when it comes to university, especially when we engage with universities or say any donor agency or grant giving agent associates with universities, it's then we don't look at how and what exactly how much of research has been already produced by the university. We mainly, I can obviously speak for WWF, but then also other agencies, when we work in the project mode, there is always in terms of, what is that additional which is coming from the universities? More on-ground solutions, like Marcia was just mentioning, that there is so much happening on the field. There are so many challenges which needs to be addressed, right from communities, being social justice, or environmental justice. Now, unless and until you integrate you integrate these things and the universities start looking at systematic solutions, mainly in terms of addressing the on-ground challenges. You can, for example, like I'll speak for myself. If I just take out a journal article, I read, I can appreciate the journal article for the author. I'll be appreciative of what an author is saying in that article. But when I'm trying to put that exactly into an on-ground situation, or on ground, if I'm facing, if there is an environmental challenge or something, if I try to put those things exactly on ground, maybe it won't match. Right? So the reality might be little different from what your research or survey must have showed you. So somewhere we strongly feel that the universities should have these think tanks, mainly the policy think tanks, and someone who really understands governance very well, because ultimately it is that is the bit which needs to be decoded for the community. You need to simplify the laws. You need to simplify the policies. You need to simplify these complex documents which are present there, including SDGs. these needs to be simplified, and I guess universities can play a very, very big role in that, of simplifying and creating that awareness amongst the students. And because universities have this strong force of youngsters, they can create a way when it comes to accepting or not accepting say even a legislation, or say there are some reforms which are coming in academics. The students can be those change makers who really turn the way the universities are looking at. So and the universities, of course, be it public or private, should listen to those voices. There should be democracy when it comes to students voicing their concerns, or even faculty being bold enough to raise an issue. So that's where that's how we see the universities to be those change agents, and that's what is required.
Thank you so much, Ms. Arabi. And actually this connects with the next question I have in hand, which has also come from one of our audience in terms of, and this actually also connects with a lot of the work that you have been doing with the National Law University and our university also, in terms of curriculum development. And this question really connects with this issue. Our panelists have all talked about the challenges of really implementing university social responsibility and the SDGs, even though it's there on paper, on the mission, on the policy documents. But when it comes to really putting it into practice and implementing it, there are all these gaps and hurdles. So this question is connected to that, and the audience is asking, will it be better if we really embed SDGs and university social responsibility as part of the curriculum, core curriculum of universities, to make it part of an ethos and value system, sort of a culture within the university, not just teaching individual courses on SDG, or just making it as part of the core curriculum of the university, sustainability and university social responsibility. Who's going to take the first shot at responding? Yes, Professor Follett.
I think it's a great question, and it really is fundamental to how we develop sustainability as a core educational competence. And one of the issues that every university tackles is, do we put SDG or sustainability as a separate strand that students can learn about, like an elective pathway or a major minor combination? But that works effectively for that group of students, right? But a much more effective way is about ensuring that the SDG agenda is imprinted through all of our curricula, and we're looking to do that at our university. But I wanted to flip it over to our, almost to the floor, really, because obviously India's got the NEP coming through, and one of the key issues of the NEP was around ensuring that curricula were more aligned, were also brought in liberal arts education. And over the last 15 years, we've seen universities like OP Jindal, we've seen Ashoka, we've seen Kriya, we've seen Flame, we've seen a lot of private institutions emerge in the Indian education space with a much wider educational vision than perhaps that was true of some of the old traditional major federal universities. And I have friends and colleagues and partners at both sides, both the new private and the older traditional. But I do wonder whether in implementing the NEP in India, there's a real opportunity as that liberal arts agenda comes through, the STEM and arts, the STEAM agenda that I know is being introduced in quite a number of the IITs in India, whether there's an opportunity there really to shape the curricula for the modern student with a clear eye to sustainability. Universities like OP Jindal are already in that space, but of course the Indian education system is so much wider and so much larger.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Follett. Anybody else is going to respond? Yes, Dr. Pasquarelli.
Certainly, there are institutions in the US that are focused on sustainability as a core component of the curriculum. I think of the Olin College of Engineering, but it's an independent institution. This is not going to happen in public institutions, particularly in conservative states. And so we need to make the case beyond the sustainability focus. And I think that can be done by looking at what is going to prepare our students to grapple with the unscripted problems of the future. And that is integrative education, so that they learn to think across the curriculum and apply their knowledge and skills in the context of real world problems, ensuring that there's a connection between curriculum to career. And it's that kind of education that was advanced by a commission I was on for the National Academies of Arts and Sciences, that in a report called Branches from the Same Tree, that showed that given the complex, nuanced problems that we'll be facing, of which COVID-19 was emblematic, are going to require that students look at the ethical, legal, and social implications of the use of technology and the ways in which rapidly changing technology means rapid obsolescence. And so we're doing a disservice to our students if we fail to include this kind of study in the curriculum itself.
Thank you, Dr. Pasquarelli. Any thoughts from you, Dr. Marcia from Brazil? And
yeah.
Grant after that.
I can complement.
Yes, please.
Here in Brazil, we have a national council that regulates the curriculum, but we also have flexibility. So in our university, since the beginning, we are a young university. We have 60 years. We will have 60 years next year. We have flexibility, and we have in our curriculum the possibility that students have human rights in their curriculum, SG goals, also projects. And we are really engaged in doing that for our students. But I agree that we have to go further. We have to have a national and international coordination to put that in the curriculum. And so if we do that, I think we'll have a better world.
Thank you, Dr. Marcia. Dr. Grant.
Yeah, so I'm very supportive of this conversation. Just sort of 2 points. One, when I speak to colleagues who are on the curriculum side in the UK, they always say curriculum reform is one of the hardest things to do. And I think it's partly because courses last 3-5 years. What you do today, you don't see the impact for a period of time. So, and I think that, you know, we've got to be realistic about that. And again, at least in the sort of US, UK context, universities are autonomous, and therefore they are the ones who create the curriculum. There isn't a regulatory framework around that. But the point I wanted to make was actually sort of remaking the point I made earlier about being shaped by the communities. And if we think of students as a community, and we look at this generation of students, Gen Zers, as the socio-demographers have labeled them, they have a unique set of values, a unique set of aspirations, which are so in tune with the SDGs and sustainability, that actually there's clearly sort of a demand, if you like, for a reform type of education that puts social responsibility at its core. And I think we as a sector, in what I would call our old power institutions, actually have a responsibility to engage with our students to co-create and co-produce curricula along the lines of what they want, rather than people of my generation telling them what they need as much as anything. So I think we've got to become much more humble in the way that we educate and shape education around the desires, demands, aspirations of the students. That means we have to listen to them, and we're still not very good at that.
Thank you for your response. And this really connects with my follow-up question, and it has also come from one of the audience actually. And this is a question that I personally find very important in the context of what we are discussing today, in terms of what you just mentioned, Dr. Grant, that we are not really listening very well. We are not yet ready to listen to those voices of not just students. We just talked about curriculum and the teaching aspect with regards to social responsibility. Something we haven't talked about in this session yet is the research aspect. Something Miss Monica Arabi actually did try to hint upon a little while she was talking, that often the knowledge that is produced in the universities, it's in a language often not understood by the community outside. So the universities can play a key role in translating that knowledge for the community outside, right? And at the same time, there has been this increasing awareness, but particularly in the context of SDGs. I know there is a UNESCO chair position also on community-based participatory research and social responsibility in higher education. So even when we do our research at universities, are we really listening to the voices of the community, the problems that are out there in the community? And are we really ready to go out there to work with the community together to find solutions to those problems? And what are the challenges and what are the hurdles of those of us who inhabit the ivory tower kind of a place, sitting in libraries, to actually really go out there, listen to people and look for those problems and be ready to work with them hand in hand, trying to find solutions to those problems. Who would like to respond to this? What are the challenges and hurdles, and how do you think yourself as a veteran, as an expert, this can be overcome actually? I would like all of you to respond one by one. First, I think Lynn raised her hand first. Lynn, then Dr. Grant, then Dr. Marcia, then Monica and Dr. Follett. Yes, please, go ahead.
It's such a great point, and it gets back to this notion of public trust in the academy. We need to engage in what Anna DeVere Smith talks about as listening between the lines, and take advantage of local epistemologies in our communities, because no matter how much evidence-based research we have, how much scholarship we can produce, it won't matter, it won't affect change if people don't trust what we're saying to them. I think of my own work in Kenya with research teams where we were working on clean water solutions, sustainable agriculture, and entrepreneurship in communities with a 33% HIV rate, who were dying not from AIDS, but AIDS-related illnesses as a result of lack of clean water. They wouldn't use the simple engineering solutions we came up with unless they could trust us. That's not just an international problem. I worked with a college in the US where students were working on erosion of beaches in their community and tried to get the community to engage in behavior change that would mitigate the beach erosion. And the residents were convinced that this was just a way to increase taxes or for the government to take their land away. And so without the capacity to speak to people outside of the academy, we are really going to be complicit in our own demise. We have to engage in community-based learning in a comprehensive way and view it as central to our mission if we're going to make progress.
Thank you. Quick responses. We'll have to wrap up this session. I'm just looking at the time also in another 2-3 minutes. Quick responses from around the room from all of you. Dr. Grant, Dr. Marcia, Dr. Follett, and our Ms. Arabi.
So very quick response. So to a degree, we are doing this research, but it's not recognized or incentivized in the system. So I think that there's something about really thinking about that. And related to that is, I think if we could really support what people call citizen science, which is about working with communities and collecting data, analyzing data and interpreting data, then that's one way to address that issue. But it's got to be recognized in promotion issues, in tenure issues, and currently that's not the case.
Dr. Marcia?
Yeah, that's a challenge, but the pandemic helped in this way. So now all the time here in Brazil, people are wanting to hear about our researchers, professors. They are all the time in the TV. And now we have many fake news also, even from the government. So the scientists are being very important now. And I think we have to use that from now on to be near the population. That's what I wanted to say. And the university extension is also important in this way.
Thank you. Dr. Paulin?
Yes, I think I'd just say, or add to what we've heard, higher education globally is under severe challenge. Its intrinsic values are questioned. And we've heard that from Lynn in terms of Republican politicians. We've heard that in terms of Marcia's observations in Brazil. That is all true, but I think universities need to be very clear and be better at articulating our intrinsic value of higher education, the intrinsic value of our liberal agenda as higher education institutions. We need to be much more proactive, particularly in the aftermath of COVID, in building back better and building back stronger, both together as universities, but also with our local communities. But it is in the hands of the universities and our university leaderships, and that's what we have on this call. It is in our hands to articulate the value clearly to every member of our communities and to our global communities too.
Thank you, Professor Paulette. Yes, Ms. Arabi.
So I would, coming from a non-academician, completely 100% background, I can say this, that universities need to break the silos very clearly. It's not that the research is not available. It's not that the reports are not getting created. There is so much work happening in other organizations, be it INGOs or local NGOs. So which is why this whole local, national and global level, there is a lot happening, and the research is also getting contributed with practical knowledge being inbuilt into it. So somewhere universities should also accept the community voices. It needs to be open to what is happening around them. And I guess that is when, because it's not that every time you think of a problem and suddenly you need to create some some knowledge around it. There's already something which is going on, and so I guess there is no point duplicating or reinventing something. So it's time for that partnership. It's time for that togetherness, wherein the collaborations need to happen, and these collaborations will in turn be quick, in showing results, or otherwise half the time will go in just recreating what has already been created by someone. So I guess this is a lot, it's very important that thinking out of the box and breaking silos by universities and by endless, countless experts, faculty members, that's what is needed. And somewhere the students need to write more, in terms of say publications, or in terms of that, is because that's when you will realize what is the generation next thinking about the problem you're asking them. So yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Arabi. I think you have said it very nicely. We need to provide more opportunities, and something Dr. Grant has also highlighted. We need to be more open to listening. At universities, we are so good at speaking, and we are all thinkers. We are think tanks, and often we probably are lacking a little in listening, and also that encompasses not just the community around, but also our students. But the students are the primary stakeholders, and they are the future citizens of the world, and for whom we exist here at this universities. So probably, and in many ways, I think Dr. Marcia very nicely put it. Probably COVID-19, it's a terrible global pandemic. So many lives have been lost, but in spite of it, it has really taught us big lessons in terms of, in such a short span of time, the kind of flexibility universities and different organizations and we ourselves as individuals have shown. We were pushed out of our comfort zone, literally, frankly speaking, to do things which we never imagined we'll be doing before the pandemic. So in a very rude way, the pandemic has also kind of shaken us up. And I would here like to recall a noted Indian author, Arundhati Roy, what she wrote in recently in an interview, for a particular magazine, and she, there is a lot of deaths happening around, and the pandemic is depressing. There's a lot of mental health illness issues around us with regards to the student population, with regards to even our faculty and staff and all kinds of people in the middle of the pandemic. But despite all these, mayhem around, if we would really look at the pandemic as a portal, look at it as a portal for change for the future, rather than thinking that it is all doom and gloom. If we would take a look at the pandemic as a portal for change for the future, because the normal, what we knew as the normal world is not going to, we are never going to go back to the old normal. And we all know the old normal had lots of problems. So can we create a new normal beyond the pandemic together in partnership, coming out of our silos of departments within university and also the silos of different universities, different countries? Can we come together as a global community to look forward to a better new normal? So with that, I would like to thank all of you for joining us for this session. This is a really enlightening discussion. I personally learned a lot from speaking with all of you. I thank you once again on behalf of Jindal Global University for joining us from different time zones for this panel discussion. And we hope that someday beyond this pandemic, we'll get to meet face to face once again. And to our audience out there, we'll now take a 15 minutes break, as you all know. And after this 15 minutes break, the next session, the 6th session, is on virtualizing mobility, innovations for internationalization of higher education. We couldn't have had this kind of meeting that we are having today without virtualizing mobility, something the pandemic actually has, in a rude way, pushed us to think about. So 15 minutes break, and after that, we are going to meet again. And thank you to all our distinguished speakers. Thank you.
We're live. Professor, you could start. We're live.
Hi. Well, good afternoon, good evening, good morning, everyone. I welcome you to our session 6, entitled Virtualizing Mobility, Innovations for Internationalization of Higher Education. I'm Gudmundur Eriksson, professor at Jindal Global Law School. I have the honor of moderating a discussion with 4 panelists, Professor Jane Szukoske, who is with the Siegel Foundation, but has also a long association with Jindal from its very formative years, for which I thank you, Jane.
Thank you.
Professor Russell Gannon is Associate Provost and Dean of International Programs at the University of Iowa. Professor Fabrizio Marella is Vice Rector for International Relations and International Cooperation at Università Sa' Foscari Venezia, and Professor Edward Beck, Vice Chancellor and President of Nottingham Trent University. Thank you all for joining us, and particularly those who are not in our panel. We have had very interesting discussions already in the World University Summit. It was indeed a summit, and you would have noticed that Dr. Joanna Newman, in her keynote address today, identified virtual mobility as one of the main planks of the going forward. Now, let me just spend a minute telling you how we will organize our session. We would begin by asking each of our panelists to set out his or her experiences in this time of COVID, that is his or her experiences or those of his or her institutions. And then we would turn to deal with 4 specific questions. First, on how the pandemic affected the very concept of internationalization at universities across the globe. Secondly, how has the demographic of international students accessing universities changed during the pandemic? Thirdly, whether in the post-19 world internationalization abroad will be replaced by internationalization at home. And finally, how research productivity has been impacted in this area of virtualized collaboration. After discussing these questions, I'll be asking our panelists each to step back and address the question that many of us have had over the course of the pandemic, and is particularly stressed in the discussions earlier. That is, how we can ensure that internationalization of higher education can be based on symmetry, fairness, and equal opportunities to everyone. We will then turn to answer questions from the audience. I encourage all of you watching to enter your questions on the chat as they occur to you. Well, please, we can now turn to our first roundtable discussion. Would you begin, please, Jane?
Yes, thank you, Gudmundur. I'm delighted to be on this panel. And I have been watching the keynote address and the discussion of university social responsibility before this, and they tie so well for those of you who have been watching the earlier sessions. The question to me is what I've been doing during the pandemic, what my institution has been doing during the pandemic. I am a law professor by background and worked for 14 years in India. Those facts are sort of critical to understanding where I'm coming from here. I'm currently in Arlington, Virginia, and have been working as an academic liaison for SM Segal Foundation and Segal Foundation in the US. As academic liaison, I'm helping that NGO doing work in India in rural development, primarily water, agriculture, working with local community participation, stressing gender equity, and running a radio station, so a lot on communications. Normally we have in-person interns, many from India, many from US during the summer, and some other countries. We've had people from Europe and Canada and
The thing is that virtually we have had students before the pandemic, so it's not something new to us. We've had students from Australia do research with our staff. We've had executive MBA students from Georgetown University help develop a plan for how to enter into a new state in India that the NGO has not been working in previously. So we felt some competence going into the pandemic because of this prior experience. What we've found is, I've worked with a number of US universities. Our longest partner, I think, is the University of Iowa, and I'm very glad that Dean Ganem is with us this morning to give the university side of this partnership. But in terms of working with universities, I find their study abroad staff have been keen to connect students to virtual internships abroad. And so, and that's happening in India as well, where travel to internships is also impossible. So one of the things that happened that's interesting in India during this time is that 20 students from IIT Mumbai virtually volunteered with Sehgal Foundation in small groups of 5, looking at issues like arsenic in water, nitrates in water, and other water contaminants. And then communicating to the staff through Zoom meetings their overall findings. What Dean Ganem and I have been doing is working with the faculty at Iowa from multiple disciplines, communications, journalism, hydrology, and gender studies, and the staff, senior staff at Sehgal Foundation working on rural development to convene small group meetings to brainstorm how to go forward and develop projects that can be done virtually. This is built on a 12-year relationship between University of Iowa and the Sehgal Foundation. And there is a great deal of mutual trust, mutual interest, fair number of visits to India, and for that matter, visits from Indian staff to University of Iowa. This has been a tremendous opportunity for taking time with each other, to know each other, and to develop mutually beneficial projects for faculty and students.
Well, thank you very much, and please, Jane, I hope you'll contribute as if I may say so, the Indian expert. You'll find many of the keynote speeches dealt with the Indian situation, and we'll call on you to enlighten us on it. You are well placed to have done that over the time you spent in India. Well, Russ, can I call on you then, please?
Oh, sure. And good evening, everyone. It's a real honor for me to be here, and I want to thank the organizers at OP Jindal Global University for putting together this program. I'd also like to thank Gudmundur for moderating this particular panel. So to build on what Jane has said, I think that I would look at mobility in terms of I think there are definitions that we can also put toward mobility. I think agility, flexibility, openness. As Jane has mentioned, University of Iowa, which is a large major research institution in the Midwest, and the Sehgal Foundation have been working together for several years. One of the trustees lives in Iowa. He is an alum of our university, so our connections are very close. What I think has impressed me the most about COVID times is the willingness of partners to become closer to one another, to work together, to find new ways to form creative partnerships. I think it's very easy, just from the standpoint of human nature, to kind of let things go when we're not operating in a conventional format. We're used to traveling, folks from Sehgal are used to coming to Iowa, and our faculty and students are used to going to India on a pretty regular basis. All of that's been interrupted. So rather than sort of succumb to the sullenness or the depression that might set in because of the pandemic. I think we've kind of rallied around each other and found new ways to work together and to create, more importantly, new opportunities for our students. And we've seen that on the faculty side, we've seen that on the NGO side. So I think this kind of bonding, just from the standpoint of kind of human connectivity, really helps us move forward. And I've seen it not just with Segal and India, but with connections that we have in Malaysia, in Africa. I think that internationalists are even more committed to global interaction and global education now than they were even before the pandemic. I think that the pandemic has underscored how interconnected we are and how we need to continue to forge these bonds if we're going to solve the problems that are facing us.
Well, thank you very much. And in fact, if I just speak of my own experience and following up on what you said, it's rather counterintuitive, isn't it? That we are much closer now when we're not sitting next to each other in conference rooms. I speak from my own experience. I feel like I'm a tutor, a personal tutor to my 70 or 60 or 70 students. Instead of just sitting in front of our classroom, I actually interact in their homes with them, dealing with the problems, of course, which have been exacerbated by the pandemic. Anyway, thank you for that. Fabrizio, will you take?
Well, first of all, congratulations are in order, but I subscribe with what Russell has just said. Probably if we want to introduce a famous quotation, we could say, citing a famous international law books by Rosalind Higgins, international law as a process, we have learned that internationalizations in university is also a process. And nobody could suspect that we would have arrived at this point of time. And I have to say, in my own institution, we are a public university, we are a national university, and we are also a European university, which means that we are also under EU law. And what is fascinating for me is that in a very short period of time, the entire faculty and entire student body, either from Ca' Foscari or from elsewhere in the world, we have exchange programs with the 5 continents, could learn quickly to use these platforms, which was simply something esoteric, limited for some top-level researchers only 2 years ago. I'm talking about older colleagues. I'm talking about younger colleagues who are not from economics or, let's say, hard sciences, but are, as humanists, they have the right to think that a human interaction is much more important than a computer interaction. But everybody, in the end, has learned to use that and to use it well. I have to say that even the students, which were rather hostile at the beginning, which may seem strange to some, because say young generation should be happier with technology than not, have shown many interesting aspects. First, that they really like human interaction with professors, something that professors did not suspect, but also the skills that they have learned in this period are terrific skills that they will use in their next work. I mean, I teach normally international law and international arbitration. Now, I wasn't even imagining that students could learn international arbitration, which is a procedure, by using this device. And not only they learn that, but even I would say that in these 2 years' time, they've even learned to do international arbitration via platforms, which is probably something that many of the top-notch lawyers in the world can do it right now. So there are opportunities, as always, in these big changes. And I think that from the learning point of view and from the working point of view, it has been quite useful. There's a positive aspect of that, and not only negative aspects. There is also a human rights aspect, but I want to touch upon that because I know that we will go back on that. So that will be my take.
Yeah, thank you. Indeed, one thing we have to bear in mind in this panel is that we are, most of us, speaking from the perspective of the first world. And we have to bear in mind, and we'll come that to our later questions, the different situation faced by other parts of the world. And Jane, you can join us on that with respect to India. And please, Edward, would you carry on this introductory roundtable?
Yeah, thank you. So I'm going to be slightly more downbeat about the impact initially. I'm going to give you 3 negatives and 3 positives, I think, of the last 18 months. And the negatives may be short term, but I think they're still negatives. The first is that what we've given to our students, whether be they domestic students or international students, in the last 18 months is not what they signed up for, and it's not what they paid their fees for. And I just think we need to hold on to that thought. We've just had the results of the graduating class survey in the UK, where satisfaction has dropped across all universities by about 12 to 15% from the previous year. And I think much of that disaffiliation is to do with a lack of the extracurricular activities, not particularly the teaching, but the extracurricular stuff, including, of course, outward mobility. The second downbeat thing I'd say is there's been a major impact on the mental health and well-being of our students. Again, across the UK. I think the pandemic has hit the young far harder than the old, unless, of course, you're very old. And so it hasn't affected my life very much, but it has affected the life of many of the young people who attend my university. And the third thing to reflect on is it's creating significant financial anxiety for universities who did not know how many international students, or indeed domestic students, they were going to get last autumn, and are not entirely sure, indeed at all sure, how many international students are going to arrive in the UK this autumn. And that's a moving feast as countries come and go from what we call our red list, which requires you to quarantine. How many of those students will start online? How many of those students they start online will stay online? How many will actually decide to do something else with their time? So I do think we have to recognise there have been some downsides the last 12 months. We can't adopt an entirely upbeat tone. The 3 positive things I'd say is that I think, and it's been said already, the confidence and competence of our colleagues in using online platforms. We've made more progress in 18 months than we'd have made in 5 years in that respect without COVID-19. And that involves things like online assessment and online field trips, which I think is relevant to our current topic. The second, I think, is that we have used some very interesting tools, particularly around virtual internationalization, and we've mobilized the resources of the whole institution. So we have experts in virtual reality, in games technology, as well as in computing and collaborative platforms. And I think we've used those to create the sorts of experiences virtually that, again, we wouldn't have bothered to do in the next 5 years if it wasn't for COVID-19. So a real leap forward, I think. The other thing, which reflects on the theme of this session we'll come back to later, is when you start to use those online activities, particularly for our poorer students, we have seen an improvement in their engagement with their studies, and they've done better in their final year exams. So there's something about using technology that looks like it levels up between our poorer students, financially poorer students, and our richer students. And I think we should hold on to that and see what more we can do with it.
Well, thank you very much. And certainly I can endorse the first of your 2 downsides from my own experience in India. That is the student dissatisfaction, and probably, as you mentioned, because of the lack of intercurricular activities and engagement with other students, and the health issue. I know that from a very personal point of view, as I've surveyed each of my students over the course of the time. And then the trouble with that, the health issues, is that unlike in our university, when there's a support system set up in their homes, particularly when they're isolated, they don't have those facilities. Well, thank you for those opening comments. And please, could I ask you to carry on the first of our questions, that is, how the pandemic has affected the very concept of internationalization.
Thank you. And before the pandemic, I suppose like many of your universities, we've been having increasing student activism, and particularly activism around sustainability. It has usually manifested itself in calls for universities to disinvest from certain industries or certain companies. And I think that's now moved on, or will move on, to how people feel about international travel. I think it's the next place that young people will go. And that's partly driven by the young climate activism we've seen over the last 5 years, which has been international. There have been school protests around the world, haven't there? And I think the young people coming through the school system are much more likely to be wary of personal activities and want to challenge themselves and institutions about their responsibility for sustainability. In the UK, this will be highlighted because, of course, we have COP26 in November, and I think that will bring a renewed emphasis to climate protest, much of which is led and organised by young people. And then COVID-19, I just think, has had an impact on the fact that we can use technology to do all sorts of things we didn't think we could do, and young people have noticed that. I think that they may have become slightly more inward-looking and introspective, and they may now be starting to think that not all of the benefits of globalization are quite what we thought they were, and that the pandemic demonstrates a significant downside of globalization, and therefore the spread of global infection. So it may be that regardless what our institutional strategies want to do and what our own priorities are, the simple fact might be that student pressure and student choice starts to mitigate against virtual actual globalization, mobilization, and starts to prioritize virtual mobilization.
Thank you. Russ, would you carry on, please?
Oh, sure. So just to pick up on a couple of Edward's points, I think that there has been, an increasing awareness of the carbon footprint that international travel carries. And as a result, we've seen, at least on our campus, and I think throughout at least certain sectors of the United States, a renewed emphasis on sustainable development goals as defined by the UN, and trying to work those into our curricula really across different disciplines. So it's not just the hard sciences, but also the social sciences, the humanities, and even the arts. That said, I do think that even though that there will be this kind of resistance to international travel and polluting the planet, we will see, or at least we've experienced in this country, pent-up demand for travel, both domestic and international. And my sense is that as the rest of the world becomes vaccinated and we start returning to normality, that this pent-up demand will express itself, at least for a time, in increased international travel. What I do foresee is, say, within the next year and a half to 2 years, that this will level off. We've gotten used to the convenience of Zoom. We've been able to do project work via Zoom. We've been able to organize global classrooms via virtual technology, and that won't go away. Convenience is something that people don't give up easily, especially if there is an environmental benefit to it. Now, we have forces in this country that resist this type of ecological consciousness. And so that's going to be a constant struggle as we move forward. But I do think that we will come to some sort of equilibrium where we will continue to value the human interaction that comes from travel, but do it less on the scale that we experienced before the pandemic.
No, thank you for that. Well, we were going to discuss how the demographic has changed, but I think that, Edward, you noted that we're really only halfway through that impact. We don't even know what to expect in 1 month. That's true in India, it's true all over the world. So maybe we can postpone that question to a later time and go to our third question and ask you, Jane, to head off and how you would see the post-COVID-19 world, how that internationalization abroad will be replaced by internationalization at home. You're muted.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, I think it's important to drop back to the issue of why it's important for students and for people generally to internalize the skills, curiosity, and ethical insights that we learn through international exchange. And when we do that, a starting point that I think many of the study abroad staff help students with, especially those who run a orientation course before study abroad and a reflection course after study abroad. I think those may become more necessary and popular in a way, whether it's a whole course or just a series of meetings. That students should, we all should consider what are our ties internationally. My father was an immigrant. So what does that mean for me as somebody studying internationalization? What are the personal ties of the student to internationalization sitting at home? Are they in a community that is diverse, where there are other cultures that they really must learn about and should care about? So I think the idea of bringing those skills, that curiosity, the ethical responsibility to the community around us in our home country, not just when we take a trip, but actually when we're living our lives here, incorporating those values into our daily existence, appreciating people who may be described by some as the other wrongly. They're not the other once we get to know people. So I think it's very important that internationalization skills operate in our global world at home as well as when we travel.
Thank you. And Ross, would you comment on this as well?
Yes, because I think, just to build on what Jane is saying, is that, if I look at this, at least initially from an academic perspective, I think there's always going to be a mix of inbound and outbound students. International students will still come to the US, to Italy, to the UK, and other parts of the world. Maybe not in the numbers that they did before the pandemic, but there will still be that inflow. With respect, and then similarly, you'll see the same effect with outbound students. It's the type of curiosity that Jane is talking about. Curiosity, connection, what we are seeing, I think, and will continue to see, is that even in a virtual world, there is this commitment to pluralism, to global awareness, and to multiculturalism. And that the world has always been like that. It's just that now we're seeing it in a more accelerated manner. Now, there are tendencies to resist that type of global perspective or that type of pluralism, but that's part of human history as well. We know, though, that the tendency is always toward a type of cultural and human convergence. The pandemic has been sort of ironic in the sense that it has kept, it fostered insularity, or it increased insularity that was already there, but it also piqued awareness of the other and how the other becomes part of our general mindset and our general acceptance. So my sense is that this tension is always going to continue, but that pluralism and multicultural dynamics are sort of the unrelenting force, and they're part of the natural order of things. And it's sort of our job as internationalists to keep making that argument, even in the face of countervailing tendencies.
Gudmundur, I'd like to add one thing, if I may. And that is the perspective of the NGO in India, that students engaging in virtual mobility from their home country, working on rural development problems in India, are learning global issues. They're learning how to contribute to global problem solutions. And that has a value in terms of satisfaction in work. It has a value in terms of exposing people to career opportunities. And of course, it exposes people to issues that they may not confront in their home environment. So it seems to me that kind of virtual mobility has a very high value for familiarizing students who may be living in a first world country with what's happening around the world and how they can contribute to it.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it, when you see that isolation has led to internationalization in a way, that when you're isolated in your own home, your next door neighbor is no closer to you than somebody 3,000 miles away. But you can, and again, well, unless Fabrizio and Edward, you want to discuss on this topic?
Can I challenge Jane on that a bit?
Yeah, please.
Because international student mobility has always favoured the global north. And within the global north, it's normally favoured a small, wealthy elite who can afford to make the most of these opportunities to travel as part of their programmes. Worth bearing in mind that fewer than 10%, I mean a lot fewer than 10% of UK undergraduates go abroad as part of their degree. I mean, that's how, I mean, the British have proved themselves peculiarly insular in the last 5 years. I do accept that. But I don't think we're unique in the world. And so when we ran a summer school recently, we found that actually, it was a virtual summer school, an online summer school, we had twice as many students, and we had a load more students in the global south, and a lot more students from poor backgrounds in the UK. And because it was designed to be a virtual event, it wasn't second best, it wasn't a poor alternative, it was the summer school. I think there was something really powerful about that, Jane. And I think if we're going to democratise much of this benefit, which I generally agree about internationalisation, broad perspectives, it can't just rely upon people travelling around. In fact, if the gold standard is travelling around and everybody else is getting something a bit second rate, I think that itself is socially divisive. And the thing I'd say is that we're now starting to look at esports and esports technology, which lots of our young people are very familiar with, to create virtual platforms where we can collaborate with people in the UK, but working really close with people in hubs in India or in China or in Taiwan, in our case, so that you can create a degree of interconnectivity at a local level, but then you can share that using games, esports technology in really quite a sophisticated way. And the key thing about that is, of course, that many of these students get their social life through gaming. They know how to be social online in ways that we don't. And I think there's something in that we're just missing about where the world is going here that could be profoundly democratizing.
Well, thank you for this. You know, we had planned to deal under your leadership with the question of research productivity, but I'd like to skip over that and continue this theme. And maybe all of you could contribute more on this, because you will have heard in the earlier sessions the very point that you make, that internationalization has been for the elite. We know that. We know from the Indian experience. We know the people that go abroad. We know what it costs compared to the normal, the median salary of a family, what it costs to send a person abroad. I send, many of my students to LLM studies abroad. I know the sacrifices that have to be taken, even by the wealthier people. We've identified this problem. What can we do about it? What can we do to ensure? What can we do to make it more of an egalitarian process? Make this internationalization, as the question was raised to us, based on symmetry, fairness, and equal opportunities to everyone. Does anyone have any? Please comment on this. It was very important to our earlier speakers in the earlier sessions.
If I may add just a couple of thoughts, I would say that definitely the post-pandemic situation in which we are, where everybody now can access through platform to different universities, has tremendously increased democratization. I mean, it's not just a privilege of the so-called jet-set people. And I'm also thinking about, for example, people with disabilities. I mean, they would have an impossible obstacle to bypass in order to reach a different country. So definitely these platforms have provided a service which is, let's say, useful in terms of human rights. But I'm also adding, as a final thought, the access to people. I mean, if you want to, today, thanks to this platform, and you're doing research, or even if you're a student in your second year, you're doing research, you may contact a professor which is in another continent, even 2 or 3, ask questions, have short meetings, and I don't know anybody who just refuses. Actually, it's even intriguing and exciting for everybody. So it has transformed also our job as professors by reaching more closely, let's say, people that just 3-4 years ago would have never had an opportunity to meet with other professors and other students.
Yeah, thank you. Russell, would you like to add how to deal with the inequity built into internationalization?
Right. I mean, this is to kind of pick up a little bit on what Edward was saying. Was we've noticed here that we, especially with respect to conventional mobility, we in the U.S. already have a two-tiered system, whereby those who have means go abroad, and those who have fewer means either struggle to go abroad or end up enrolling more in virtual programming. Even before the pandemic, this was true. I mean, and it's kind of a double-edged sword in the sense that when the pandemic hit and we moved completely to virtual study abroad and virtual global internships, we saw an increase in the number of students from underrepresented minorities who enrolled in these programs. And we thought, well, that's quite positive. This is something we want to promote. At the same time, we're trying to think of what's going to happen after the pandemic. Are we going to revert to this situation where we've got this two-tiered system? So we're thinking very closely. We're working with our Division of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion on campus to make sure that that doesn't happen, to make sure that we afford the same opportunities really across the board. Now, there's no sort of ill intent, on the part of institutions, but there is a kind of lethargy, and we have to resist it and it gets back to this sort of pluralistic, multicultural world society that I think we're trying to build. Equity and access become key priorities that we have to promote. So we need to police ourselves in this regard as we develop our planning post-COVID.
Yes, thank you. Jane, would you like to come back on this?
Yes. So what I'd like to add, and of course Edward is touching on this in terms of some of the games and other activities that have been developed by his university. But one of the things about actual travel abroad is that the active learning is very clearly there. And with virtual mobility, there's a need for faculty and others working on curriculum development and activity development to figure out how to engage students actively as they're hearing about, learning about, how will they engage with the international experience that is being delivered virtually. So I think that places a greater burden on faculty and perhaps others who support faculty to develop these activities, but that's really crucial. I wanted to ask Edward a question about virtual field trips, since it may not be apparent to the listener that how those differ from a video. I imagine they do. So I wondered if Edward.
Yeah, of course, Jane. So they use virtual reality settings much more, which you can explore with both your tutors, but also more importantly, your peers. You can build certain questions or tasks or challenges in that virtual reality experience where students start to unravel the complexity or the solution to the problem the field trip was trying to address. And then you can link other resources to that, Jane. So that's the way that they work. They've been very successful, actually, for our students. They were more work for their colleagues. But if you think about, going to Spain, it takes you 10 days to do it for 5 days learning, then actually putting the time in to do it virtually might actually be less of a burden, although you miss out on going to Spain. I do accept that, and that may be a bit of a side benefit of being an academic, of course. So I do, there is something about that, which I just think is, and what we know is half those students wouldn't have done the field trip because they wouldn't have been able to afford to go. That's the other crucial factor.
Right. So has that been done in a developing country setting?
I think the ones that they did recreated the field trips that they do. So one was, I know, was to Spain. There may have been others, Jane, which had a similar, had other settings. But initially, it started by, well, it's you do what you know, don't you, Jane? So you recreate virtually what you would have done physically.
Right.
There may be a much better way of thinking about that when you're never going somewhere physically. Yeah.
Right. So I'm sure the Indian team would be happy to work with virtual reality people on getting people into a village in North India.
Yes.
Be fantastic. Just drop me a note about that, and we'll see what we can do.
Yeah,
that'd be brilliant.
Very good takeaway from our session. Well, Ed, I can ask you to continue go back to the fourth question. That is how research productivity has been impacted.
Yes, so this has been a real challenge, I think, actually, because I think it has had overall a negative impact upon research capacity and capability. And that's largely been because many researchers have not been able to access their facilities in country and therefore can't take forward their research with their collaborators overseas. So it's not just about lack of travel. You can overcome the lack of travel by devices such as this. You can't overcome, if you're an early modern historian, as my daughter is, not being able to go to the archive because it's closed, or not going to your lab because it's not deemed to be safe to do so for a period of time. So I think that is what we've seen, certainly in the UK, delays in paper, delays in research grants being completed, obviously delays in PhDs being completed, and extension funding being granted, however, et cetera, et cetera. But I do think we are learning about new collaborative platforms. So before COVID-19, as part of our new strategy, we already had a plan for a virtual institute for advanced studies, because we saw this coming, not COVID-19, but the challenge of international travel being sustained at the same level as before. And so we have a relationship with Microsoft to be a pilot innovator of their new products. And they gave us a really interesting set of potential ways of working with international collaborators in real time to create a level of experience and interaction you just don't get from a Teams meeting or Zoom meeting. And we have made some progress with those. It hasn't compensated for the delay in the short term, but I think it might well compensate for the delay in the medium term, given the confidence and competence colleagues have now got in using these particular devices.
No, thank you for this. And well, we've had some questions come in. In fact, many of them relate to the follow-up of what you're saying. And in fact, one of them is very interesting to me, because when I was listening to Dr. Shashi Tharoor this morning, in which he spoke about the difference between, well, actually the need to enhance in liberal arts studies in India. We all know, Jane, you could tell them, everyone, we all know that there's always been a greater emphasis of parents, you might say, in the relationship between your education and employability. But specifically, one of our questions is, and perhaps I could ask you to answer that, is what is the difference between mobility for STEM and non-STEM?
So in the UK, we're seeing a decline in demand for arts and humanities subjects as traditionally taught. And that's true across all universities. Of course, interestingly, they often link to a language, don't they? So you're seeing a declining number of students, but a high proportion of you for the UK go overseas because they're doing history in Spanish or history in Mandarin. And that drives their actually necessity to have an overseas placement. It's part of the course. But the focus in the UK these days isn't on liberal arts education. It's on employability skills. It's on, if you're going to do arts humanities, digital humanities, it's about platforms around creative, digital events, music, performance. It's how you start to use people's interest in the arts, humanities, and culture to develop something which is digital, which means they can pursue a career in the digitally enabled creative arts or humanities. So it's still going on, but it's shifting from history to kind of games technology. creative writing with games technology. And I think that's a really interesting shift. And of course, the more people do that, the more they get confident in their own technical skills, the less they need the international dimension of that. And of course, those particular subjects are not multilingual. They're conducted in English. And there's a peculiar problem for England in the world speaking English. Because we don't have to go abroad to polish our English, do we? Because we just don't. Because it's our native language. So there's something about that which is peculiar to England, which may make us unrepresentative, notwithstanding the fact we've got a fantastically multicultural integrated society, which is the envy of many countries, but we don't like going abroad much anyway. So England's a funny old place in this regard, but I do think there's a challenge now to education for education's sake in the UK. I think that idea is slowly dying.
Following up on this, because one of the questions asks, one of the questioners from the audience asked about different modalities for virtual mobility beyond traditional platforms like Zoom and MS Teams. In fact, as you were describing, it's already a new generation. Any others would contribute to this? What do we see as an enhance from what is already looking very old-fashioned, the way we're speaking today?
I can maybe pick up on that
please,
a little bit because, and this ties back to some of the things that Edward was talking about, is that in my previous job, I was at Iowa, I was the director of the Division of World Languages, Literatures, and Cultures.
Yes, indeed.
And so we actually invested a number of resources and got some grants to develop virtual reality as it related to study abroad. And so we have in our old building a new lab dedicated to this purpose. So Edward mentioned Spain. One of the things that we have a lot of programming in Barcelona and in Madrid. So what we did was we recreated virtually those cities, the downtowns of those cities, so that students could experience them virtually before actually experiencing them in person. Now, what I think will happen in the future, and what's already been happening, is that we can start to collaborate with colleagues in Barcelona and in Madrid through our program providers, for example, to enhance these platforms. I think that this is something that we have done a little bit also in our Office of Admissions for international students. So we have recreated virtual versions of the University of Iowa campus, of our downtown. And so we've done this in-house. What I think we need to do is to collaborate with our partners at other institutions so that we can kind of share these experiences electronically. I mean, Zoom meetings are fine, but there are other more sophisticated and deeper platforms that we can use to develop co-programming and co-curricula. We see this a little bit, in our global classroom offerings that have been created in our College of Business and have been created through our College of Music as well. But we can definitely take this to a higher level, and I think we're all interested in seeing where that might lead us.
Yeah, thank you for that. In fact, one of our questions from the audience is about deals with digital fatigue, and it's a question too. I don't know which of you is prepared to answer this. I know it for myself when we're teaching. I think that in the law school in India, we find perhaps too much attention to in-class instruction. You would know, Jane, that and similarly, when we don't monitor attendance in the Indian system. You have 70%. You have to have a 70% attendance. It's like being in a grade school in order to be able to sit for an exam, a final exam. And now we've not actually gone to monitoring people's attendance, but the whole idea of spending, in the case of Indian students, law students, 6 to 8 hours watching lectures online, it certainly has ramifications. Does any of you wish to comment on that?
Can I? Because I think that's a very unsophisticated way of doing virtual learning. And I think we've done it in the last 18 months because we haven't got much time to sort ourselves out. But as time goes by, people are, I think, finding increasingly sophisticated ways of varying the student experience. So it's not just about watching asynchronous material, but it is using games, it's using tutorials, it's using other devices and techniques, pedagogical techniques, that I think give it the same structure and rhythm as a typical academic week used to have. And what we've got too focused on, I think, is the particular event. And what we haven't thought enough about is what's the rhythm of the week? What's the variety of interaction students are going to have across modules on this course over a week, a month, and a term? That's quite hard to do, but I think that's what we need to get to.
Thank you for that. Please, anyone else? Jane? You're muted, though.
The value of an NGO as a partner is that we bring actual real-world problems to the fore, and students can work on those. I know with University of Iowa, we've talked about the hydrology department doing lab work related to water analysis that is directly related to the issues that are faced by the communities with which the NGO is working in India. So I think games are good, but also there are real world problems to which students can contribute directly through their project-based learning. And the more that we have collaborations, yes, over Zoom, but also the faculty in the home institution that is familiar with India, for example, can be a good touchstone for students to get some practical input about projects that they're working on with an Indian NGO.
Right, and I would just add that one of the really encouraging things that we've seen in the collaboration between Iowa and SEGL is that faculty are sort of undergoing an interdisciplinary resurgence. So, for example, if you look at water, you know, the technical aspect or the engineering aspect is obviously key, but it doesn't, you know, provide the whole narrative. And what we've seen is that, and this is part of where Jane's expertise really has been incredibly helpful, is that if we look at the importance of radio, for example, if we look at the importance of communication, we're going to need faculty from the School of either Communication Studies or Journalism and Mass Communications to help develop a communication plan around water safety and water protection. Similarly, we have faculty in our Department of Gender, Women's, and Sexuality Studies who have assisted us in this communication plan, who have, you know, been open to sort of learning about the science of water conservation, but also seeing how it affects, or seeing what its impacts are on a social level. As a result, you know, you see this convergence of expertise that I think has been facilitated in the virtual era. The question now is to apply it on site and virtually once we begin to emerge from COVID. I don't think that there's any doubt that that hybridity is going to be the watchword moving forward. Everything that we do in terms of research, teaching, applied experience is going to be a mix of the electronic and the in-person. And so the more we can do to kind of wrap our minds around that reality, adjust to it, and respond to both practical needs, but also sort of core philosophical educational principles, the more we can do to put ourselves in the best position moving forward.
Well, thank you for that. In fact, this kind of brings us to our final question. Two of the questions addressed to us from the audience deal with the future. Of course, this is the question for all of us in all of our various spheres. What is going to happen in the field of internationalization of higher education in the future? Could each of you spend a couple of minutes just looking slightly forward and seeing what is the situation going to be in post-COVID? And we would then close. I would close after hearing from each of you on that. Jane, would you begin, please?
Here I am. Oh, yeah, thank you very much. Well, I think that taking stock of what
So, could you speak into the microphone, Fabrizio?
Yeah, can you hear me now? Yes.
Yes, thank you.
No, I'm saying taking stock of all different aspects which has been raised. Well, I think that the first point is that we're not going to throw away what we have learned in these 2 years, but actually we're going to treasure all this experience, and we're going to treasure it in terms of teaching and in terms of research. I partially disagree with some of what was said before. I think that some fields in the university have been advantaged by that. Of course, it's been much more difficult for scientists like doing chemistry and so on, but I'm thinking about social sciences, lawyers, economists, international relations scholars, and politicians and politics scholars have been actually tremendously advantaged. I mean, we have increased enormously the capabilities of our research networks and activities. So actually our publication rate is much higher now than before. And so this shows that higher education cannot really escape the challenges and the solutions which have been proposed. I don't want to say thanks to COVID because it sounds like a provocation, but we certainly have some things that we have learned and we can do pretty well at this point. And virtual mobility programs, I think, will stay with us also. I think it will be a mistake to go back to the old system, conventional mobility, as it has been said. And I think that younger generations, perhaps some of them are focused on only climate change. I would say that in general, they're all rightly focused on the United Nations development goals. And with the techniques that we have learned, we can certainly fulfill a number of them. Think about objective number 4, inclusive education, quality of the education, promote lifelong opportunities. We have certainly new tools that we can use. Peace, justice, and strong institutions. Well, that depends, of course, also on the teachers, but certainly in terms of teaching international law, there has been a tremendous, let's say, move forward. Climate action and, of course, clean energy are something that are in the UNDGs and are with us. So all in all, I could say that we have learned to rationalize mobility, the freedom of mobility of people, and to use it when we really need it, and to use much better our time and resource time with new technologies. That will be my take.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you for referring to the UN, the predominant global organization, something which I've supported ever since I left law school, so from early times. Jane, would you carry on in your final comment?
Sure.
And then Ed and then Russell, please.
So from the interactions with the University of Iowa, our partner, we've been able to have closer conversations between the NGO, SM Stegall Foundation in India, and the university faculty in small groups, the way one would have coffee clutches if you were together. And that I think has been a real boost. People are not exhausted from travel. People are now used to Zoom, and they're using that to collaborate informally, build trust, find common interest. And I think what I'd like to do is take Edward's virtual reality and make sure that some of the virtual reality situations are showing those village crisis situations for students to learn about that and for faculty and students to apply their minds to possible solutions. And that will be a combination of Indian faculty and students and faculty and students from abroad, but getting the focus on those real world problems in using this new technology. So I look forward to exploring that more. And I agree, of course, with Russ that it will be hybrid, that there will still be travel, and but that we can reach many more people when we're using the new technologies. Thank you.
So Edward, please.
Yeah, something slightly different for me, I think, which is I believe universities are, in a way, they're in the customer service business, aren't they? And the way in which we use data about students, I think is years behind how the really sophisticated customer service organizations use their data to segment their student or customer base and to personalize the experience that students have. And I think we're going to see a massive transformation in the next 10 years of universities getting much more sophisticated about designing packages for students. So for instance, you agree with a student because of their particular needs, that they're not going to submit an assignment by a due date, but when they're ready. I mean, this could be a major change, I think, in pedagogy. And within that, I think you'll see much more focus on what the students need to learn to build on their strengths and to ameliorate their deficits, of which international mobility will be one part. I think there'll be less of it, but it might be better targeted and have more impact, particularly for those students from poorer backgrounds who probably most need it.
Yeah, thank you for that. And again, I'm so glad that we're reminding ourselves constantly about that we have an obligation not only to the elite or the world travelers, we can never forget that in anything that we do. Finally, Russ, would you add to what you were saying before about the future?
Sure. So I'd like to offer words of reassurance, but also a warning at the same time. So in terms of reassurance, we know that, at least in higher ed circles, we were able to manage this pandemic relatively well. We were at a crisis point when we were bringing home students, when we were trying to find out, just what the pandemic was and what it meant. We adapted quickly, and I think we adapted successfully. At the same time, I think the pandemic exposed the vulnerability of our profession and of the world situation in general. And that vulnerability, I think, comes through complacency, of becoming too focused on oneself or on one's culture. I don't want us to squander the opportunities that the pandemic has given us, and I don't want us to squander the achievements that we've been able to accomplish because we did adapt so quickly. So my advice is to develop best practices, to really take stock of what we did well during the pandemic and apply those methods and practices moving forward, be they in terms of solidifying partnerships with NGOs or other collaborators abroad, or in terms of designing new curricula, to make sure that we don't lapse into our old and presumably bad habits. I think we need to take stock of what we did well and make sure that we hold ourselves accountable and apply those contributions and those advances moving forward.
Thank you very much. It's a good way to finish off our session, for which I thank all of you very much for joining us. It's been a real pleasure discussing this with you both Friday and today. I think it's a model for how we, as we were saying earlier, all of us, how we move forward. We should not lose the benefits of what we've experienced. Bad experiences can often lead to good future experiences. So I thank each and every one of you. And I thank also the organizers for making this possible. And I conclude just by saying the very best to you, all of you, and take care, and you and your families. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. It was a real pleasure and an honor.
We are live, sir.
So greetings to all of you and welcome to this session on internationalization. I'm Mohan Kumar. I'm Dean of the Office of International Affairs and Global Initiatives of the Jindal Global University. Internationalization has two dimensions. One is the external dimension where you're interested in mobility. You want your students, your faculty and staff to go out and get international exposure, but that is not what we will be talking about. We will talk about the internal dimension of internationalization, what universities have to do within themselves to become international and to give momentum to internationalization. I just want to pose maybe 2 questions, but all of you have received the 8 questions. I'm not going to waste time by repeating them, but 2 things from my side. One, I do believe internationalization is no longer a luxury. I'm speaking from an Indian perspective. I think it has become a necessity because if you want to be considered a good university, a solid academic institution, it seems to me you really cannot get away from internationalization from within. What does this mean? I think this means internationalization across the board. We're talking curriculum, we're talking pedagogy, we're talking technology, we're talking students, faculty, research. So every aspect needs to be internationalized, and that's a challenge. Finally, of course, can you ever have any meeting these days without mentioning COVID? So COVID has upended many of these things, and it'll be interesting to see whether this time can be taken advantage of by universities to prepare for internationalization. Even if mobility has been impacted by COVID, can we prepare universities so that when the time comes, hopefully summer of next year, 2022, we can then set the process of internationalization really on course in various universities. I'll stop here and I'm going to call on Professor He Lian Zhen from Vice President International from the Zhejiang University in China. The questions, as I said, are always, they've all along been with you, so I will not repeat them. I will give you a small indication at 5 minutes that you have 2 minutes left so that it doesn't break your train of thought and we can all stick to 7 minutes. Thank you, Professor Lian Zhen, you have the mic.
Thank you very much. And I'm very happy to be part of this forum. And so I would like to talk on the address question number 3. And so since the outbreak of coronavirus, we have been moving many activities online. Throughout the process, we seek to engage 3 types of stakeholders across the university. That is the 3 S. The first S is staff, the second S is scholars, and the third S is students. And at the staff level, from coordinators in colleges and schools up to the university leadership, our relevant staff have reached out to explore, develop, and deepen global partnerships. And the virtual meetings have proven to be cost-effective. For instance, we have held 8 virtual signing ceremonies with KAIST in South Korea, Wageningen University in the Netherlands, and the University in Japan, Cornell in the US, Mine Paris Tech in France, Eindhoven University of Technology in the Netherlands, University of Glasgow in UK, and the Cape Town University in South Africa. And we also have had a series of presidential or vice presidential meetings. And on top of that, we also launched the ZGU Global Capacity Enhancement Project, which is a campus-wide initiative for capacity building. Under this project, on every Friday of last November, for instance, we connected with the University of Bristol for a joint workshop on internationalization. And secondly, at the scholars level, we encourage them to follow up with their foreign counterparts to continue collaborative work, if that is possible, and even to initiate virtual conferences around areas of mutual interest. We know that the academic calendars of universities tend to vary considerably, so it's quite complex to organize large international conference involving physical travel. Accordingly, the appeal of virtual mobility is the possibility to convene researchers in new ways and enable new forms of interaction, regardless of place and time. For the subject of coronavirus alone, our affiliated hospitals and the School of Public Health have held more than 40 online meetings involving over 400 healthcare institutions in 39 countries. And these activities enable the medics and the scientists across the world to share timely information and hands-on experience to combat the virus. And at the student level, we have found that virtual student mobility creates a blended collective learning. And this model can attract more students and involve greater participation even from staff members who may not have been able to travel abroad with students due to practical constraints. So their participation will be good for monitoring program quality and acting upon student feedback. And last summer, more than 4,000 ZGU undergraduate students attended 110 short online programs jointly developed with our partners. So this is my simple answer to the question number 3.
Thank you very much. May I now call on Dr. Joseph Burke, who's Senior Fellow and Senior Consultant with the Association of Governing Boards of the United States of America. Dr. Burke, you have the mic.
Thank you very much. I would like to take a second take on the question number 3 because it had several components to it, and then move on to talk about how does an institution move on. I have been both a president, and over the last 10 years, I've been working with boards of trustees at universities across the United States on how to start international programs and what to do. So I just wanted to start with a couple components. I think it must be tailored to the mission of the institution, what kinds of programs. And in the United States, we have 4,000 institutions, and we pride ourselves in a lot of diversity in those institutions. So each institution must look at its own mission, and tailor those programs to the culture and the mission of its own institution. Second, it must be strategic, it must be intentional, and it must be integrated across the institution. And I think this is even more important when we talk about internationalization within the institution, as opposed to the previous examples we've had in terms of exchange programs, et cetera. When we bring the curriculum engaged to it, we really need to integrate that. And that's why we see my colleagues on this panel, many of them are either at the dean level or at the vice president level. That's the organizational level to start integrating curriculum, programs, et cetera. The third one, it must have the campus leadership. And I wanted to just say, it's important here, I think, to bring in the president. The president must understand the entire complex of what's happening in internationalization. But also, I'd like to make a pitch, since I work for this organization right now, is it's important that boards of trustees or boards of directors come online. And one of the things we're finding in the United States is board of directors have viewed themselves in history as oversight groups. We are seeing in the modern era of governance that boards must take a second look at that mission and become participants and become supporters. So particularly when we talk about internationalization, boards, if they're selected correctly, can really help in the partnership, because one of the constant elements that we talk about in internationalization is creating partnerships, whether it's universities, whether it's businesses. And if the boards are properly brought in to understanding the goals, the outcomes, the processes, they can actually be an opening and a great pathway to encouraging additional partnerships. The last one I wanted to say is, I think any internationalization effort, whether it's the external, as we've talked about, or the internal, must be metrics-based and data-driven. I think as we look at where we want to do these programs, how we want to do these programs, we must keep in mind the measurement aspects of what we want to do and how to do that, and look for data to prove our case not only to our own campus audiences and campus leadership, but also to the community around us, to those partners we're talking about. So those are the things I just wanted to quickly talk about. In the interest of time, I just wanted to say there was a question, I think it was question 1 on what are the values of the international on-campus program. And I think they're very similar to the external programs, and they should be looked at. And we should be looking at a continuum of using both programs and not trying to focus on these are the internal programs and these are the external. These are really a continuum, and how do these programs integrate together? And most importantly, how do they integrate with the rest of the curriculum? Because quickly, as I look at it, our mission as educators are twofold. It's one, to enhance the skills of our students in the diversity of communication techniques, diversity of learning cultures, diversity of intellectual products and creation of those products, the diversity of organizational structures that a student can be exposed to, and also the diversity of problem solving. And by using internationalization, we see a great diversity among cultures and nations, and the more the student is exposed to that, in essence, what it's all about, and this is what I'll close with, is we are teaching our students to learn how to live, to work, to play, to pray, and to interact in a variety of intercultural environments. And with that, I will turn it over to my colleagues.
Thank you, Dr. Burke. I thought you made several points, and we will come back to those. I'm really grateful to you for having made those points, and I would encourage everyone else who spoke also to react to that if you find it appropriate. But as I said, we will come back to it, but thank you very much. Professor Milith Shamir, Vice President International, Tel Aviv University's Israel. Madam, you have the mic.
Thank you very much. And it's really a joy and a pleasure to be here with you all and to speak about this very, very important subject. Perhaps what I will do is, Professor Helian Jen spoke of the 3 S's of scholarship, of staff, and of students. Dr. Burke added the boards to that mix as well. Maybe what I'll do is focus, kind of zoom in on internationalization at home as it relates to the student body. Because that is a personal passion of mine and a big strategic goal of Tel Aviv University as well. Internationalization at home at Tel Aviv University has been an important pillar of our overall internationalization strategy now for several years, even before COVID-19. Part of the reason for that is if I were to share with you a little bit about our student body, our students tend to be a little bit older than, say, American or European students, because they usually come to university having completed an army service or a national service and having traveled around the world. So they do come with an international baggage already for the most part, but they also come at a later stage of life. And for many years, it's been a challenge of the university to convince them to take advantage of physical mobility programs. So only a small percentage of Tel Aviv University students actually traveled for a semester abroad. And so we were forced from the beginning to think about internationalization at home as an alternative. But of course, COVID-19 has pushed this, as it has so many other aspects of our lives, has pushed this forward with a lot of energy. And in the past year or year and a half or so, we devised several programs which were meant to enhance the international experience of our student body, primarily switching a portion of our classes to English to make sure that even though our students study for the most part in Hebrew, that their English skills become stronger as they work through their BA degree. We've had a lot of success switching visiting professorships from actual visits to campus, which we do in great numbers before COVID, to Zoom teaching. And we've had several very good experiences with students across our comprehensive campus who came to teach courses on Zoom from Europe, from the United States, and it was a very good experience both for, I think, the faculty and for the students, of course. And we've also had much success in issuing calls for collaborative international teaching. So the university initiated a project, again, across the campus from medicine, engineering, and the exact sciences to the humanities, the arts, and the social sciences, asking for creative, innovative proposals for teaching alongside a colleague from another country. And so joining the classrooms, some of these projects ended up teaching collaborative classes on Zoom, simply joining the two classes together, or 3 or 4 classes. In some cases, each class took place in a different country, but the students did a project-based learning together. Overall, it was a very, very good experience. And I can say that maybe a silver lining of COVID is indeed the possibilities of coming up with creative solutions to internationalization at home. Having said that, I want to echo what Dr. Burke has already said, and that is that internationalization at home doesn't replace physical mobility or other forms of internationalization. I think that it will be our challenge in the next few years to work with data, with matrices, in order to figure out the right balance between these two things. And as we gradually make our way back to international travel, to think about what travel means and how to make the most out of these moments when we do decide to send staff and students and faculty members abroad, to make sure that the experience abroad is worth the trip, which we now know is the price that we're all, the whole planet is paying, encouraging physical mobility in large numbers. So I'm here to say a word for balance and for putting our heads together to figuring out how internationalization at home can work together, as Dr. Burke said, with physical mobility.
Thank you very much, Professor Shamir. I thought that was very useful. You added on and you complemented what the earlier speakers have said as well. I now turn to Professor Rob Lyons, Associate Pro Vice Chancellor Global from Durham University, UK, also Principal of Stevenson College. So you have the floor. And then we will try and see if we can have a second round before we go to the audience for questions. So Rob, you have the floor.
Thanks, Mohan, and good afternoon, good evening, and good morning for wherever you are. I mean, just picking up on your opening statement, Mohan, and the fact that, we can't live without internationalization, and it's becoming ever more important. And I think what this last year has done is, I'm sure colleagues on this call and around the world will be reviewing and refreshing their internationalization strategies in light of this last year. And part of that will be looking again at internationalization at home. And I think, as Dr. Burke has said, it's neither one nor the other. And I think what potentially has happened is we've put a lot of effort and time thinking about mobility, physical mobility, and now we're coming back and really looking again at internationalization at home. I don't think it ever went away, but I don't think it's had the attention that it probably will do now and going forward. And if I just pick up some of the advantages, I know colleagues have picked up on some of those, but one of the key advantages, as I see it, is that mobility, the physical mobility, offers only that opportunity to a minority of students. Certainly in the UK, there's less than 8% of students actually study overseas. So the majority of students actually don't have that opportunity, whether it's for socioeconomic reasons, whether it's because they've got a disability, whether they've got commitments at home, but they don't have that opportunity to go overseas. The UK government is addressing this a little bit. They've launched a new program called the Turing Program, which actually helps look at not only year-long programs as we had with Erasmus, but shorter programs. So again, I think there'll be much broader scope in terms of what sort of mobility, physical mobility will happen. But coming back to internationalization at home, I think the most important factor of it is that it gives the opportunity for every student, that whole holistic look at an institution for giving everyone out there an international opportunity. And that should cut across, as Dr. Burke has said and as Professor Shamir has said, it has to be a holistic approach. So everything from the curriculum, both formal and informal education at an institution, and it has to have the support of the people at the top of the university, whether that's the president or vice chancellor or the board. It has to come down from the top right the way through. So I think that notion of far more students will have access, and also those students who aren't necessarily could necessarily afford to go overseas before. So that I think it widens access and participation to far, far more students. I think also just having those, some of the things that Professor Hay has talked about, or Professor Shamir has talked about, some of the activities that they're already doing in their institutions, it gives a safe space to actually have that first international experience. So whether, that's through a virtual exchange or some sort of interaction online or on the campus, which may encourage that individual to do a physical mobility program at a later date. So I think it's a safe and obviously a more cost-effective way to introduce people to internationalization. I think, as has been said by colleagues, it's not a replacement for physical mobility. I think physical mobility will stay. I think it will stay in various forms. I think it will change shape as well. I don't think it will necessarily only be longer courses. I think it will be shorter programs overseas. But I don't think you can get away from the fact that it is a very different experience to go overseas and study or have an experience, immerse yourself in that culture. But actually, I would say, and I think research has shown this, that actually some of the outcomes, the intercultural outcomes that come from internationalization at home and mobility overseas are very similar. So you can have the same outcomes, but it'll be a very different experience. The final thing I would just say before I hand back the floor, in terms of stakeholders, I know that Professor Hay started talking about students, staff, and scholarships, and Dr. Burke talked about the board, and Professor Shamir talked more about the students. Here in Durham, we are in a city which isn't particularly diverse. The diversity of the city actually comes from our international student body. And I think that's certainly for us, it's a really important relationship with the city and the international students and our domestic students on board. That relationship between all three parties is really important for our internationalization at home. Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you very much, Rob. I thought that was excellent. We have had a wonderful first round. I was struck by some of the points made, and I'm not going to summarize, obviously, the fact that internationalization has to be strategic. There has got to be deliberate intent. It's got to be across the board. It's got to be integrated. I'm going to pose a couple of questions, if you like, and then we will follow the same order so that especially the people who spoke first will also have a chance to react to what others said. And I'm looking particularly at Professor Lianjian. So the two things that I want you to address, if possible, maybe an Indian perspective. One is resources. Is there a resources issue? If a university wants to proceed or embark on the path towards internationalization, is there a resource issue? Where do you get the resources from? Both the human resources, but also money and the material resources as well. So that is one thing that I would like to ask. Secondly, how important is pedagogy, technology, curriculum? We haven't talked much about it, but this is important, at least for a number of universities where, the university to which I belong may be an exception in India, but a number of other universities, it's a question of also making the curriculum modern. But even in the West, I believe, for example, getting students to think about issues like climate change or racism or other issues, I think it's constant work in progress. I don't think you can necessarily talk of a West or a North and South divide here. We want all students to be international. We want all students to have the right kind of values and ethics, if you like. That is also an important goal of internationalization. And the more your students meet with other students, we think actually that they will learn to appreciate other cultures, foreign students, and they become more open-minded and more liberal. There is no secret here. I'm only stating a fact. So I would like you to address a little bit, but also an opportunity to react to the wonderful points made by all of you, actually. So Professor Lianshen, can I request you to go for maybe 2 or 3 minutes, if you like, all four, and then we will try and see if there are questions from the floor. You have to unmute yourself. Yeah.
Yeah. So to address your first question, where is the resources from? And so certainly, you know, we actually get the resources from different sources. The first one, of course, is from the government, the national government, I mean, state government. And also we get the resources from the provincial government. And then also the university managed to get some, for instance, some donation from our alma mater and so on and so forth. So we do make a huge investment in trying to get the students. Actually, each student has the possibility of going abroad for some time during their undergraduate years. So actually, this program started about 4 or 5 years ago, where the university encourages every single student to go outside China.
How many students do you have, Professor Lianshen?
Oh, actually, we have over 50,000 students.
Good God, okay.
And for graduate students, mainly for academic conferences, but for undergraduate students, some for internship, some for like 2 or 3 week courses. But basically, all the students will have the opportunity to go outside China once during their college years. Yeah.
That's absolutely amazing. We would like to replicate that in our university. I'd love to, as the Dean of the Office of...
That of course calls for huge investment, that's true.
Yeah. I think you're also particularly fortunate that you can count on your government, the local government, the central government, and other sources of income. So, but
yeah, we also get money from the enterprises.
The enterprises as well, fantastic.
Private owned, yeah, not state.
Thank you so much, thank you so much. Dr. Burke, if I can request you, please.
Yeah, let me take the first one, and I think the resources are important. The international students that are coming into the university are one resource that's very important, and to take advantage of those students and their ability to interact with the national students and creating programs. I've seen within the United States, several institutions are doing that and taking advantage of bringing those students together more than just studying together, but learning and dialoguing together and learning how to live together. I think that's very important. The second one, I think, is partnerships. And here again, because that's what I'm doing a lot here in the United States, is getting at those people, not only boards, but alumni who are influential and know in China they call them enterprises, but in the United States, partnerships in companies, and demonstrate to them the profitability of having students graduate with a great set of international skills. And then get the partners, the companies, to say, you know, we need these kinds of students. And then move them to one more further step, and that is, we're going to donate some money to make this happen at this institution. And so I think that's another way to look for partnerships in that process. If I could, you made a statement there that I wanted to comment on. I think it's very important. We are focused right now on COVID, but I want to bring up that COVID is not the only force that's operating against internationalization in today's world. And I think we should be looking at, there are other forces going on within our world today, which actually makes it more important to keep and emphasize and increase our emphasis on internationalization. And you made one, and that is the north-south migration that's happening in the world today is causing tremendous tension on, at least on the borders of the United States, and I'm sure on other borders, and it is causing counter pressures on things like internationalization. I think the other one is our focus on diversity and racism and multiculturalism within our own societies. And as we talk about that, that opens up the concern about divisiveness within our countries. As we look back at our own histories of our own countries, and we realize times where we might have made mistakes in our own national history, and bringing those mistakes to the forefront, it opens up a divisiveness within our countries. The only way we can counter that and help people to understand that that's part of our history is to help dialogue across cultures, across races, across countries. And so I think what I wanted to say and emphasize to your point is only focusing on COVID leaves us with, well, this is going to be over in a certain period of time. I don't think we should stop when COVID ends on both internal and external. I think we have to move forward because I see the divisiveness happening within our democratic societies to be a danger. And I'm a political scientist, so I'm focused maybe on the relationship between education and democracy and political systems. But I think this is something that we really need, the internationalization, and we need to focus on world kinds of problems, that the only way we're going to deal with these problems effectively is deal with them together. And having our students work on these problems together will be a first stage in a lot of different positive results. So I might have talked too long there, I apologize, but I think we should be focusing more than just on COVID, because I'm hoping we're going to get to the end of COVID soon, and I don't want to stop our efforts just because COVID is behind us.
No, please don't apologize, Dr. Burke. I think that's an excellent point you make. We are so obsessed by COVID and preoccupied by COVID at this point of time that you tend to lose focus on the other trends which are happening, and they will impact internationalization whether you like it or not. And that is a profound challenge for universities and for universities which consider themselves liberal centers of learning. So you make an excellent point there. Professor Shamir, can I turn to you, please?
Yes, with pleasure. I would like to continue the discussion about internationalization of the curriculum. I can only agree wholeheartedly with what Dr. Burke has said about the importance of intercultural international education, not just for pragmatic reasons, to prepare our students. We have an obligation to prepare them to a market that is becoming increasingly globalized, but also from an ethical point of view. I think that's exactly right. Overcoming divisiveness is a primary goal of internationalizing the curriculum. But maybe what I'll add to this discussion is a pragmatic question that I'm grappling with, and I'm curious to know how my colleagues are handling this. And that is the question of, how do you internationalize the curriculum? In